Your Mayor Olivia Chow here, Chair of the Executive Committee. Good morning. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 29 to order. Welcome, everyone. It's a new room. The furniture is slightly different, eh? Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at Toronto City Hall and this meeting is also live streamed online at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you are interested in speaking, if you registered, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list, and the list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Executive Committee page, toronto.ca/council, and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. And if you are here, just come up and we will press the mic and we will hear from you. And are there any declaration of interest? Seeing none, let us proceed. Deputy Mayor Ainsley just moved the minutes from the meeting on December 9th, 2025. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Before we begin to run through the agenda, may I have a motion to add some new businesses and EX 2913, window search capacity on snow shuffling, and I have, Deputy Mayor Morley will, also there are two new items, cracking down on bad landlords and keeping Toronto beautiful. One is dealing with remedial action. The other one is clean and beautiful.
We'll display each of those.
Pardon?
We'll display.
I'm sorry?
We're displaying each of them. So they
Okay, we'll display when it's ready. So I just want to make sure people have time to take a look at them. And here they are. They are in front of you. This is asking, just keeping the initiative, cleaning it, rather than waiting till, normally at the end of the April, we have the initiative. Instead of waiting till April, because the weather just got warmed and everything got, the snow melted and we see all the garbage, so it just starting it earlier. Okay.
I'm very happy to move that as new business, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. On the bad landlord, take your time to take a read of it. Okay.
add that to the agenda.
We'll just add it on the agenda. Let me just go through the item, if that's okay. And the first item is being held because there is a presentation. It's the Bloomberg, challenge. And item 2, Portland flood protection. Anyone? There's speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just get into my list of speakers. Item 3 has speakers. And item, just 1 second. Item 3 is the Weston Foundation donation. And we have item 4, the potholes have speakers. The item 5, street furniture, has speakers. Item 6, the City of Toronto Environmental Social Governance. There is no speaker. Let me see if any councillors want to hold it. Anyone? No? Okay. We have Deputy Mayor Ainsley. All those in favor adopt the recommendations in front of you? Opposed? Carry. And item 20, item 7, there are no speakers, okay. Metrolinx subway program update. Do you know if Councillor Fletcher, that usually have comments, no? Anyone moving it? Deputy Mayor Malik, all those in favor of this Metrolinx subway program update? Thank you. All those in favor, opposed? Carry, thank you. Item 8, we have a speaker. And item 9, FIFA World Cup. Do we have any speaker? I don't see any speaker. I believe, Deputy Mayor, you want to hold that item down? Number 9.
9 and 10.
Number 9, which is, yeah, yes. Okay, held by Malik. Item 10 is the procurement plan update. You want to hold that one also? Okay. And Meridian's Arts Corporate Partnership, item 11. Is anyone interested in that? Someone from North York? Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Cole is not here yet. Corporate Partnership, Renewal. I don't think there's... Yep. Deputy Mayor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry, thank you. The NHL Stadium Series at the Rogers Center, Councillor Ainsley, it's yours. Oh, you have a speaker. Okay. Snow shuffling.
We have speakers.
We have a speaker. My list is not complete, the speaker list.
No, can add
We have added, okay.
be added shortly.
There are new speaker coming in, all right. When you have time, give me the latest, newest speaker list. The DOS row I'm holding down, which is 14, for people to take a look at it. Keeping Toronto Beautiful, it's basically starting early.
We should hold it
Debbie,
down, too.
you want to hold it? Okay, take a read. Okay, okay. So what we have done is we have a presentation number 1. We have speaker at 2. Let me just see. So far, we have approved item 6. We have approved item 7. We have a speaker on 8. We have approved item 11. And the rest are held for the time being. That'll be a fairly long meeting. Okay. All right. Are we ready? Why don't we have a quick presentation on item 1 and deal with that? You ready?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're here today to talk a little bit about an award the city has just won. It's the Bloomberg Philanthropies Mayor's Challenge winner. So what is the Mayor's Challenge, the Bloomberg's Mayor's Challenge. Well, we were the 2025-2026 challenge winner. There were 600 applications, over 600 applications worldwide, 24 winning cities selected, and over 20 countries represented. And this project is all around our school food program. A very ambitious project we're about to set out on. Worked on by many city divisions, Toronto Public Health, our colleagues are here, Social Development, the Protocol Office, and our friends in the Mayor's Office. So very exciting. So what does it mean to win the Mayor's Award? We are the recipients of 1.4 million Canadian dollars. That's $1 million USD, and that comes with operational support and technical guidance from the folks at Bloomberg. We get some dedicated staff funding in addition to the 1.4 million to help us kind of get this project off the road, and we get operational dollars to do some to pilot some school food hub models, which I'll talk a little bit about in the next slides. So what are we going to do with this project? We're going to move from fragmentation to coordinated school food hub models. So if you see the picture on the right, a lot of our school food work right now is uncoordinated. So we're kind of trying through this project to move to the future state on the right-hand side of the right-hand picture of the slide. A school food hub is really just a multifaceted facility that does food storage, food prep, workforce development, and really kind of gets the food to where it needs to be so we can get it into the children in the schools. Through the project, you know, before we were a first top 24 city, we're a top 50 city, and we got a little bit of feasibility or a little bit of money to do a feasibility study. So we did a feasibility study with our friends at North York Harvest and found that, you know, when we use school food hubs, we can use more locally sourced foods and we can support more job creation. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So what are we going to do in this pilot or in this project? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to integrate. We have a lot of people in the city that do school food. Our friends at the Toronto Foundation for Student Success, the Angel Foundation for Learning, you know, parents, other community organizations. So we're really going to take some time to learn and integrate with the current systems we have. Then we're going to select schools to do small pilots with our friends at North York Harvest. You know, as we test and pilot, we're going to refine, make things better, and then finally scale this as far across the city as we can, really looking to reduce the cost of food through bulk purchasing. Really looking at relief for Toronto families. We know that groceries are expensive these days, so really universal programs based on these models will ensure that students have access to food and reduce financial burden on families, right? We really want to lower that per item food cost through hubs and make school food programs more sustainable. The other thing we have to do here at the city is look at our own levers and pulleys and our purchasing power and logistics at the city and to see if we can use that as part of the project. We have a commitment to inclusive local economic development. This is hot on the heels of the report that's coming in April. So really looking at, you know, support for community-based food systems, including workforce development and some support for small businesses and entrepreneurs is a key pillar of this project. You know, we want to access locally sourced foods, and we really want to integrate and advance inclusive economic development as part of this project. So, it really validates our approach, and this win is very exciting for the city. We want to innovate how we purchase and deliver food, and we don't want to just feed children. We want to strengthen our community and fuel our local economy. So if you have any questions, you can always ask me or my colleague in social development, Franny Halpin. But thank you, Mayor, and we look forward to the project.
Thank you. Thank you for your good work. It's a prestigious award, and yeah, getting $1.4 million and doing bulk purchasing, creating local jobs, and feeding kids. Can't ask for more. So keep up the good work, and the partnership with Second Harvest. So pardon me, the North York Harvest. It's very precious. So, any questions? Seeing none. Let us adopt the recommendations. In fact, yeah, Councillor Bravo, 1 second.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take one little second to say how important this win is. Being able to put forward such an innovative project that speaks to dealing with the social determinants of health. Every dollar spent invested in a child's future saves many, many dollars down the road. It's just scientific, proven, and we were so far behind in Canada. This idea of school nutrition really originates in Toronto. It's a movement that's taken decades to build up. I'm just so pleased to be a counselor today and to be sitting at this table. The first time I came to City Hall to do a deputation, more than 25 years ago, the mayor was at the time was championing this program. We wanted it expanded to secondary schools, and to see it become universal is really something that I think we should be very happy about. The circular economy elements are really crucial here because every dollar that's being invested is actually recirculating in local economies. So this is an opportunity not just to feed a child, but to make sure that that child's family, the parents, have access to other opportunities. And the workforce pathways that are going to be created here, the fact that a dollar spent here is going to keep circulating and amplifying and means that we're actually sharing in the profits of our activity, our economic activity. And this is what Bloomberg has recognized. And I want to emphasize that when you talk to other cities globally about what Toronto does, we are so far ahead in so many ways. And today, I think we should all feel proud of this public service and the work that was done, and proud of the leadership demonstrated here. Thank you.
Mayor Osman Malik.
Thank you. I just want to echo the congratulations to the mayor and the city staff who have worked to bring this initiative forward. And as Councillor Bravo said, this has been the outcome also of advocates over many years and from one end of this city to the other. And this is a credit to your incredible work as well. As we have been working to make this program universal, we know that there are so many programs that are happening in our neighborhoods and our communities to ensure that no child, no teenager goes to school hungry. And that is so important as we, continue to see this program recognized. We know that it's one of the best things that we can do in Toronto, not just for students, but as was said, for communities, for families, for the types of neighborhoods that we want to see. It's also one of the best things we can do to continue to work towards a city that is as affordable as it can be, lifting one thing off of the shoulders of families. And with investments, I really want to emphasize in the bulk buying program is a game changer. We are also making it more affordable for the city to deliver and invest in our local suppliers, which is so important in this moment when we talk about shopping local and buying Canadian. This is us as a city demonstrating the leadership and how that's done, investing in our own food systems and our own food and agriculture businesses. It's another key opportunity to strengthen our local economy, to make it more resilient, and to ensure that we are creating also good, decent work in our communities across Toronto. And this is the type of work that we're here for, the one that makes lives better for Torontonians. And as always, we invite other levels of government to be alongside us, to keep building out this program with us. Let's keep that work together. Let's keep expanding the program for all it can do, and to make sure that we are nourishing the youngest people in our communities in every way possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher, and I'll come to you.
Good morning.
Just a second.
sorry,
Councillor Shan first, because visitor. Oh, of course. Pardon me. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I am very, very excited about this. I will just tell a little story that when I was a school trustee and Bruce School was going to close, I worked with a certain MP that you would know very well, Mayor, happened to be your late husband, Jack Layton, and someone who else you know very well, Valerie Ma, who was the principal. That school had a breakfast and a lunch and a snack program, and it was determined to be closed down by the new Toronto District School Board. That was one of the reasons for low-income kids, the neighborhood full of low-income kids, that we managed to keep the school going because of that kind of service. And it was very rewarding to be able to do that. And watching kids be able to come to school and not worry about being hungry is probably one of the most important things that we can do, because you do worry if you're hungry. You feel the grumbling, you feel that your head isn't quite clear, and then, wow, you have something to eat. So thank you very much for making sure every child has what the kids in Bruce School have, and I'm so happy we fought that good fight back in 2002. I'll also say that there's thousands, when we have to thank the thousands of mostly women, parents, who worked in every school to prepare that food, to make sure kids had food. It wasn't flown in like when you're on the airplane, already done. It was building a community. And if you couldn't pay for it, you made a little donation, but generally, it was free to your kids. So there are so many people on whose shoulders we're standing this morning, but it was a program I know, Mayor, you started when you were the children's advocate. You were such an advocate for food, and here today, you've come full circle. So I do want to congratulate you as well for never letting this drop off your radar for 1 second.
And those parents are volunteers.
Yes, they are volunteers, yes, loving volunteers.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to begin by congratulating the staff as well as the mayor on receiving this award and the kind of continuous push to have this program. As a former educator and TDSP chair, I see the direct benefit. I've been seeing it in schools, and this expansion has given a lot of hope. My colleagues have talked quite a bit about the benefits of the program, so I won't go further on that, but I just want to say some of the things that this particular proposal is starting to tackle is important, because universal programs are only effective if some of the local challenges are addressed. And Scarborough, the local challenges include storage, includes transportation, workforce development, and bulk buying. And I think these 4 challenges, if you talk to any of our schools that are offering the program or wanting to offer, would have identified as key challenges. So as we embark on this universal food nutrition program, tackling some of the structural challenges that exist in regions like Scarborough is critical. So I'm glad to see that being a major part of this grant, because as one-time grants, capacity building becomes pretty critical. So thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Molly.
As a kid who has benefited from school food programs over the years, I just want to echo the really, I think, important words of my colleagues, and congratulations both to city staff and the mayor for the leadership. This is a really important way that we in government can level the playing field for our residents to be successful, and particularly our young people who we owe a lot to. So really, really proud and privileged to be on this council as this great work is moved forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other speaker? No? Thank you for your hard work, and all those in favor of the adoption of the recommendation. Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Next item, only have one speaker, Portland's flood protection. So what I'm going to do is there are items that are fast. It's just 1 or 2 speakers. I'm going to knock all of them off. Item 3 has about 30 speakers. So, okay. So I'll do my best to get things moving as quickly as I can. Broke Coat Swerve. This is about protecting flatland in the...
Hi, good morning.
Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd first like to reflect and remember that every word spoken in this chamber, every light bulb, every salary paid, including those of city councillors, is funded almost entirely by the hard work and earnings of taxpayers and property owners. Nearly all of the city's $18.9 billion budget comes directly from them. We acknowledge that while taxpayers and property owners have endured an almost 20% increase in the last 3 years, only a small and insulated group decides how much of their income is expropriated to sustain a burgeoning municipal bureaucracy that continues to grow regardless of outcomes and results. We pay respect to those taxpayers because without them, this institution could not indulge in ideological excesses like renaming streets and public squares, painting roads with inferior and environmentally damaging red paint, nor fund harm reduction programs that result in a steady stream of drug paraphernalia littering our streets, sidewalks, parks, and
What
playgrounds.
item are you speaking on?
The very first one or the second one. I'm just doing a a taxpayer acknowledgement. I think this allows for a
I
much
just want to make sure
circular.
you're speaking
and-
to the right item. I didn't make a mistake, right? It's item 2. It's
That's
about
correct.
Portlands.
Yeah, I just want to
Flood
do my
protection.
taxpayer acknowledgement. This allows for a much more circular and inclusive approach to city governing. Thank you. We pay respect to those taxpayers because without them, this institution, I've done that. We'll skip that part. In the spirit of acknowledgement and with an eye to the future, we recognize the Toronto taxpayer and revere their tolerance for being taxed. Members of Executive Committee, thank you. The Portlands Flood Protection Project is an impressive engineering accomplishment. It protects neighborhoods, restores the mouth of the Don River, and opens new land for development. But it also creates a long-term responsibility to protect the ecosystem we have just rebuilt. The report notes the city will now undertake an ongoing dredging program to remove sediment from the Lower Don and the Keating Channel, expected to cost roughly $12 to $15 million annually once the current backlog is cleared. My first question for the Executive Committee today relates to the public-private nature of the Portlands. Major industrial operators remain active in the area, including aggregate and cement facilities that handle and process large volumes of material. Those operations generate particulate matter and dust that ultimately settles across the Portlands landscape into the same waterways the city will now dredge indefinitely. What environmentally accountable or contribution is being required from private industrial operators in the Portlands as part of the city's long-term sediment management strategy? My second question relates to the ecological corridor created by the naturalization of the Don's mouth. One of the goals of this project was to restore habitat and reconnect the river to Lake Ontario. Salmon return to Toronto's rivers each year to spawn, and the new river system has attracted a number of both wildlife and recreational anglers. What coordination exists between the city and the Toronto and Regional Conservation Authority and the province to enforce fishing license requirements and protect the restored habitat during spawning season? The city has invested more than $1 billion in rebuilding this river system. Ensuring that both industrial impacts and human activity are properly managed will be essential to protecting that investment over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any
I have a
question?
question. Yeah. Sorry, where does that sediment come from that's being dredged? I believe you must be Paul Machuzzi, is that correct? Are you Mr. Macusi?
No, I'm Mr. Coatsworth.
Oh, okay, I don't see your name on the speaker's list, so that's fine.
I'm the only person on the speaker's list, Paula.
Coatsworth.
Paul Coatsworth, I'm just looking at what was there before, so my apologies, Mr. Coatsworth.
Okay, seeing no other questions?
Yeah, the question
I'm
is,
sorry.
the sediment that you're speaking about, do you have any idea where it's coming from?
The Lafarge facility.
Pardon me?
The Lafarge facility,
Oh, really?
as well as the other industrial
Is it not
private
coming
sector
from the Don
businesses.
River? Is it not coming down the Don River? Is that where the sediment has always come from? I understand that's where it comes from.
And so the concrete that's in the air, you don't believe settles into the Don River at all?
Well, no, I'm not answering your questions. I'm just determining that for all of the Toronto Regional Conservation studies, for all the sediment studies, sediment has come out of here for dozens and decades, and that sediment is coming from the Don River. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. It's not
I'm
concrete
very aware
dust.
of it, Paula.
You
Thank
are very
you.
aware of that?
I am, yes. I've lived in your ward for my entire life.
Great.
I'm
So
very
you
aware of
know
the
that-
sediment that's been in the Don. And I'm
You
very
know
aware of
that.
the amount of water that the city spends on a daily basis in order to clean the new park that you cut the ribbon at last year. It's ridiculous how much money you guys are spending to clean up concrete, sediment, and particulates in that park. I wish the river would get cleaned up as well.
Well, the fact is, it's actually sediment from the Don River that's been dredged for years and years and years and is continuing to be dredged. So just to set the record straight for you.
Is that the same sediment
my
that's
question.
on the roadways and the infrastructure
Coatsworth
for
is a
children
name
to
I
play?
recognize, so it's very nice to meet you. Thank you so much, Paul.
It's Brooke, actually. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you very much, Brooke.
All right, thank you. Any other questions to the deputant? If not, Councillor Fletcher, would you like to speak to, okay, pardon me. Deputy Mayor Osman Malik wants to speak to this item.
Thank you very much. I want to just start by thanking staff for this update. This is a pretty incredible milestone. The Portland's flood protection project reaching its substantial completion is a generational achievement. And when we look at what has been accomplished as part of this project, it is and should be awe-inspiring for the depth and breadth. This is a project that is incredible for Toronto and decades in the making, but also one that is being looked at as an example from jurisdictions across the globe. And over the last 20 years, we have seen the results when governments come together to invest in our waterfront, and this is one incredible example. What can be achieved when we support an agency like Waterfront Toronto that gives leadership and focus to that revitalization, we are in good hands. And I want to really give particular congratulations to Councillor Fletcher for the years and years of work that has gone into this and being a champion of the Portlands. This work is yours, and to the incredible community, neighbors coming together, seeing the potential of what was here. A big shout out to the task force to bring back the Dawn, whose work and commitment and persistence and innovative thinking over decades has also resulted in this tremendous project. I also, in thanking city staff who've been working on this project, I do want to give specific congratulations to David Stonehouse, who has been working and giving leadership to this project for as many years as it has been coming together, and who is retiring at the end of this month, and to ensure that we are able to share with you what an incredible legacy this project is, and thank you for your leadership in seeing it through. And finally, as the mayor's designate to Waterfront Toronto, I want to keep working on what it takes to not just achieve big projects like this, to continue to improve, to refine them, to continue to hold them up as an incredible example of what we do in Toronto and what we do together. I also want to thank, finally, all of Council for continuing to advance the interest in this project and showing what can be done to make our waterfront a place that all of us can enjoy.
Thank you. Before other councillors, I just want to do a special shout out to David Stonehouse. We will miss you. The knowledge you have, the institutional wisdom that you have and knowledge you have on the waterfront is phenomenal. From every part of the waterfront, and the work you've done from the Bring Back the Dawn task force with my late husband, Jack Layton, and the huge number of the David Wilsons of this world, all the private citizens that have joined in and put in several decades of their life in together getting the Dawn River flowing into Lake Ontario once again, cleaning it up, building the Bidagacy Park. And my God, it is the work that you and all the citizens out there have done is celebrated worldwide. We will miss you a great deal, but like all good leaders, I am sure you've done good succession planning. But don't be surprised that we might, in your retirement, occasionally call you and say, "Oh my God, we need your help." So just saying, as we face different challenges in the waterfront, as you might know. So thank you for your good work, and especially all the willingness to work in partnership with the public and harnessing the energy both from the elected folks and of course the city staff and the public to make the waterfront the beautiful place it is, that it's also becoming. So just bottom of my heart, thank you for your work, because I've seen it through several decades. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. This really is a report on the second stage and of the waterfront, but this is the Portland's flood protection. It's not just something we decided to do. It's something that was a very important project. It was an environmental assessment, took many years in order to flood protect the eastern part of the city. Corktown Common and West Don lands was protected earlier. This is protecting the east. Nothing can be developed on our waterfront without flood protection, because you can't build so many wonderful things and then have it all inundated with floods. And if you've ever seen the Don River, and those of us who are counselors on rivers, like you, Councillor Morley, and myself, you know what happens, and sorry, Councillor Perks, you too, you just know what happens when the Humber swells and overflows, or the Don River swells and overflows. So this is for the future. It is a project for the future. It is an amazing project, and by the way, it is taxpayers from all three levels of government that have paid for this. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Our 1/3 was in very early. It was in our budget in 2013. The other levels put it in 2017. I have been very honored, and it's been my deep pleasure to be able to start with the environmental assessment here all the way through to seeing this river built and seeing the amazing restoration of the wetlands. We're restoring something that was there before. These industrial lands were brand new. The port was filled in, it's landfill. When you go and you start digging up, the things you find, because it was landfill, it's being restored as the natural habitat. And I think we're so respectful in restoring it. We've restored it. It's Bidosque Park. It's the Black Cherry Tree Island. Black cherry trees are there. And it goes back to what it was originally. I think we've often talked about when it was being dug up, seeds that were dormant for 100 or more years were found that were native species that are now growing along that riverbank. It's probably one of the most exciting projects ever, and it was the biggest civil works in the whole country. So I wouldn't want to leave a bad taste in anybody's mouth. All of that silt was coming down the Don River, getting stuck at the Keating Channel, which, if you've ever been there, was a hard 90-degree angle. Water never goes on a 90-degree angle. It was entombed in a dock wall and tin. But that sediment is coming from all the way very far, Vaughan, other places, and gathers there and must be removed, and it's taken to the Leslie Street Spit, which is also a landfill. We have two beautiful natural areas on our waterfront, which are both starting with landfill and have been reclaimed. I will just want to say that, as we've said about David Stonehouse, starting with Bring Back the Dawn, which was a tremendous citizen group with John Wilson, John Sewell, David Stonehouse, and it actually had a status here at the City of Toronto. It was a city committee, Bring Back the Dawn. It was tanked in 2010 when the then Mayor Ford removed all of these kinds of citizen committees from our agenda. It would be great to go back to those days where citizens had such a big role in developing policy and projects, but that's for the future, because we don't have it yet. And then, David, you went to Evergreen. You then went onto the river in a different place up at Evergreen, and then you moved down the river to the waterfront, where you have really given us tremendous leadership on the developing of our waterfront, which tonight we're going to be having a from plan to reality at Jimmy Simpson Community Center, showing the work that the city has done over decades here to realize the dream of a developed waterfront. How are we doing that? And over 1,000 people have signed up to come to this. There is tremendous interest in this project from across the city, and nothing makes Torontonians prouder than seeing us develop this undeveloped gem. So it is an exciting moment tonight. It's great we have this today here, and I join with thanking you, David, and everybody else who's made this a possibility. The funders, the city, the province, and the federal government all stand proud for this incredible, incredible project. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ainsley?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank staff, our city staff, our waterfront staff, for all of the amazing work they've been doing. As a board member of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority, I'd like to thank all the TRCA staff for the work they do. Madam Mayor, and Councillor Fletcher will be very happy to hear this. Last week I was in Washington, D.C. as a city representative on the Great Lakes St. Lawrence City Initiative. And we met with a number of members of Congress, members of Senate. One of the things that we were advocating for on the American side of the border, they have a Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, which is money that their waterfront cities receive from the federal government. And they're continuously each year advocating for it. President Trump is not a big fan of the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. He actually seems to think it's a waste of money. When I was meeting with members of Congress and Senate, and they were looking at me and saying, well, you know, Deputy Mayor, what's Toronto doing? And I was able to talk about our waterfront, the billions of dollars that we're spending, the tagline that I more often use. I said, you know, the environment doesn't recognize the international border that goes across the middle of our Great Lakes. What happens on one side of the Great Lakes, the Canadian side or American or vice versa, deeply impacts the other side of the Great Lakes. And so a number of mayors, the mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, actually, was here last summer. He was telling me he spent a lot of time walking up and down and along our waterfront. He was in the Rouge National Urban Park. He was out at the Humber, walked along our waterfront, seeing everything that we were doing, looking at the amazing work at the mouth of the Don. So, you know, the work we're doing is internationally recognized here, improving the quality of the Great Lakes. The other thing I was able to speak about, our harbor's designated an area of concern. It's had that designation for decades. We're on the cusp of having that removed. So I think it really recognizes all of the amazing work our staff here in the Conservation Authority are doing, and recognizing Councillor Fletcher's advocacy as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speaker? If not, Councillor Fletcher's in your ward. You have
Yes.
moved.
Happily to do that.
Yes, the recommendations, all those in favor in adoption, opposed, carry. Thank you. Next item, let's do it quite quickly. Potholes, sorry. Potholes. Daniel Tate and Paul Machiusi, but Daniel Tate to start. There's only one speaker. No? You here? Or Paul Machiusi? They're not here? Potholes. Councillor Fletcher, do you, it's seeing no other speaker. You have a motion. Okay, Deputy Mayor Ainsley. Okay, pardon me. Councillor Morley, question to staff.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just a few quick questions of staff. I'll try to keep it brief. But I know this is an issue impacting all of us in Toronto at the moment. And just wanted to get some clarification on the record. How many additional roads were added to the repaving list under the Fixing Roads Faster program approved last summer? And how many were completed in 2025?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I don't have the exact number for that one with me, but my recollection is it was around about 18 kilometres that we added, and we completed all of them last year.
They were all completed. Okay.
They were.
Thank you. The pothole reports, from our understanding, have increased from about 1,400 in February last year, 2025, to 6,839 in February of this year, citywide. What factors are driving this significant increase?
Through the chair, well, it's a factor of a number of things. Primarily, it's a change in temperature during the day and evening. So during the day, the temperature is warm and we see melting conditions or rain. And overnight, those wet roads freeze. That water gets through cracks. And as it freezes, it turns into ice and expands. And when vehicles drive over that expanded or lifted asphalt, that's what causes the break. And with excessive driving over that, it creates a larger pothole.
So essentially the significant extreme weather in terms of cold and snowfall this year has been dramatically different than last year, and that's largely adding or contributing, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. To what well, we just talked about that. And then what steps is the city taking to ensure road repairs are more resilient to severe weather and that winter maintenance practices like salt and winter equipment are not contributing to our road deterioration?
Through the chair, so yeah, we have a salt management plan that we use as part of our winter operation. And basically what that is we apply salt, we use a controller within the salting vehicle itself, and we spread salt according to the conditions and the type of road. So rather than the previous day where it was just full spreading, we can now monitor the amount of salt that we apply. How we store our salt is an improvement over historical years. We contain it. We prevent leaching as best we can. And then this goes with our sidewalk treatment as well. We only try to use salt when absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, this past winter, as everybody knows, it was extreme. And we did need to use more salt than we would in a normal winter, unfortunately.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on questions we had yesterday at General Government Committee about minimum maintenance standards. And the concern I had was, so if there's a pothole, it gets reported to 311, transportation staff will go out, mark it, put a cone on it, and then somebody else goes out eventually and fills the pothole. And this ties into the minimum maintenance standards. And I would like to understand further how we give input to the province on minimum maintenance standards if they're not meeting the goals and objectives for filling potholes and road repair.
Through the chair, I can speak briefly to that. As was mentioned yesterday, we are members of the Ontario Good Roads Association. We have membership and directors on that committee. We do bring items through for a review, not just from a City of Toronto perspective, but when they're reviewing the minimum maintenance standards, it is done from a provincial lens. But that's not to say that we can't bring recommendations or areas to be investigated.
Okay, but do we proactively reach out to the province and say, based on data we have from 311, these are the potholes or the road issues we have, this is how long it's taking to do, it's following the minimum maintenance standards, which is minimum. Is it time to review this? We're asking you to review this and change the standards instead of just going through good roads.
So through the chair, I'm not aware that we've specifically reached out in that respect. What we do as staff, though, is we follow the council-approved service response standards for pothole filling, both for emergency repairs for larger potholes, but then our time period for normal ones. If council so wished us to reach out to the province around the minimum maintenance standards, we're more than happy to do that. What I would flag is obviously that will have staffing and cost implications if we do move our service response standards to respond in a different way.
Okay, and just as a basic example, so if my car hits a pothole, so the way that I understand how it works now is that if I hit a pothole, I make a submission at 311, I get a service request order number, somebody from the transportation department will go out and paint an orange circle around a pothole or put a cone on the pothole until another crew comes out and actually fills the pothole. Is that correct?
So through the chair, it will depend on the size of the pothole. So we aim to, when we go out and initially inspect the pothole, our staff do carry cold mix asphalt with them. So if they're able to repair the pothole, then we would expect them to do that, and that's what they would do. If the pothole is larger, that would be when they would mark it up and then put a cone there and then arrange for a crew with a hot mix truck to come back and deal with that pothole.
Okay, and is that process that we just agreed happens, is that a city-directed process, or is that the minimum maintenance standard the province directs?
Through the chair, that's our city standard. That's the way we deal with them at the city.
Okay, and then further to that, my understanding is that I report that pothole using that process, and then Councillor Morley comes out to my ward to visit me and hits that pothole with an orange circle around it.
Uh-oh.
And that our claims,
claims
adjuster will deny Councillor Morley's insurance claim because I've already reported that pothole and it's been marked with an orange circle, correct?
Through the chair, that would be a question that you would need to direct to our insurance people. I can't comment on the way that the city deals with the claims that arise from potholes. What I can comment on is how we as a city deal with those potholes.
Okay, well, I can say rhetorically that if Councillor Morley had that situation, she would have her claim denied. Thank you, appreciate it. That's all I have to say, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, and then we
Yeah, I just
may have
want
a
to,
motion.
thank you. But I want to know that percentage-wise, the number of potholes that we have, how does that compare to Markham, to Richmond Hill, to Mississauga? Do you have any way to count that outside of the good roads, or is there some way you can bring that information? Or maybe that's through somehow through our city manager where they're meeting. There do seem to be an inordinate number of Toronto potholes.
Through the chair, I don't specifically have those numbers, but we can certainly reach out. I can reach out to my counterparts at those organisations and get those to compare them. The information I do have is the Toronto year-over-year change.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you. Could you repeat that, please?
Sorry, councillor. Is that better? I said I can reach. I'm more than happy to. I don't have those numbers to hand, but I'm more than happy to reach out to my counterparts at those municipalities to obtain those numbers. What I do have is numbers for Toronto year-over-year.
Yes, if we have them for Toronto year over year, I think it would be very interesting to see if Mississauga, they have the same weather conditions that we have, I believe, and the other surrounding GTA cities have the same percentage of pothole problems that we have. Would you be able to have that for council?
Through the chair, happy to do that. What I would just flag is it wouldn't be pothole numbers, it would be the number of potholes that get repaired. We can obviously obtain from those municipalities the number of service requests relating to potholes, which might be an indicator of the number of potholes there are.
So then there's nobody, or we're waiting for service requests. In other words, you're waiting for this public to tell you that there's a pothole. Is that how it works?
Through the chair, no, that's not how it works. We proactively monitor the right-of-way and consistently fill significantly more potholes than are reported through 311. For example, last year in 2025, there were 11,300 potholes reported through 311 across the whole city, but we filled 257,500 potholes.
So that would be helpful then to know the number that were filled in other places, the reporting, and just the pavement standards. Who looks at those pavement standards or the patterns? So you might find that in a certain part of the city or certain roads are more susceptible to potholes. Do you do that kind of work, the standard of paving?
Through the chair, absolutely, both through our asset management team who monitor the conditions of the roadways and identify roads which need both resurfacing and reconstruction, but then also through both the 311 service requests and our own patrols, we also heat map where we're having those pothole issues so that we can target specific blitzes in those areas.
Would you have something to say, well, here's an area that was ex-contractor, and there seem to be 20% more potholes in that area than there are in other areas? Do you do that level of fine detail, or can you?
Through the chair, I'm not sure that we'd have information around the specific contractor that was responsible for constructing that road, but we can certainly heat map where we can certainly heat map road condition and then overlay that with pothole service requests as well.
You do hear that I'm just looking at standards for contractors, that they're at the top grade rather than a quick grade, correct? Is there some way of monitoring that?
Through the chair, I'm not sure there's some quick way of doing that. We do obviously monitor contractor performance when they deliver infrastructure for us.
Yes.
It's a bit more tricky to map it over the whole city because obviously the city roads have developed over a period of 100 or so years.
We're going to map a contractor, and then if those roads tend to be the ones where you have one of the 250,000 potholes, a large number of them, do you ever match those things up? I'm very interested in this. Just standards for contractors in roads.
Probably your last question.
Yep.
Through the chair, so I'm not sure we specifically have that information, but we do, as part of each contract that's been performed for us, do asphalt quality testing. So we do know the quality of the asphalt that's being laid, and then we do warranty assessments as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay. Questions or, yeah, Councillor Shen?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. What percentage of work would you think is 311 initiated and what is proactive? You mentioned proactive monitoring that gets done. And do you have, just following up from Councillor Fletcher's question around GTA, I would also be more interested in seeing what the distribution of work is within the different parts of the city, particularly Scarborough.
So through the chair, yeah, I certainly have all the service requests broken down by specific wards for the past 3 years, so I can certainly provide that information. In the absence of doing some quick math, as I said, the 2025 number was 11,325 service requests for potholes, and then we filled 257,000. Okay. So I don't know, it's maybe 85% that we identify ourselves, and then maybe 15% or so which comes from the public.
So do we, and you mentioned, just to confirm that you mentioned that you're tracking which of the streets or avenues might be consistently having multiple requests to proactively monitor as part of the work, because one of my concerns is that 311 calls, we know through previous reports, are disproportionately lower in certain regions of the city. That doesn't really necessarily mean the potholes are disproportionately smaller.
Yep, through the chair, yes. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for flagging that. And that's one of the reasons is, so in terms of our identification of potholes, we identify those through both our proactive patrols, through 311 service requests, but then when we're identifying where we're going to do pothole blitzes, we also apply an equity lens as well. So we recognise that some parts of the community are far more inclined to call in their potholes or general city issues, and other areas aren't. So we do apply an equity lens to all of our pothole and road repair work as well.
Okay. I would be interested in maybe getting a follow-up afterwards around what that equity lens looks like as well.
Happy to do that, Councillor.
Thank you. And in terms of the repair work being done, is there a way for, it might already exist, just like snow plowing, a real-time kind of a thing. Is there a ways to see what is being completed, not simultaneously? I know it takes a lot of data, but at least on a regular basis for some of the regions to see what's being completed?
Through the chair, we don't currently do that on a daily basis. We do log the number of potholes we fill on a daily basis, for example. And yesterday, I think we did just over 3,000. But but we don't heat map that at the moment, but we certainly can do. It's certainly something that we'd like to move towards in the same way as we do with winter. We proactively map everything that we're doing.
Yeah, thank you. It could even be by the size and by the amount of work that's done on some of those potholes, not every single pothole, but maybe the larger ones. So it would be appreciated if there's a process that could be done. Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, to the deputants that are here on the Queen's Park, yeah, I'm going to do the next item, yours, okay? Pardon me, I thought this item was fast, but it obviously is not. How many other speakers are there? In terms of Councillor Fletcher speaking to the item, and Councillor Ainsley has a motion. And I will now take the next item, yeah? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Nunziata, Speaker Nunziata, go ahead. You have a question to the
I just have
staff.
a fast question because I was listening to it. So just to staff, as far as the communication on potholes, other than residents contacting 311, which a lot of residents don't do, I know that I put that in my weekly newsletter to have them contact 311 or my office. Are we engaged? Do we drive out? Do we have staff driving out to the main streets, residential streets, and looking for potholes, or do we wait until a complaint comes in?
Through the chair, yes, we have staff proactively. We have maintenance patrollers who are proactively out there on the streets every day.
Okay, so you identified them. So we don't wait until someone actually complains and then puts in a claim. That we're very proactive in that way.
We're very proactive, and as I explained, we maybe over 80%, 80 to 85% of all potholes we've identified, as opposed to coming from service
Now,
requests.
if somebody reports a pothole, how long does it take for staff to repair that pothole?
Through the chair, so it depends on the roadway type, and then it also depends on if it was classified as a priority one, so if it's a big pothole or if it's a normal size pothole. So if for roadways, if it's a priority one, then we would repair that within 24 hours. So if it's a large pothole would be something that's larger than a shoebox. And if it's a priority two, then we have 14, we would repair that within 14 days.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my question.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, two speaker, and then we should move into item 3.
I'll go very fast. Thank you. I'll go very fast. I did ask my constituents for potholes, my e-blast, and I'm happy, Mr. Curtis, I'll be showing you those, some big, some small. I think there's a number of them that are along TTC tracks and along streetcar tracks, and I would probably assume those are more dangerous than something else because they will affect the integrity of the tracks. And I will say to you, Councillor Shan, that when you have a brand new road, I have driven in your neighborhood, it's new, there are not a lot of utility cuts there. So utility cuts, of which I've had 11,000 just on 7 or 8 roads, Bell, Rogers, Enbridge, water, hydro, you can imagine constantly patching that. I believe those roads actually now have less integrity than a road that has been properly done in a subdivision. So I know there's potholes everywhere, but I'm going to now say that I want to look at what happens with utility cuts. And because the utilities have all been put in before the road has gone in some areas in new subdivisions, it's now being dug up to go in and increase the sewer size, do all of those things in the old parts of the city. So I do think that that adds to pothole problems. And it is a real problem to have, as Mr. Curtis called them, shoebox potholes. And I started noticing one, well, there's one right out on Dundas between Mutual and Jarvis, if you wanted to go and get that one started right now. It's not just a shoebox, it's probably an Amazon delivery box. It's very, very big. So this is good that we're focusing on this, and Mayor, thank you for putting this on this agenda, because it's something that really, when When spring comes, people really notice it. It has been a particularly difficult winter. Let's see what's happening. But I also want to make sure that Mississauga doesn't have, if they don't have as many potholes, and Markham doesn't have as many potholes, and this one doesn't have as many potholes, why do we have so many potholes? That's a question that I think we need to answer for ourselves and for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Ainsley, you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to move a motion that City Council requests the General Manager, Transportation Services, and any other required divisions to accelerate the chatbot and AI integration pilot currently underway with the city's 311 platform in order to support Council's request for an ongoing data-driven pothole blitz strategy. And just for some background, Madam Mayor, so this item sets the direction. It follows the urgency in the item that you've brought forward for us today. I'm moving this motion build directly on the work that simply asks that we use the technology the city already has access to, the AI and the 311 integration pilot with Microsoft and Salesforce to help transportation services prioritize pothole repairs in real time. This delivers data-driven pothole prioritization that this item requires. This is a natural step to operationalize your strategy, which calls for a continuous pothole blitz model, improved prioritization, and better real-time information for operational planning. To make this possible, we need a tool that can generate continuous data-driven priorities, not just seasonal reports or manual mapping. This motion ensures we use the existing AI pilot with our 311 system to provide capability immediately. It directs staff to accelerate the chatbot AI integration pilot currently underway with Salesforce, which is our existing 311 platform and system of record, and Microsoft Canada, which is our analytics and AI vendor. So I just want to be clear, there's no new procurement for this. There's no new system, and it's a faster deployment of our pilot program that's already in progress. Transportation services staff have confirmed with me, if they have the appropriate access to this system, that they can set up an AI-based pothole prioritization system within a week.
Oh, well done. Okay, thank you. That's good. Any other speaker? No? All those in favor, Councillor Deputy Mayor Ainsley motion, opposed, carry, thank you, and the adoption of the recommendation in front of you. All those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Item 3, update on the Weston Foundation donation for Queen's Park North Revitalization. Earlier on, I thought there's items that I could quickly deal with, but that didn't turn out that way. Apologies. So, Councillor Sachs, thank you for coming and joining us in your ward. I have a list of speakers starting from Joseph Lawson. Are you here, Joseph? Have a seat. Thank you. Good morning to you. You have 5 minutes. Yep. You may need to press that button in front of you.
Press it. Screen.
Yep. Oh,
Okay.
here we are.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I just want to say it's a great pleasure and an honor to be able to come here and say a few words. I'm a financial analyst and an accountant, and I've lived in the area here beside the park for over 20 years. I was involved in a previous round of consultations when the park underwent its previous redevelopment. That was about 2019, I think. At that point, I'd raised the issue of the festivals that took place in the park previous years, that there was a lot of destruction and the park got run down. And it was very nice to have the park redeveloped at that point in time. I guess my criticism of the plan then, as it is now, is that the landscape architects and the people behind it have come up with a lot of different concepts, different ideas and so on, to put on a space that is somewhat limited. And my argument would be that sometimes less can be more. Sometimes it can be beneficial to put less stuff on a limited area, because certain things that can perhaps look good on paper, when you sit down and you're actually sitting in the middle of it, the more geometric man-made objects you have sitting in the middle of it, it can become distracting, and it takes away from that sort of relaxing feel that you get when you're sitting out in nature. At the time of the redevelopment, I guess the city did a historical impact study. I went and did my own, and I gathered up a lot of documents and pictures and so on from historical Toronto. It was interesting to see that the original plan was set out on what they called a picturesque concept, which is similar to what they had in Britain. If you look at Blenheim, for example, is one example of a picturesque, where the architectural concept uses sort of curving lines to create a more natural, you can get kind of a geometrically somewhat distorted. It creates a concept of being in nature. You can make a small area look bigger than it really is. And when you come in with a lot of very hard lines, it changes the perspective completely. Now, in around 2019, the landscape architects were very determined to come in and put what they call the mall, a linear boulevard down the middle of the park from the cenotaph down to the King Edward statue. And that boulevard provided certain benefits. It creates a very elegant look to it, but it also somewhat took away from the natural view of the park. So my argument would be, please be careful in terms of the number of things that you want to impose on it. I argue that at some point you reach a point where the area becomes optimized, and to continue to put more and more and more things on it can potentially detract. I mean, it depends on what your view of a park is. As far as I can see, $50 million is a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I would argue that there's an argument for perhaps doing less with a little bit less money, maybe taking some of the $50 million and putting it towards other worthwhile projects like developing homeless shelters for many people in the city who are without homes and so on. Other aspect I would like to just bring up is the Queen's Park was dedicated to Queen Victoria, and it reflects Canada and Ontario and Toronto's connection to the home country, England, to the British Empire, and reflects some of the historical benefits that we got from that relationship, although colonialism is perhaps not as much in fashion as it used to be. We derive a lot of benefits in this country from our historical relationship with England. Some of the interesting facts I would just like to review without taking up too much time. When the park was opened, I think it was 1860, at that time the city wanted Queen Victoria to come to open it herself. And she couldn't come, so she sent her 18-year-old son, Edward, to go and open it because she couldn't come. He came to Canada. He was here for 2 months. It was actually the very first official royal tour by any member of the royal family, i.e. the monarch or the Prince of Wales. And Albert Edward, who was not perhaps known for being a very stellar academic, it was just his first major outing, did very well because of his intelligence and his sociability. The tour was a huge success. In September, he went over from Windsor over into Detroit, went through the United States, and then back to England. Okay?
You may have to wrap up as 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
It's interesting history.
Okay, okay. It's unfortunate we don't have too much more time. I have to respect the other people who want to speak as well. The point being, there's a very important historical connection here.
We hear you. Your 5 minutes is up.
The statue of King Edward, I suggest, should probably remain where it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Our next speaker, thank you for your time. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Fletcher.
While not agreeing with you about that statue.
No? Why not?
I don't have to, not answering your questions, I'm just letting you know. But
Okay.
I think you're posing two things. One is a restful respite in the middle of the city, and the other is an animated park space. Would you agree that's the picture that you painted to start
Well, my argument is it should be retained as a restful space.
So you've painted two different things, and you're talking about a restful respite. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, and let you know about the other thing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melanie Duquette-Wilson. Melanie? There's a mic in front of you. Come have a seat. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and through you, Madam Mayor Chow, thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to be speaking along very similar lines about the respite of Queen's Park North. I first sat in Queen's Park North as a child, and then as an undergraduate at U of T, and then as a teacher and principal in training. And later I watched my own children and my students marvel at the wildlife around the park and play amongst the trees. Today, I still seek its shade and calm between events and the city's bustle. Not once in all of those times did I wish for something that wasn't already there. This park's century-old trees and its ancient soil are a living system. They store carbon, absorb storm water, cool surrounding streets, and sustain the biodiversity of the city. Mature trees provide exponentially greater climate benefit than saplings and cannot be replaced on any timelines that match our climate commitments. The soil is just as ancient and is critical to its ecosystem. So disturbing established root zones in one of our most visible green spaces would contradict the very promises Toronto has declared and committed to through Transform TO and its biodiversity strategies. It's supposed to protect and expand natural systems, like we've been hearing about today, not build unnecessarily in and on it. This land holds cultural significance for the Anishinaabe, including the Mississauga of the Credit and the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat Nations, and forms part of, as we've heard, of Ontario's civic heritage. The city's project team clearly has been working hard and appears to recognize that this is not solely a donor-driven vision and that the commercial structures are not wanted by the rights holders or the social associations and environmental groups that I happen to be part of. And that's clear from the recommendations to the report. Moreover, this is a leased land from U of T, if we're going to look at it in colonial terms, that values historic, environmental, and cultural integrity. It's fair to ask, in my opinion, as has already been mentioned, why other underserved parks or communities like the houseless or the school food programs that we've been talking about this morning that scramble for 1.5 or 4 million, when we're talking about 50 million here, why they're not being considered as a priority for this kind of philanthropy. Upgrade concerns could be addressed at Queen's Park North through targeted low-impact improvements. Efficiency lighting, permeable surfaces, native plants, waste diversion, and better tree care, which the plan itself is actually including. These measures strengthen the climate resilience. Regeneration, which is used repeatedly in the report, means the act of restoring carefully what time or neglect has eroded. It's about stewardship, not convenience. Infrastructure primarily designed for modern comfort risks also altering the very qualities that regeneration is meant to protect. Cement washrooms, a cafe, and the infrastructure that comes with that, like sewers and electrical wiring and cables, are not enhancements to the visitor experience, in my opinion, for the many who have voiced concerns, for those who care about climate emergency that we've declared, or for the existing biodiversity and ecosystems of this particular area of the city. And this is what future generations need. Individual cubicle washrooms on the existing periphery of the concrete around Queen's Park could be sufficient if we're looking at convenience upgrades for humans. Queen's Park has served the public for over 160 years as it is, with upgrades a little bit here and there, or some rejuvenation here and there, as was mentioned in 2019, 2020. Protecting this space is protecting this space in largely its natural state would show that Toronto understands a simple truth. Some places are valuable precisely because we have the wisdom to leave them be, even in the heart of the city. I urge this executive committee and the city to pause for a moment and ensure that rigorous environmental protection, meaningful recognition, meaningful reconciliation with more of the urban Indigenous peoples that were invited to general community group meetings, but not specific to themselves, and social equity guide the planning. Queen's Park is a living heritage landscape. How it is preserved is of key importance to current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. Thanks for coming. I know you've been stating your concern a number of times. You're aware we can't force the donor to fund something else.
That's right. We can always refuse a donation, though.
Well, okay. Do you think we should refuse? Are you asking this committee to refuse this donation?
I'm asking this committee to go back to the donors and appeal to them to what the majority of input to the consultation has suggested.
So
in other words, do we have to have the restaurant and the washrooms? That's basically what we're talking about are the big disruptors here, and particularly the size of the restaurant, or the cafe that they're calling it, is a 3,000 square feet, if I'm not mistaken, which is quite a significant size to plop right in the middle of Queen's Park North.
So if it's a choice between having the building with the cafe and the washroom or returning down the donation entirely, are you asking us to turn down the donation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you agree that we need to do more to protect and look after the mature trees in Queen's Park?
I think that's a possibility. There are other municipalities that are bringing in natural capital programs. Where I am up in Aurora, actually, they're looking at protecting mature trees and identifying which ones need protection and classifying them within a particular list so that they can't be disrupted. Currently, right now, for example, in Aurora, they've identified 5 to 14 trees this year alone that now have special protection. So that's something that the city could look at, yes.
So you know that's something that's in my letter, right? That we protect the distinctive trees. Is that something you support?
Yeah, sorry, say that again?
You noticed in my letter I proposed that we should provide extra protection and ensure no harm to the distinctive trees. Is that something you support?
Yes, that's correct. I've seen that in the report. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. Daniel Tate, Integrity TO, is the next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's lovely to be back. Let's start my deputation in a good way by acknowledging the hardworking and tired Toronto taxpayers. Without their hard-earned money, this entire institution would crumble. And despite the increasing hardships that they face, they are focused to watch their money fuel an ever-growing and inflated city bureaucracy that focuses on ideology and the need to continually make itself larger and larger, while city services become more and more inefficient. We pay homage and acknowledge the Toronto taxpayer and remind ourselves of all they have done for this city. Now on the topic of the Queen's Park North project. Queen's Park North is Toronto's oldest municipal park and one of the most historically significant civic spaces in the city. Before approving a proposal that could reshape the park's governance, design, and character for decades, several fundamental questions deserve clear answers. One, who ultimately governs a public park? If Queen's Park North will be governed through a tri-party structure involving the City of Toronto, the Weston Foundation, and the University of Toronto, who ultimately answers to the public? When decisions arise regarding programming, maintenance, design, or park use, will the final authority rest with elected officials accountable to Toronto residents or with a governance structure involving private and institutional partners? Two, are we comfortable setting a precedent for donor-driven parks? If a single philanthropic donor provides up to $50 million to reshape a major civic park, does that create a precedent for private influence over public space? Philanthropy can be valuable, but should the evolution of Toronto's most historic parks be shaped primarily through public planning processes or through projects enabled by the availability of large private donations? What precedent does that set for the future of other public spaces in Toronto? Three, why are procurement rules being relaxed? Why does the proposal request authority for a non-competitive procurement contracts exceeding $500,000 in order to meet donor timelines? Major public projects should follow the strongest standards of transparency and competitive bids, particularly when significant public infrastructure is involved. Should Toronto relax procurement standards simply because a project is tied to philanthropic funding? I would argue no. Four, should council look 4, should council lock in a 20-year governance structure? The proposed operating agreement would govern the park for approximately 20 years. Why should City Council commit Toronto to a multi-decade governance structure for one of the city's most central civic spaces? Why should City Council commit Toronto? What happens if the model provides ineffective or the parties in the governance structure become negligent in their duties? These are all concerning questions that we all need to tackle. 5, should civic commons become commercialized spaces? The proposed design includes food and beverage services such as a cafe. Even small commercial elements can gradually transform a civic space. Should one of Toronto's most important democratic gathering spaces, Queen's Park North, evolve into a programmed destination park with commercial activity rather than what it was always designed to be, a simple civic commons open to spontaneous public use? Queen's Park North has historically been a place for public gathering, civic expression, and protest. That character shouldn't change. Are we protecting, 6, are we protecting the historic character of Toronto's first park? Queen's Park North opened in 1860 as Canada's first municipal park and remains one of Toronto's most historically significant landscapes. Will new features, structures, and programming infrastructure preserve the historic character of the park or gradually transform it into something fundamentally different? What happens to the existing monuments and statues in the park that help define its historical identity, including the majestic King Edward VII statue and other historic commemorations throughout the Queen's Park North precinct? Toronto has already witnessed the removal or neglect of several historical elements across the city. The list goes on, and many residents are raising concerns about the loss of civic heritage. This discussion about Queen's Park North is certainly within the realm of that conversation. And then lastly, why are tens of millions of dollars being concentrated into one park when so many other of our city parks are in disrepair and could use a big chunk of that investment? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Any question to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Sita. Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm kind of glancing. Go ahead, Sita. I need some water. Got it. Good morning. 5 minutes.
Chair is low. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sita Ramkalawan Singh. I'm chair of the Grange Community Association, and our eastern boundaries are adjacent to University Avenue. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, and I've been involved in many discussions in the last few weeks about this, and I've had some communications with some of you. I will not take up my full 5 minutes because much of what I might have said will be spoken to by the other deputants with whom I've been involved. We understand from the staff, which is what they've told us, that the primary purpose of this report is to accept the donation and all that goes with that. We agree that the funds should be accepted. What we do not agree is a carte blanche approval to the rest of it. You will hear from many of my colleagues that there should be no final design approved today, which is some of what is outlined in Appendix 3 and 4 of the staff report. So we would like you to be really clear that there's no approval being given to the final design. As I noted in my letters to this executive committee, my letters dated March 8th and March 5th, that there are many, many missing elements and information that we do not have, such as the terms of reference, such as the relationship of the university to this process, and so on and so forth. We believe that there should be answers to those questions in the next report that comes back. And finally, what I would like to say is that I was involved in a major revitalization process downtown, that is Grange Park. There were funds donated, some of which actually came from the Weston family, but what was really clear and unique about that process was that it was a collaborative process between the Art Gallery of Ontario and the institutions around Grange Park and the local residents. Every single discussion and decision was actually made through that advisory committee. It wasn't hived off somewhere in some other place. It was there. And what was really clear about that process was that there would be no, that all of the elements, the structures were to the edge of the park, such as the washrooms and so on. We agreed that there was to be no advertising and that all of the signage had to be very, very discreetly placed. We think that some of those principles should also apply here. And I'm not going to take up any more of your time, simply to say that make sure you don't approve the final design today. Make sure it comes back when there have been fulsome and more detailed community conversations. Thank you very much.
Any questions to Deputy Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you, Sita. I know you've been involved extensively in the many consultations that have taken place. There's a whole year of consultation here. So first of all, you know that it's the position of staff and mine that we're not approving any design today, and that's going to be clear in the motions going to be made on my behalf, right?
Well, it's only today become clear to me that that's what would go forward, no approval on the actual design.
Yeah,
despite what's in the appendices to the report.
Yeah, I'm sorry that wasn't more clear. It was intended to be, but we will make it clear. How do you think we should be selecting members of the Community Advisory Board here? That's something that's not been fleshed out yet. Do you have suggestions for us?
Yeah, I do, but not right now. I would like to go through a process that's similar to what we undertook with Grange Park, in terms of the terms of reference, the composition, how you would actually define who would be on that advisory board. And I'm actually concerned that there be a singular chair. I think maybe that process should be co-chaired with the University of Toronto, because in fact, they're going to be managing the process after the next phase of design consultation has taken place.
Right. You've referred to the Grange process a couple of times. That was in the context of an OMB proceeding where the AGO was seeking rezoning and the neighbors had standing to appeal. This is quite different. But if you've got suggestions for how we should be selecting the advisory committee, are you willing to put those to me in writing?
Sure, happy to do that. And I just want to clarify, the Grange Park process came about because the gallery agreed to work with the community and with the ward councillor on the next phase of revitalization. So even though it was certainly true that an OMB appeal triggered the settlement that took place, would then led to the revitalization, but the process afterwards was fully collaborative with everybody. There was no particular hierarchy involved.
Okay, I look forward to getting your letter. Thank you.
You're welcome, thanks.
Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Not only the Grange has that type of committee, but the Bentway has that as well, correct? It's a model that we've used in a number of significant locations for parks in the city. Agreed? Mm-hmm. Yes. And just tell me what changes were made in Grange Park that from its original configuration. I know there were some playgrounds that were put in there for the neighborhood, correct? But in general, there wasn't a million different things that went into the
I mean, I could go at length with this, but the major changes really, yeah, the major changes really had to do with the complete revitalization, the soils, new trees. There was certainly a new park, certainly a new playground feature. and there was a water feature paid for by the Westons that was installed at the north end. But I think that the major change I'd like to emphasize was actually the establishment of a formal advisory committee which guided all of this activity. Once that was completed, there's a new community council, and at some point, the city council approved a notion or the principle of community management of the park. And I'm pleased that Councillor Malik is our council on this, and she chairs the new advisory committee.
So when that was done, and I remember, there wasn't the same type of commitment to Indigenous consultation back when the Grange was done. Would you agree with me?
There was limited.
Yes, but it wasn't the central.
It was not
plan.
central.
We didn't have a truth. We didn't have a Truth and Reconciliation implementation
That's
committee.
correct.
So in looking at this, would you say that I'm just a bit concerned that Indigenous consultation was not perhaps in the most organized way that it could be. It seemed that there were 4 folks from Mississaugas and 2 from here and 2 from here. But that might not be the standard way that we would have that type of a consultation for a city facility.
Yeah, I agree that's important, and I'd like to note that the Grange Park revitalization process was completed in 2014, 12 years ago.
Yes, no, I understand. I'm
So
saying
it's-
things have changed
yeah,
now,
so
so would
what's
you agree
good?
with me
Yes,
that
yeah.
that's a new element that may not have been fully realized in this initial consultation? Would you agree with that?
That's correct. And in subsequent projects in the neighborhood, there's been a lot of Indigenous consultation.
And how much do you care about the statue of the Prince out of 10?
It's not my brief.
Not your brief? If it was moved, that's not a big problem for you?
Not for me.
All right. Are you aware of what instructions were given to the landscape architect? I noticed that we are talking about kind of restful respite versus really animated, busy area. I'm unclear what instructions were given as to the direction for this redesign.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? I will ask that. Yeah. And are you aware that all those trees came from the George Leslie Tree Farm on Queen Street East? That is their origin. So I think everybody needs to know. They came from the East End many years ago. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Interesting history. Thank you. Any other speaker? Any other questions? If not, next speaker, Paul Machuski. There you are. 5 minutes, and there's a mic in front of you.
Chair and members, my name is Paul McCusey. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm both a business owner and resident of Ward 11 and someone who enjoys the charm of this park regularly. Following the consultation, I was left with asking many questions, more than were answered, and I'm hoping many of those can be answered. Firstly, in regards to governance and accountability, the report provides broad discretion to Parks and Rec, the donor, and the university, including exemptions from competitive procurement for contracts over $500,000. But why are we bypassing city rules as regular practices when justifications are simply timelines and donor funding, while limiting competition and public value? The report also states that an executive director will be hired and dedicated to the QPN to be employed by the University of Toronto, but it's unclear on the reporting relationship. Who pays the salary? Will the city have to reimburse the university? And who exactly will hold this person to account? Additionally, transparency is key and feels as if it's a missing component here. When it comes to the donation itself, creating a dedicated reserve fund would be the most appropriate to allocate funds for the project as needed and to provide the public with regular reporting on spending, operations, and outcomes. In regards to the proposed tree walk, many residents view it as an unnecessary eyesore with high maintenance costs, safety risks, and pressure on existing tree roots. Consultation feels as if it's incomplete without a real presented plan or defined scope. Personally, I believe it should be eliminated as it's been overly requested by residents to preserve the park's open and quiet character. Lastly, in regards to food and beverage operations, the report proposes a central cafe But as many have described, to minimize interior disruption, a consideration to relocate this cafe to the southern border makes the most sense, especially given the recommendation for no fossil fuel vehicles unless approved by the general manager. More so because it just makes more sense for the operations of the cafe itself. For example, does the city currently own electric snow removal vehicles that would remove snow in the event of a snowstorm in the park? Will bureaucratic sign-off be needed every time something as simple as cleaning up leaves or garbage removal has to be conducted? How long will approvals actually take through the general manager? Will this force ongoing delays or favor only approved companies? Does the city already provide year-round services without fossil fuel vehicles, or will taxpayers be forced to fund a new electric fleet along with infrastructure as well? I'm hoping that food and services can enhance a user experience while still operating with regular procedures. I'd also like to know whether the cafe will be commercialized or a small business will be supported in the cafe. There is no need to overcomplicate things. A design of a low-impact cafe that can operate practically with respect to the climate and standard operating procedures is all that's really needed. This is a rare chance to make an enhancement without the use of tax money. I hope we can get it right. We should protect the trees, ensure realistic operations, and deliver genuine accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to deputants? No? Seeing none? Thank you for that. Our next deputant is Sue Dexter. Hello.
Am I permitted a personal remark to you?
Absolutely. Hello. How are you? It's an old friend.
34 years ago, I'd done a virtual degree in botany at the University of Toronto, and I was upset about the trees on Spadina. And Mayor Chow, then Councillor Chow, plucked me out of it and changed my life. And I think you guys have to know that acts like that are really important because you're creating a citizen base that's involved and committed and respected, and I thank you for that.
It's great to see you again.
Absolutely. I'm Sue Dexter, Harvard Village Residents Association, and my concern is trees. Make no mistake, residents of communities surrounding the park do not support the project, which has remained virtually unchanged since last summer when we had our first public meetings. Through some miracle, Queen's Park North is home to a stand of trees which had begun growing 300 years ago before General James Wolfe set foot on the plains of Abraham. I think today we need to reverse the onus. I think it is taking the most aggressive steps to ensure their survival, not the principal fiduciary duty of any council over time. The forest knows nothing about mitigation. Consider its hidden life underground. Every shovel, every auger, every truck of every kind needed to realize the favored staff designs will hit the life supports of the forest. Not just major roots, but the mycelium and fungal network that feeds the trees above, the flow of water and micronutrients that are life itself. The magnificent oaks are only the visible part of a system that has endured heat waves and drought, extreme seasonal change, wash, air pollutants, chemical and salty runoffs, blights and pests and the occasional woodpecker, and interventions by nature's gardeners, the squirrels, and human trampling. It is drama itself, 300 years, leaning and bending, stressed, but enduring. And now the fate of the trees has presented us with a democratic challenge. Give us a return to council to review a recommended design after consultation with not just the community, but the professional, independent, old-growth forest experts who will appear today. To do less is an affront. It will be seen in the community as a green light from council for an unwelcome overhaul of the park they treasure, imposed at the behest of a donor. Is council really prepared to relinquish its decision-making role to a bureaucracy and leave the public with no forum to express their opinions on a final design, and for council to actually deny elements? These trees are a miracle of survival. They escaped the axis of early settlers and land profiteering of the ruling class. They've lived through the creation of a paved city, of a country, through world wars and market crashes, plagues and pandemics. There are roots in nature, and we feel it when we're there. Today's question for all of us is, will they survive us? And I really feel it. I cannot tell you in 25 years, I cannot tell you how strongly I feel this.
Thank you. Bang on at 5 minutes. Councillor, Sachs and then Matlow. Don't go, Sue.
Hello, Sue. You've been very involved in the consultation over the last year. You've seen the photos of the park in the 1800s, right? Which showed it was completely clear-cut.
It can't be a clear cut because how would 300-year-old trees still be there?
Okay, so you did see the photos.
I thought the interpretation of the photos was entirely misleading.
Okay, you're aware, you heard Councillor Fletcher, that the trees in the park were transplanted there as part of the park.
These couldn't have been transplanted because nobody was there. Okay. It was forest.
Okay, but you did see the photos. All right, moving right along. Do you agree that we should be doing everything we can to protect and look after the mature trees in this park that are threatened by the thin compacted soil?
I don't think there's any question that you do that. The question is, what else are you going to do?
Okay.
And from our point of view, if you just be patient, we've been involved now in consultations since it came to the public really first last summer, although it had been underway for a good year. Since it began, the plans, the interventions have not changed. Public meeting after public meeting, working groups, consultations. What do we see? We see a canopy walk that's folding its way at 3 meters in height. That's a trunk walk. That's not a canopy. You're not anywhere near the canopy. And it's the length of 2 football fields. It needs berms, doesn't matter. It's going in with an auger. Canopy walk has been turned down every time by the community, and it's still there in the plans. And a 3,000 square foot restaurant, that's 10 times the size of the restaurants on Harvard Street. So you absolutely do not need a restaurant that size. I think the issue is that we're headed for a real impasse. And as a friend of council, I would advise you, aside from my passion about it, what I see in all the consultations is that if those elements are not removed from the plans, you're sentencing all of us to months of anguish and fight and trying to claw back some sense of reason about the number of interventions you're putting in that park. And it's like a bad boyfriend. The boyfriend's bad, you know? Don't think another 2 dates will fix it. It just won't. So that, you know, that's my view, but I'm giving you that as an observer. I used to be a reporter, so there's a bit of me that's, you know, like Councillor Fletcher, there's a bit of me that's always been a reporter, and that's what I see. And I thought yesterday, we're just gonna be here at an impasse again. And why wouldn't you say, get rid of them? It's simple. I don't think Hillary Weston has any interest in having a bad reputation. I think we should cherish her, and we should spend the money. You know, we shouldn't do this because somebody gives us $50 million doesn't mean we have to spend it. And there's no way that Hillary Weston's going to walk from this project. I mean, she can't. She's unfortunately deceased, but I think the Weston Foundation is a responsible agency, and we need to just sit down with them and say, and maybe you could facilitate it, Mayor Chow, you're good at these things, and just say, okay, let's just relax. Let's just relax. And let's do the right thing by the park and the people and the chipmunks. They have chipmunks, I don't. I can't. One of them came to my house one day, which was nice. Anyway, so that's my pitch.
I did actually have two other questions, if I
Okay,
may.
you do have 2 more minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So do you agree that we shouldn't be cutting down any mature trees in order to build structures in the park?
That is so little compared to what's at stake. Of course.
All right, let's start with that. And what is your advice as to how we should be selecting the advisory board for this park?
You know, we have talked about getting someone like Ken Greenberg could be on that board. You know, if you appealed to him, the consultative process needs to add people, not subtract. So Ken Greenberg, an independent voice, the community should be represented, absolutely. These guys are just they've spent 6 weeks of their lives and anguish on this project and trying to help. And that's to say nothing bad about the staff. I think the staff are just doing what staffs do, but please.
So again, if you have specific suggestions on how the advisory board should be selected.
Well, I would expect the selection of the advisory board should be part of the consultation process. How about that?
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Matlow.
By the way, I came here this morning to listen to you speak. You were so articulate and so wonderful, and I just wanted to express that.
Well,
to you.
thank you. I mean, I cried at the working group. Nobody knew what to do, but I was in tears at my own words.
Well, that came through in your words.
Oh yeah, it's in my gut. You know, it's an ethical thing. It's a passionate thing of do no harm. Just don't.
So to reference what you said earlier in your many wonderful remarks, you're asking for an opportunity. What I'm hearing you say is to perhaps accept the money, but relax for a moment and ensure that the design is right and does no harm and supports the best interests of the park and the community.
You bet.
So would you agree that while accepting the funds, that if we move as part of a motion that includes that the design concepts will not be approved today, that we'll wait until a report comes back in May, and that we give some more time, the relaxation, as you described, that moment to breathe, and that that the community, along with the ward councillor, can have more discussions, and then hopefully we come back with the right concept and the right design to move forward.
Yeah, well, there has to be option put in it. There's no optionality so far.
Okay.
It's tree walk restaurant.
Okay.
And a huge restaurant. I asked why the restaurant had to be in the middle of the park, and they said, because it's too big to put on the edge. And I said, well, who decided how big it should be? They decided. I think we need a pause to simply say, how do we engage with this? How really do we engage with this, where options can be taken off the table, other thoughts can be brought to bear? I mean, you've got U of T Forestry, almost the whole department is here today, and they should be included. They should be right on the front of things.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think we got you too.
Yeah. Well, it's all of us, isn't it?
Don't go yet. Councillor Fletcher has a. Are you okay, Councillor Matlow? You okay? Councillor Fletcher, you have a question?
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Councillor.
I was very privileged to work with you when I happened to work in that area for Dan Leckie, as you'll remember. and
You
part of
betcha.
that.
You betcha.
That great counselor. So number one, would you kind of agree that there's this decision point, restful respite or animated, exciting area? And that decision should be made about this nature of this space. And perhaps it hasn't had that high-level decision yet. I would think from hearing from you that that conversation does need to take place, correct?
We're beyond that conversation.
But it didn't take place.
Yeah, it has to take place.
Yeah, so it didn't take place. Do you remember Afrofest when it was there? Remember Afrofest that started? It started in that park, and then it had to be moved. It got moved down to Woodbine because of the impact on the soils. And somebody's nodding that, yes, they remember. That started in 1997, and it was there for a while. And then it was just too much for the trees, too much for the soil, compacted so much. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they shut the park. They had to shut the park down with the level of engagement that existed, and there are people here.
Yes, I noticed some nodding, so I think people do remember that. I just want to go to the tree canopy walk. I think we'd probably agree that this is an elevated tree canopy walk, correct? Are roots not a really important part of understanding a tree? Roots. So if you're above it at a trunk walk, you're not going to see the biggest part of the tree,
big story,
which is actually underground, which is what, if you're having a tree walk, you want people to understand the nature of a tree, which completely includes its roots, how wide they are. When you realize that the roots are as wide as the crown, it's something that if there are these beautiful trees there, and I think we'll have a look at everything because I understand that those are George Leslie trees from our tree. We have some in Leslie Grove Park. There's a few in the city still left, but that still means they're very significant trees. So I just wanted to understand that tree walk a little bit, that elevated, don't see the roots, walking around looking at how can...
At the trunk.
At the trunk rather than at the magnificence of each tree, which might be possible to include in a narrative somehow, but not having a trunk walk, as you call it.
Well, I think education is to really talk about root systems, you'd have to take a tree and excavate all its roots, and you wouldn't see the mycelium except under a microscope.
But you do see them at ground level. You understand that.
You see the original roots.
Do you think there's room to have I know there's a garden, a Hillary Weston garden, that really is something that is, I believe, the Weston family.
Be great.
So that's not a controversial thing in any way, to look at having a beautiful garden there that recognizes Hillary Weston. So there's some pieces that could proceed, while other pieces, that would be part of a restful respite, the garden.
That's right, but they're proposing 7 gardens. Every time you turn around in the park, if it goes ahead, you're going to stumble into a garden, including a maze that has a hard surface, and you walk on. I mean,
the garden notion, I think it's spending $50 million is hard. So if...
Well, you know, my suggestion is there are stands of trees. You don't have to look at a canopy of majestic, old, already under stress, 350, you know, General James full of trees. You'd be better to go into, to take the idea and say, let's build a canopy walk where you could really have a canopy walk.
Correct, with the canopies, that's right. And I have to ask my statue question. Do you care a lot about the Prince statue? As long as it's not a Prince Andrew statue, we don't want that one. But do you care anything?
Actually, I'd appreciate it, just as a reminder of what thou shalt not do.
Oh, okay, that one. All right, but what about the current one, the Edward? Does it have to be there as a centerpiece?
No, well, I mean, that's a contest between, this is all contest.
Yeah, I'm just asking your personal opinion.
My personal opinion, I don't have feelings for him, I'm sorry.
But as a space?
Well, you can have a center space and with anything in it, is, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Or nothing. Or you now have an indigenous element there.
Yes, but the nature of that could also be more statuesque rather than active. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions to the deputy? No, thank you so much. Paul Farley.
That's me.
How are you? You can take whichever. We can help you set up if need be. If you need any support.
Yeah, sure.
No, we good? There you go. You got the mic going? Okay.
Got the mic on. Thank you
All right.
very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here again. I spent 8 years on the Preservation Board. I got to say, the digs are just fantastic. I think the sound is great. And
we just fixed it.
Yeah, it's a real improvement. I've been nearly 40 years living within less than a mile of this park. And I've been there all my life. It's really the most important space in my life, without a doubt. And the last few weeks have been so intense. The amount of consultation, engagement that's going on is really something else. And meeting all the day with Sue Dexter and Elizabeth Sysom, whom you'll hear from later. I thought I'd sort of go up 1,000 feet or whatever, 35,000 feet. This is the civic spine, Queen's Park and University Avenue. And so we're talking about 1860 getting the park on the lease. And the important part of the lease is still very valid. It's for the public and it's for the university. So this...
Okay, yeah, put your mic back on.
This is really very important because Hilary Weston, looking out at Queen's Park from her vice-regal office, looking at the state of Queen's Park North, the only planting is around the fountain and a little bit more planting at the monument to the Highlanders. It's a park, but it's very little planting. Whereas Hilary Weston, in her life, has written a book on gardens. She's all the estates, a 39-acre estate, Fort Belvedere in London, the Dunvegan Road here in Toronto, Roundwood in Dublin, all big estates in where horticulture is a very big part of her life, and gardening and interest in that. So this is the impulse, to how you elevate Queen's Park North to St. Stephen's Green in Dublin, which is an amazing place. Okay. So Hillary Weston came from rather modest beginnings. Her father died when she was 17. She was sent out to work and with her mother so that the boys in the family could go to university. She became Ireland's top model, and Galen Weston saw her on a billboard, arranged to meet with her, and they connected, and the rest is history. He bought Brown Thomas Department Store, which is the kind of high-end department store in Dublin, and she was a curator of couture. She was basically taking Irish couture to the world. And of course, with Holt Renfrew, this is the big operation here. A designer, very involved in the beginning of Primark, a CEO, a chair, and then John Chrétien appointed her as the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. And in 5 years, she did 628 speeches. And those speeches are remarkable to talk about her modest beginnings, to talk about volunteerism, to talk about carers in a hospice situation. And she was very well received. It went to 100 of the 103 ridings in Ontario. Her motto, gentle in manner, but vigorous in performance. One of the philanthropies she founded was the Ireland Fund of Canada, and you were there, Madam Mayor, last week. I was the executive director there first full time for 10 years and worked closely with her, particularly around grant awards. And we were working for peace, culture, and charity in Ireland, North and South, in a very difficult time, but we were focused on community-level self-help projects throughout the island. And it's still going. It'll be 50 years in a couple of years. And there's other funds around the world that subscribe to the same values.
Well, you're 5 minutes up. May
No
I
kidding.
interrupt you? Just wrap up, please.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Lots of other people wanting to speak. Just give it a minute, just
Sorry, I didn't
Summarize.
realize the time. So it's basically the universities coming back in the game in their park, and I think it's a very good thing. You see how incredible they have achieved in their landscaping of the Hart House, and that would be the standard in Queen's Park. It would be an important thing, but we have friends, and we are the friends, and you'll be hearing from the rest of them. And we are engaged in, there are maybe 6 or 7 neighborhood associations involved.
maybe you can forward this deck to us. Huh?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, Councillor Sex?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for telling us so much about Hillary. It's a great story and adds to our understanding. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Paul. Okay. Glenn Wheeler. How are you?
Thank you.
Good seeing you in a while.
Good seeing you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Glenn Wheeler, and I live in a laneway house on Cross Street near Harbour to Bathurst. I'm here on my own behalf as a member of the community. And I think for those of you who don't live in the area, you might not know what the community is around Queen's Park. You see U of T on one side and U of T on the other side, the ROM institutions. But Queen's Park is a very important space for people who live in the general area because it's our major, it's a major green space for us, a place of peace. The Harvard and Bathurst area has a density that's twice as large as the city average. We have students, we have seniors, we have density of student housing, students who live in what used to be single-family houses. On Bay Street, in those condos, the density is 10 times the city average. So we have a very intense population. And that's not to argue against density, is what makes our community great. It's diverse in terms of culture, age, income, and we all depend on Queen's Park North because it's a place to go where you can, the park programs itself. You see people there playing Frisbee, they're sitting there doing nothing. Parents bring their kids. But to this point, the community has been overlooked in the consultations on this project. I've attended 3 consultations on this project. The most recent was last week at the Y, the downtown Y. It was packed. There was not a single person there who spoke in favor of this project. And I think that speaks for itself. Obviously, people who went there they care enough to take an evening to go there, and they were solidly opposed. And as has been pointed out, the same proposal has come back 3 times, even though the community has spoken out against it. So I would ask you as councillors to make sure that there's space for the conversation on this important project to continue. We have the opportunity for this donation from the Weston Foundation, but at this time we don't have a balance between what the Parks Department vision is and what the community vision is. And so I think you in the council process must make sure that you allow that space for the conversation to continue, because right now we have a problem. Thank you.
Question, Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. I was at the meeting as well. Certainly people at my table had a different point of view, but that's different tables have different points of view. Do you agree that it's important for us to do more to protect and look after the mature trees in Queen's Park North?
Yes, but I don't see how some of the key features that are in this plan, the restaurant, the washrooms, the tree walk, I don't see how they protect the trees. One of the concerns that people at the meetings had is that we haven't looked at the impact of these structures on the root structure. I mean, the roots, as we know about, even those of us who don't know a lot about trees, we know that the root structure covers a very wide area, and there hasn't been enough research yet on what the impact of these substantial structures are on the root structure, which is underneath the ground. I mean, I find it very hard to believe there would be no impact on root structure from those the proposed additions.
Okay. Would you agree with me we shouldn't be cutting down mature trees in order to build a washroom?
Yes.
Okay. How do you think, well, first of all, you're clear that we're not going to be approving any concepts today.
I think that's good news.
Okay. How do you think we should be selecting members of the advisory board?
Well, I think the advisory board, my concern is that the advisory board be meaningful and not performative. Very often, especially when you have institutional players like you do here at U of T and the institutions, you have the advisory board that is told what the decision is after the decision has been made, which is kind of like what's happening in this process. So it'd be very important that it have terms of reference and that would have meaningful input and not merely be the people who find out what the decision is after the decision has been made.
I understand that, but how do you think we should be selecting the members of the board?
Well, there are many organizations that have been very active in protecting Queen's Park North over the years. Friends of Queen's Park North, for example, there are community groups, there are citizens. So there's a large community from which you will have no shortage of talent for your advisory committee.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. Okay, thank you very much for coming today, and thank you for your passion for this park. I've also loved it for many decades.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you go, Deputy Mayor Ainsley has a question to you, Glenn.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, you said at the tail end of your presentation, there's a lot more work to be done and voices to be heard. The public consultation process that's taken place so far, to hear from the community, do you feel it could be more fulsome or more detailed, longer? How do you think we should be proceeding forward to hear from the public?
Well, I think in your council process, I think the decision has been made to bring the project back to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. So I think that's very important because right now, under the current process, as set out in the staff report, my understanding is that Parks Department would kind of run with it from here on. But I think it's very important that it come back to a committee and there be opportunity for deputations as there are here today.
Okay, sorry, deputations to fine tune the process, or like at this point you wouldn't be happy if Parks and Recreation took this over and ran with it?
No, certainly not. I'm saying quite the contrary.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. No other questions? Okay. Our next deputant is Elizabeth Saysom. Oh, hello.
Hello, it's been a long
There's
time.
a bit of a deja vu here. I know 90%, well, almost 98% of all of you. But anyway,
Well,
I've worked
hello
with you
again,
for
and
many years.
all I can say is we haven't changed, have we?
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to members of the Executive Committee today. As you know, my name is Elizabeth Saysom, and I live in close proximity and am a frequent user of Queen's Park North. I'm a retired architect and university planner, previously the AVP of Planning at U of T, and then later Associate Vice President of Planning at Harvard University. My 40-year career has focused on campus and community planning, including the preservation of heritage resources, both built and landscape cultural heritage. I also served on the Toronto Preservation Board. I want to first express gratitude to the Weston Foundation for their very generous philanthropic pledge to revitalize Queen's Park North. This donation represents a significant and welcome opportunity to secure the future of the park. It's one of Toronto's most valued spaces and fitting to honor the legacy of Lieutenant Governor Hilary Weston. In 2020, the Queen's Park Heritage Precinct Coalition was incorporated to oppose what we believe to be overdevelopment of the planetarium site at 78 to 90 Queen's Park West. There were over 100 letters and many deputants that arrived at TYCC. The coalition appealed the project to LPAT, and the outcome of mediation was a project significantly modified to fit the cultural landscape. With final approval in February 2021, the City Council directed the Chief Planner and Executive to immediately undertake a cultural heritage landscape study of Queen's Park Precinct. Councillors, we are still waiting for that study today. For reference, it was 2021.MM28.35. Now we're on a collision course to cause irreparable harm to the People's Park, Queen's Park North. Why is this happening? Well, intensification and growth in the downtown core creates the need for additional park amenity space and increased use of existing parks. Planning for this park is informed by city policy for all parks, Parks and Recreation Master Plan, Parkland Strategy, and TO Core. These reports and policies do not differentiate priorities between local parks and special parks that are grounded in heritage. All parks are equal. Queen's Park North is a historical, cultural, ecologically significant area with old growth forest and a mature tree canopy. It has its own distinctive sense of place and character. As a result of parks policy, too much program is planned for this park. Notwithstanding continuing objections, the concept plan and the extensive construction program remains in place. More is added in every meeting. At a recent meeting, staff were asked specifically whether any element of the concept plan could be eliminated should it be found that the old growth forests would be harmed. They dodged the question, and finally it was put again by the facilitator. Tell us, yes, no, or maybe. Again, after some hedging, we heard that the design would be refined. This word has been used many, many times during conversations. Then we heard that the answer was no. In other words, no part of the proposed program will be eliminated. I have also been in communication with the donor's representative over concerns on the concept design. Recent email correspondence dated March 4th to me, she stated, at the Executive Committee meeting on the 10th, Toronto City Council is being asked to consider the recommended terms of the donation. They are not approving the design. Hopefully, you will be reassured in the coming days and weeks as more material and detail is shared, both on the design and process. Well, I attended the community meeting held on March the 5th virtually, the day after I received the message from the donor. There was no visible support for the program voiced by the public. And I can say we're not reassured at all. It certainly appears that the community engagement has been disingenuous and is with a predetermined outcome, anything but transparent. Piecing together dates of specific discussions and project materials, it appeared to us that consultations and drawings were more advanced than we were led to believe. Consequently, we filed a Freedom of Information request in February to clarify the project information and timelines. Of course, we have yet to receive this information. Today's report delegates City Council oversight decisions to city staff now, even though the consultation process is incomplete.
Yeah.
I would like to just finalize, thank you, just to say that other building projects have a mechanism for appeal, mediation and resolution. There's OLT and TLAB. Both agencies provide opportunities to secure resolutions and agreement. Currently, that is not possible here with delegation to staff. So we respectfully ask that the Infrastructure and Environment Committee be charged with this important role and have the project come back twice. First, to confirm the concept design before contract administration drawings are complete, and then come back with the final design for approval. If we wait until the final design is complete, the drawings will be underway. There will be no change permitted to the drawings. It will be a waste of money. We've seen that happen before. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking with you.
Thank you. Question to the deputant. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm wondering if you could just tell me a little bit more about the LPAT decision that included this area. Did I hear you say that properly, Elizabeth?
Yes, so the LPAT decision ended up in a mediation between the coalition, the Queen's Park Coalition, and the University of Toronto, as a matter of fact, and the city, because the project had been approved at the city. And when it came back to council, the councillor at the time, Mike Layton, made the member motion that this cultural landscape study for Queen's Park should be initiated, and council approved that. Hasn't been done. It's on the work list, but it hasn't been done.
So Queen's Park, including the park?
Yes. Yes.
So we can find that, and it should inform some of this. And I think you hit the nail on the head what I was asking about the concept plan, because you heard me earlier say, is it a restful respite or is it an animated, fun location? I don't think that decision has been, it has been confirmed, but it actually is the decision, the pivotal decision about this space. Would you agree with that?
Well, it is, and if you read the vision statement that's been posted on the city's website, I mean, it's a clear vision statement, but it's how you interpret it. So, you know, there's restoration, it's supposed to be peaceful, there's going to be animation, we want all of these things. It's the level of everything that's being introduced.
There's a lot of things being introduced.
Too many things. In fact, at the beginning, they were called big moves. Well, they shouldn't be big moves. You know, the place is good as it is. It needs revitalization. And yes, there should be improvements, but it should not be destroyed. It should not be changed into something else.
And that motion that was made by then Councillor Layton, that was part of that planning exercise as a result of the mediated settlement. So in this one, yes, we have the Parks Department, but that was a planning exercise, correct? It was through city planning, so perhaps maybe the chief planner could be added to some of this conversation.
Well, that's also an interesting point, because this project was led by the Parks Department, and it wasn't until we started speaking with other city folks that, in fact, heritage planning became involved, and the conversation expanded. This is such a significant area. It should not be treated as a pocket park. A few days ago, I spoke with a city staff member, and he pointed out to me that not every park could come back to council. He had a park across the street from where he lived, and it was moving along perfectly well. I would argue that those types of parks, which are frequently pocket parks or small little neighborhood parks, are not the same as this park.
You know what? We have you may know that there's a designation for all parks, and I'll be finding out what this one is. Would you agree that the tree walk as established, Sue calls it a trunk walk, and I have to agree with her, that it's a nice idea, but really when you're trying to establish trees and the important role that they play, you might need to be a little more holistic than having just a walk around the outside.
Indeed, at a public meeting, we suggested that rather than having a tree walk, because we're opposed to it for exactly the reasons that Sue has stated and you're raising now, that perhaps appropriate signage might be put in place that could be used as an educational tool. There was something called Murmur at one time, and you could log into your phone. Why does this have to be a tree walk that is going to deteriorate over the course of time and become an encumbrance to the city after the 20 years of maintenance from the Weston?
So perhaps the direction was given to kind of animate, put a restaurant, do all of these things, but now you're saying maybe that's not the right way to go. Let's rethink the concept of this space and put things in that match that desired concept. That's really your message today.
That's exactly right, and I think and the staff are doing what the policies say, but there's no differentiation between these parks. That's the problem, I think.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Matlow. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sachs, I'm sorry.
Hello, Elizabeth, thank you.
Hello.
So one of the things that you spend a lot of time on heritage. One of the things that some of my colleagues probably aren't aware of is the historical band shell that was in the center of the park with the washroom. And that was there for many years and then torn down because, as I understand it, gay people were using the washrooms.
Well, what really happened was it was not safe. The washrooms are in the center of the park, and there was no oversight over those washrooms, which is exactly what might happen here. Nobody's arguing about putting washrooms at the park. It's the location of those washrooms. you know, there's Jane Jacobs and Eyes on the Street. Well, guess what? There's no street in the middle of the park. So if you want to have washrooms, let's put them where people are really going to use them and where there's going to be oversight. That's the issue.
What kind of oversight would you like to see?
Well, I think public oversight occurs when activity nodes are occurring where the general public walks. Now, there are many people that walk through Queen's Park, but I can tell you when I leave meetings on this very project that end at 9:30, there ain't no people walking across Queen's Park. So if those washrooms are going to be there is going to be a problem.
Okay, so one of the things you're concerned about is oversight. That's good to know. You agree that we need to do more to protect and look after the mature trees in Queen's Park?
Absolutely.
All right. And you're aware there are no old growth trees on this park?
I think that's contradictory. Information from what we have heard.
Okay, but you've seen the photos.
I have. Those photos were taken in the winter when there were no leaves on the trees. So of course it looks like there aren't too many trees. There's probably a handful of old growth. Not every tree is old growth, but there are a handful. And in fact, there's a slide that my colleague is going to put up in a few minutes, and you will see that the tree walk goes right by about three or four rare trees that have been identified by the consulting arborist on the project.
Yeah.
So why are they rare if they're recent trees? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, those are different things, but you and I have, as we've talked before, I share a lot of your concerns about the tree walk, but perhaps you can briefly explain to the committee what your concern is specifically about the tree walk.
Well, when we have discussed the tree walk in various committee meetings, the consultants have always said they're going to mitigate damage to the roots. They're going to do some investigatory work and see what happens. Well, mitigate means lessen damage. It does not mean do no harm. So so there's going to be damage. The question is how much.
Okay, so,
and that's the problem.
All right. So can I take it from that you agree with my proposal that we should require there be no damage to the distinctive trees?
There should be no damage to, well, yes, but not just distinctive trees. So let's not narrow the proposal. I think what we're asking for is that before any program element is introduced, and we've been asking this from the first time we met, that there needs to be an assessment done by foresters and to do no harm. Let's get someone that is different from an arborist, who arborists are used to dealing with trees on a tree-by-tree basis, frequently on properties when we want to develop a property or do an addition. We need something broader than that and an interpretation at a higher level to this. We've also said from the very beginning that the concept needs to be viewed from the perspective of a heritage lens. Well, guess what? The landscape is also heritage. It's not just the structures that you put on on this land. So it has to be encompassing.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No. To Deputant, next speaker. Eravosky. Al, you have 5 minutes. Hello there.
Good afternoon, Executive Committee members. I'm speaking today as Chair of the Friends of Queen's Park North. We have existed for 14 and a half years.
You come closer to the mic or move the mic closer to you.
We have existed for 14 and a half years, and we have worked with the City of Toronto on the 2019 revitalization of Queen's Park North, and with the TTC on the second entrance exit for the museum subway station in the park. Our membership was expanded in 2025 to include residents associations, abutting Queen's Park Precinct beyond the Bay Clover Hill Community Association. We have all been involved in the community consultation that started in 2025 for the revitalization of the park. Many of us live within 2 blocks of the park and use it daily. I have lived 1 block from Queen's Park for the last 26 years, and I know it very well. And like other speakers, I'm very passionate about Queen's Park. We're thankful for the generous donation offer from the Weston Foundation. We're thankful for the extensive public consultation on the revitalization of Queen's Park North that has occurred over the past year. We agree with the report's recommendations regarding the donation agreement and the tri-party agreement. We welcome the opportunity to sit on the advisory board. The report before you does not recommend a final design. However, we have concerns about several of the items shown on the draft concept design for public engagement phase 3, shown in Appendix 4 of the staff report. These are identified in our letter emailed on March 9th to Executive Committee. Specifically, the proposed 3-meter high elevated tree walk would have a large footprint that would visually dominate the park. It would negatively impact on the mature tree root systems. I have a couple of sketches. The first one.
May I ask the staff to assist? Okay. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Uh-oh. It was 21, 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, let me.
This is the sketch that we were provided. The proposed length of the tree walk is 200 meters. That's the length of 2 football fields. The yellow section would be 3 meters high, and I just did a measurement this morning. The walkway around Nathan Phillips Square is lower than what we're talking about here. The height, yes, of the elevated walkway is actually higher than the one around Nathan Phillips Square. The red sections are the ramping up sections to that height. The proposed elevated tree walk would obstruct the view corridor to the abutting Hart House. We would like to see actually an elevation that shows that relationship between Hart House and this proposed structure, and I think you would see it's going to be quite detrimental. We believe that the tree walk would be a barrier and an obstacle to the at-grade movement of the park. We believe that the proposed washrooms and cafe would be located on should be located on the perimeter of the park. And we have benchmarked and looked at other parks, and a lot of them have small cafes on the perimeter of a park. We believe that the proposed design does not adequately address the needs of a large amount of children in the area. We have other design concerns, such as new irrigation systems being proposed and their impact on the root structures, walkway locations, and the maze that is being proposed. We look forward to working through the design concerns in March and April. We agree with the other speakers earlier today with respect to bringing a draft concept plan to Infrastructure and Environment Committee. And we also agree with the second item that the finalization of the design should be done through community input and that final design be brought to Infrastructure and Environment Committee. This is further to what Elizabeth was talking about. I'll put it north-south. This is what we've been provided in terms of the significant trees, and you can see on the western side or the left are the vicinity of those trees. The walkway, as is currently proposed, would involve the removal of 2 Norway maple trees and 2 other trees, but the walkway would be in very close proximity to some of the other trees you're seeing here outlined in red. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, Al, thank you very much for all your hard work on this and many other community issues. You mentioned children, because this is also something I've been wondering about. Is your group advocating for some playground equipment in Queen's Park North? What is your suggestion for accommodating children?
Yes, and we've had similar discussions around this in parks like Allen Gardens, where there was a child facility that was put in. This is a heritage landscape, so it might be a more naturalized kind of a playground. We do think that would be useful, or at least an emphasis with some of the gardens that are being proposed, that they would be children-focused in terms of their educational element. We think that would be helpful. There's an existing heritage fountain on site that over the years we've talked about turning it into a splash pad or something else that might be more child-friendly. That could be another alternative. But through continued dialogue, I think we'd like to explore other options to make it child-friendly.
Okay, but not just child-friendly. It sounds as if you're asking for something specific to add enjoyment for children. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Did I also understand you correctly that really one of the primary objectives of your group is to see the tree walk eliminated? Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that would be correct. Like I actually went out as part of our consultation. I looked at other elevated walkways. We have the David Onley walkway at Toronto Zoo. It's kind of a different situation. It's a larger land area. There's one up in York Region that we looked at as well. And for a park of this size, we just don't think that the structure is of an appropriate element. It's too dominating. It impacts on view corridors to heritage buildings in the area and would act as an obstacle. We're thinking long-term about University Park and that relationship at the western end of the park, which the roadway would go, and there would be a continuous landscape expression between Hart House and the Indigenous Garden in front of Hart House.
Yeah, I certainly hope I live to see that happen. But again, if we do eliminate the tree walk from the final design, would you agree that that would be a significant concession to the community's requests and indicate that community input has been taken very seriously?
Yes, that would be correct.
All right. Do you have particular advice for us as to how the advisory board should be, how the members should be selected?
Definitely the neighborhood associations that you're hearing from today should be represented on that advisory board. There are other institutions in the area that I know have an interest in the park. There should be a strong representation with forestry professionals, I think, on that advisory committee as well.
All right, so if you have specific suggestions for that, will you send them to me?
Yes.
All right, again, thank you for all your hard work on this, really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor.
Nice to see you. I think you spent many years in city planning, did you not?
26 years with the City of
26
Toronto,
years,
including
yes.
being a manager in 3 of the 4 districts of the City of Toronto.
Welcome back to
Thank
City
you.
Hall with your expertise. And one of the things, of course, that you would have to think about as a planner is the fit of everything. And I think that's the lens that you're trying to bring to this in your still professional. I don't know if you've given up your planning credentials, but you never really give those up. That in using that lens, that to make sure that elements that are introduced fit with the nature of this space as this park. Would I be right to say that's your main concern?
That is correct, and there are some elements. The themed gardens, I think, is a really good addition and a good memorial for Hillary Weston. I think that what we've been trying to emphasize to you today, there are other items that we just don't feel are at the right scale for a park of this size.
So that would be the tree walk, or the trunk walk, as Sue's calling it now. And did you say correctly that the raised walkway around Nathan Phillips Square, that the tree walk would be higher
Yes.
than that?
The measurement is 2.5 for the walkway around Nathan Phillips Square, and this is 3 meters high. Granted, it's proposed as a kind of transparent
Yes.
railing that would occur as part of the structure.
So things could be dropped off of that, correct? There's just, because it's part of the park. How about the restaurant, the 3,000 square foot restaurant? Do you think that's just perhaps, is it too big, too small, or just Goldilocks the right size?
I was the one that went out and did an inventory of all the food services in the area, including the 18 vending trucks that are on St. George Street. So the area is already well provided with food services. We do regular neighborhood cleanups of the park, and we kind of get a sense watching people, but also doing the cleanups where the garbage, where the products are coming from. And there are lots of coffee shops in the area. So and I'm just back from 6 weeks in Australia. I can tell you the parks have food services on the perimeter. Hyde
On the
Park,
perimeters.
which has a similar configuration with a railway tunnel underneath it, almost the same as Queen's Park. It's a little bit larger. It has food services on the perimeter, and they're small.
And they're small. But
Yes, smaller than what's
maybe
being
like
proposed here.
Scadden Court with that. And then the washroom for that facility, I think people have said that in the middle of the park, there's no eyes on it. It may be difficult. Are you thinking that's wise to have one somewhere again on, what goes on the perimeter and what goes internally are things that are being brought up here today, and the size and the location and the nature of these elements. So what is your opinion then now for the washroom?
I am a firm believer of Jane Jacobs and what she espoused, and definitely eyes on a space. I think it would have more eyes on it if it was on the perimeter. We definitely agree that there should be a washroom. That certainly is a City of Toronto initiative. Again, we went out and we did benchmarking. We looked at the new washrooms at Grange Park, for example, and they're fairly small in their footprint. I know that their accessibility requirements, so that makes some of the units smaller. But I do think that they could work quite well at the perimeter of the park.
There's a notion of having more public washrooms, they have in France and other places where you can simply use those. Is that something that, they're not porta potties, but they're not built-in infrastructure?
Yeah, that's what the park has seasonally right now. It has 2 porta potties that are put in, emphasize, at the perimeter of the park, not in the center of the park. So we did benchmarking about washrooms. I know there's a standardized, because of the heritage landscape, we wouldn't want to see a standardized kind of boring construction design for that unit.
$50 million, there could be something that would
more
really fit there.
architecturally.
$50 million, there could be litter bins that match the park. There's so many design elements that could be built in that would be special for this space. Would you agree with that? And should be considered.
That is correct. The other benchmarking that we did was we looked at the existing washrooms in close vicinity to the park.
Sorry?
The existing washrooms that are in close proximity to the park. So for example, all the libraries at the U of T have washrooms, and Kelly Library is a half a block away on St. Joseph Street. It has an accessible library. So there is a need for washrooms, but I'm just saying that people already know that are using the park that there are other washrooms in close proximity. Also, Hart House has washroom facilities half a block away. So I do think it would be a good additional layer to have a small washroom area in the park.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Always welcome. Oh, sorry, Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment to acknowledge Al's incredible 26 years of service with the city. As a new councillor, I got to learn an incredible amount with Al as manager of our West District planning team, and I'm glad to see you enjoying retirement by staying busy with city building projects, but I'm sure your expertise and engagement is a big benefit to your colleagues and esteemed neighbors here today. So good to see you, Al, and thank you for your ongoing good work for the city.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. I have 7 more deputants, and I think there will be a lot of councillors that wants to ask questions and participate. It is almost 12:30. If it's okay to everyone, we'll take a lunch break. We will be back at 1:30 sharp. Please do come back. Thank you. Do not go far. May I ask people to take a seat? And Eric Davies, are you here? Hello, University of Toronto Forestry. Thank you for taking the time. You have 5 minutes. I know you have to press the button of the mic. Try again.
Okay, we're on?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. My name is Eric Davies. I'm a forest ecologist. I teach at University of Toronto, and I help public and private landowners in Toronto and the GTA develop stewardship plans. Probably my greatest expertise is on old growth trees and forests, which I've been doing since the 90s with ancient forest exploration and research. I'm still on the board there. And I would like to thank Susan Dexter for the invite to come here. She reached out to me and Sandy Smith and some colleagues at UAT Forestry concerned that there wasn't enough ecological oversight in this project. So we went to that meeting just last week, and we were surprised to see that it did seem very cursory. Now, when this meeting started, there was the talk about the Don River, and I found it so, what's the word, like, inspirational that so many people here in this room have fought so long to do something so wonderful at the Don River. And I think that's the kind of spirit we need here at Queen's Park. And the 3 points I would like to make, one is basically the forest, the trees, and the seeds that those trees have. So there was a neat thing at the presentation on Monday where I think Michael McClelland presented some photos, and the one that he stopped on was an amazing photo of Queen's Park, black and white photo, and it was open, like a lot of Toronto was open, but there were trees there. And I think Sandy will talk a little bit about this. Foresters, that's where we start. That's where this stopped. If you were to look at that photo in greater detail, you would see the undulating surface of Queen's Park. And I am just getting some emails coming in now. These are unofficial, but just in terms of the what that site is. And just here's one example that I've got right now. The topography is undulating and uneven. That this basically suggests that those soils are original soils. There's not many locations left in Toronto. On the way up here, I looked at that white model of Toronto, and look where Queen's Park is. That's the last flat, wild wilderness ecosystem in downtown. And it says that, again, these are probably original foxy sand loams. That's part of the same Iroquois sand plain physiographic feature that is in High Park. And so this ecosystem, I think what's happened here is just the analysis didn't go deep enough to appreciate that this ecosystem is almost like a painting in the AGO. It's like if someone were to discover a group of 7 painting in your garage, and you wouldn't even know what it was. And then once it gets verified, you wouldn't want to start drawing your own trees on that painting, right? Because that painting it's already beautiful, and you can't make it more beautiful. And I don't want to belabor you with quotes, but there's just one I really do like from Teddy Roosevelt when they wanted to put in buildings in the Grand Canyon, and I kind of paraphrase this, but he says, "I hope you will not have a building of any kind, not a pavilion, a washroom, or anything else to mar the wonderful grandeur, the sublimity, the great loneliness and beauty of the park. Leave it as it is. You cannot improve on it. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. But what you can do is keep it for your children's children, and for all who come after you as one of the great sites which every Canadian should see." And I think if we take a more wholesome look at this park, we will discover that it is an ecological jewel. And I think if you even go further back from that with Indigenous exploration, you will find that this is probably one of the last places where there were Indigenous people actually on the land before it has been disturbed. Like, we have a lot more to discover here. Those trees there, out of all the trees, there's really only 8, probably maybe 9 if you include the one on the top, that are absolutely significant trees that are greater in value and cultural significance than I think any painting at the AGO. And if we were to discover this and work together, I think even the donors, I think with their history of conservation in Canada, would appreciate that the opportunity here that we all have is to restore the beauty and use this park as a bit of a roadmap both philosophically and ecologically for moving forward. So I would just like to thank you all for the invite to speak here tonight, and thank my colleagues who have joined. I've been really impressed with what everyone has said, and I'm very proud to be here tonight and mention this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Councillor Sachs?
Thank you. Yes, Eric, thank you for your work. Can you explain to us briefly the difference between an arborist and a forester, and why you think we need a forester for this park?
Great question. An arborist is basically like a tree physiologist. It would almost be like a dentist, right? Their specialties is on the physiology of tree growth and how tree growth, the health of tree growth is impacted by abiotic events like weather and compaction. So it's kind of, that's the expertise there. Whereas a forest ecologist, a forester is much more of an ecologist. It looks at like an arborist is at the level of the individual tree, whereas a forester is at the level of an ecosystem. Like what you have at Queen's Park is a remnant, probably original soil profile ecosystem. And just, I don't know if you guys know this, by the way, but John Ralston Saul, who's here, was at the meeting. I had the privilege of walking back home with him through Queen's Park in the end, and the statue of William Lyon Mackenzie, it has a person with a plow, and in the hand is a broken harness. And we were trying to figure, it was dark, and it's a plow that is at rest there, and that's basically where that plow has come to rest. Like, that's the last unplowed region of Toronto. Like, we're talking about, so again, that's what a forester does. It's what's the system, what's the ecosystem, what's the health like? An arborist has extraordinary depth of knowledge on tree branch architecture and how we could improve the health of trees. So very essential, but it's more of a technical field than an ecological one.
Okay, so as you know, one of my concerns here is how we improve the health of these trees, given that the very thin soil, all the compaction, all the footsteps and so on. So, so you and I had a few minutes to talk about key things that the city could do to improve the health of the most valuable trees in this area. And I know you want us to have an overall plan, but in terms of tangible inputs, did I get it right that the three key things you wanted us to do is to amend the soil, like improve the soil, remove poisonous trees like the Norway maples, and keep people off the roots at least some of the time? Did I get that right?
No.
Okay, what are the three key things you think would improve the health of these trees?
So the first thing would be a forest management plan.
I know, but in addition to a plan,
Well,
like what would the
that's where you
components be?
figure out what's important, because we might figure out that this is the last place that Indigenous people had Three Sisters agriculture. We might find out a whole bunch of things about this site that are very important that would influence the trajectory of where it would go. And I think Sandy always talks about objectives. When you have a forest management plan, you at the beginning identify what are your goals and objectives. And so one of them for this should be preserving and restoring the ecological integrity and beauty of this park.
Okay, I got that, but I want to get back to the trees. Do we need to amend the soil?
Well, you need to get someone out there yesterday to figure out what diseases those trees have. Some of them, I've been tracking them for over 10 years, and I'm sure at this point someone would have evaluated whether or not they have anthracnose, whether or not they have any tree diseases, what you're doing about that. Because if those trees are already weak, any type of development in that area could exacerbate the root quality and then expedite the death of those trees, right? So you'd have to understand the health of those trees, do tomographic work on the trunk, exploratory work on the roots, and understand that. And again, there's so many wonderful people at the City of Toronto Forestry, as well as the University of Toronto Forestry, that have rich expertise in this, that I think you need more foresters in there. And I really think that when you do have foresters look at this, you're going to be amazed at what you have. And I think everyone's going to have a much richer appreciation of the opportunity. And I truly believe the Weston family as heroes of conservation would really appreciate this effort that we're all putting in here to help ensure you know, you got to be careful. Like, you've seen what happened to the ROM. Like, some people like it, the crystal, some people don't. But this is beyond a building. Like, you don't have a lot of second chances with this one. Like, you can't, like, once you put in buildings, you can't, the damage is done.
I keep trying to get back to specifics. So talk to me about the Norway maples. What's your view about the Norway maples, and how do they affect the valuable native trees?
You know, again, this would be a detail of the report, but Norway maples are what they call an alleliopathic tree. They exude toxic chemicals through the roots that kill the native mycorrhizal fungi in the soil that inhibit the growth of indigenous plants. And we all appreciate this now. There's so much good work in the City of Toronto, and all the different groups we're working to remove invasive. We have the biodiversity strategy at the city, the pollinator strategy, the ravine strategy. All these great strategies ubiquitously identify these major things we want to do. Remove invasive species.
Does that include the Norway maples?
It would include, well, again, a forestry plan is all about phasing. Right, so over time, you want to restore the natural ecological integrity of the park. You don't go in there and take it all out in one day, but you would phase out, you would phase out the Norway maples.
Okay, so why would you take out the Norway maples? How do they hurt the valuable native trees?
In a whole bunch of ways. Like, you can look at the roots, they're exuding allelopathic toxins in the roots, but even the canopies are rubbing against, like, if you go and look at those beautiful old trees, you'll see that Norway maple branches are up in the canopy, rubbing against them, causing wounds. Right? It's a very comprehensive thing, like the ability of those trees to cross-pollinate with each other.
Let me try to get one more question in.
It's 5 minutes.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you all very
so
much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, Sandy Smith, professor.
Yes, you've got me, finally. Thank you. Appreciate the time here. So many people have said so many things before, and I'll try not to repeat. I am a professor, so I will try and, you better set the clock on me. I'm a professor of forest health and ecology for, 35 years. I think the university just gave me a pin. I do not represent forestry, or I don't represent the University of Toronto. I represent forestry in the discipline. I'm a resident of the Harvard Village Residence for over 30 years as well, so I know the community well. In the last 20 years, I've spent time as an urban forester, working with trees in cities. So I have 2 points that I really want to make and sort of emphasize. One is, I think the process is wrong. It feels backwards. It feels like there's a cart before a horse here, if I can use that analogy. And secondly, in terms of that, we need more forestry input, and you've heard a lot of that, and Diane, you just talked with Eric about this and more details. You need to understand that this is a forest. I am, of course, interested in trees, but trees, I'm more interested in the forest, of which trees are an element of them. I want us to put the forest first, and I see that the proposal is about revitalization. When I hear that, I hear about revitalizing the ecosystem, not about animating and revitalizing the people's use of it. We've heard a lot at the one meeting I was at. We heard a lot about how people want to use this forest. If we get the forest right, the people will come. I don't think that's an issue. I think that they're very much tied together. Forestry, in terms of process, we were just hearing about it. Maybe I was missing things last year when this first came forward, but when it was brought to my attention, it's quite clear that there's been a lot of thought and good plans in there, but those plans are sort of starting at the design end of a park that's for people use, and I think the value of the park is more in the ecosystem and the ecology. Eric's talked about the ancient trees. It is a remnant heritage park. It is old growth, a few of those trees. Do old growth forests change over time? Yeah, we can go out and see all sorts of old growth forests. Are they what they were 300 years ago? No, but they still have elements that are really critical and important to keep. We've got this, we're being asked to approve, and I understand it's not about the design, to approve what's going on here. And it's just been brought on, but it feels like I know Parks has brought this forward and has sort of been the lead, but I wonder where environment, climate, and forestry is in this. I mean, for me, I always see this happens. Forestry's put at the back end to sort of ask, is it okay for the trees? Are we going to keep the trees alive? And there's a lot more that should be there at the front end of this process. And so I'd like to see that. That's never a good process to leave us at the back end. And it's not just my bias, it's my personal experience of seeing urban forests over the years. This is a remnant forest. The pandemic showed us how important it was for people to make use of this forest. U of T has made a lot of use of this forest for teaching, inventories, research. We collect data, we have inventories. It's an important piece for us. I guess it is our U of T forest after all. And we would like to see more of that. Why can't we see more of this vision to be us using it as a research or an educational institution? Forest Park, that is important on an international scale, but that the City of Toronto holds. So that's really, I think, what needs to be spoken to. My last point is really about time and space. I always tell students when I speak to them about forests, you're about to enter a different world. Trust me, it's tree time, time changes. We no longer, 80 years isn't the lifetime. We could be 1,000 years, some of those trees on the escarpment. This is an old forest. We're going into tree time. For sure, these trees have been there, and the soil beneath them has been left by glaciers. So I think we want the biodiversity. We want the integrity of what this still has. It's one of the few green oases in the city that should be part of green infrastructure, how we would call it in urban forestry, the values of mitigating climate change. That's why I would think climate would be there. A water runoff, a sponge to absorb water when we need it. We don't want to lose that value. And in terms of scale, Eric's already spoken to that about trees and forests. I can answer more questions if people want to hear. Trees are short-term, forests are long-term. I think it's hard to understand how activating it, putting a cafe and a walkway that doesn't actually even see the trees any more than you being down below is really going to change it.
Thank you, Sandy.
I want to end. Enhancing with a light touch is what they talk about, and I don't see how that is going to, a light touch is not going to survive this forest, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions, Councillor Sachs?
Yeah, thank you, Sandy. So first of all, in terms of the tree walk, as you saw from my letter, what I'm proposing is the first rule should be no harm to the distinctive trees. Can the tree walk be built, in your opinion, without harming the distinctive trees?
No.
Okay. What interventions do you think we could make that would improve the health and longevity of the unique and valuable trees in this forest?
In the lighthearted way is keep the people out, but in the more serious way.
I know, but what do you mean by that?
Well, it's just human use is obviously impacting those sites, and the spongy nature of the soil, and Eric's talked a lot about the soil and those relationships, the biodiversity, the structural, the way the forest is constructed with understory and young seedlings, understory, overgrowth trees, gaps, there would be some natural gaps, and contiguous canopies. I don't know if I've covered all. Biodiversity, I'm an entomologist by trade, so there's lots of bees and butterflies and all sorts of insects that are in there, and the birds that come for those. You need a lot of insects to feed birds.
Okay, well, let me see if I can break that down a little. So one thing you mentioned is understory. Yeah. Right now, it's grass and trees. Should we be having shrubs? And would that help the health of the trees?
I think having a staggered structure, like a vertical structure, what we would call vertical strata, is good, and that means shrubs, yes, I guess the answer to some of that. As long as they're native species, as long as they fit in. I like the idea, you know, the Indigenous involvement with a fire pit, but I kind of think, well, let's get the Indigenous community to talk about their medicinal plants and what should be. Many of those are shrubs, small trees, large trees.
Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Part of it. Yep, keep going.
You talked about keeping the people out. Do we, for the health?
Jokingly.
Okay,
this is a downtown park.
But I'm asking you a question. If preserving the health of the unique trees is primary, do we have to keep people off the roots of those trees? And if so, how often and for how long?
the less the better. I mean, this has always been the argument about forests is you've got to lighten the footprint, the ecological footprint, which we put on that forest. So ideally, no people in there, but in reality, and this is in urban forestry, you're always balancing what you need. This project has initiated, there's other interests beyond just having a place for people, but they want to have it in a particular way. And so I think that's just, when I see all the pieces, I think it's activating it too much for people, and you're going to end up like the Caravana issue where there's too many people in there, and that really does compact it. You could probably be in there more in the winter because there's less compaction. We had a great winter where it was frozen ground, and that was better this year. But that's not always the case, and so you have to be really strategic about it, and I would echo what I probably told Eric many years, management plan, and I know whenever you say plan, sorry to the planners, planning, it's not that exciting, but it is a context of time.
Right. Do we need to be using either fences or plants to keep people off the roots of the trees?
Yes, we could try and do that, I think.
And what would that help the health of the valuable trees?
Yes, I think so. I mean, the city's done a wonderful job with High Park out there, bringing back, naturalizing it. They still have grass and lawns that other people, different people in the community want the grass and lawns. Other people want the ecosystem, the trees. You're not going to keep the trees with mowed grass and lawns. That was the problem with High Park, is no regeneration. Acorns weren't coming back, and the concern was the squirrels were getting the ones that were there. So you were going to end up with grass in the end.
Right, which is what we've got now. We've got grass, compacted soil.
Well, we got beautiful trees and great soil under that grass.
Okay. So in terms of promoting the health of the trees, you've mentioned understory, you've mentioned keeping people off. Do we need to also be amending the soil?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. I haven't looked at the soil, and I'd want, the technical thing, but I can't imagine that it's pristine.
All right. What about the Norway maples? I mean, again, do you agree with Eric that the Norway maples are harmful to the valuable native trees?
Over time, yeah. I mean, you want to discourage, you want to reduce them over time, and this, back to the plan, you would be reducing them and not letting them reproduce, and you would be cutting some down and planting in the opening gaps and it might be shrubs, it might not always be trees that you're putting in. It's whatever would be conducive to whatever else is being planned, back to the people. Some of these elements that are in the proposal make sense and could be integrated if foresters were at the table first. And I think that was my first point, is that you need one of them at the beginning.
Okay, we got loud and clear we need foresters. Good. We got that loud and clear, and I think I volunteered you for a committee.
Councillor, let's move it on. We have many items.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much. Okay, great. Thank you. Our next speaker, Catherine Holden. Catherine, are you here?
I am.
There you are. Have a seat. Sorry you've probably been waiting since this morning. We're all ears.
Al, you're going to have to come and do this.
You can just turn on the mic. We can hear you.
It's on. It's not the mic, it's the screen. Yeah, I need a picture on the screen.
Okay, got it?
I apologize. I'm legally blind, and it gives me a lot of trouble from time to time. On the screen, you can see a picture in which Queen's Park North is dominant, Queen's Park South, actually the full Queen's Park Circle. That is the extreme western boundary of the BCCA area in which I live, Bay Clover Hill Community Association. I have, over the years, used Queen's Park the way a community park is intended to be used. I have gone there to just enjoy nature. I have taken a brown bag lunch. I have met people there. I have walked the track. I have done many things. There are two park kinds in our city. There are community parks and there are city parks. Queen's Park North at the moment is a community park because the attributes of the park are the attributes that draw in the people of the community for a place to spend a quiet time of relaxation, a time for children to play kickball, things that a community likes to do in a park. When I moved downtown, Queen's Park North was the only park in our community. That was around, well, quite a few years ago. And in the last 10 years, our community has become very proactive in creating new parks for our small community, which, as you can see, runs from Queen's Park to Yonge, Charles to College. We have 2 new parks. One is less than an acre, Clover Hill Park. The other one, Dr. Lillian McGregor Park, is less than 2 acres. Queen's Park is just a bit under 10 acres. These are the only parks we have. We have no hope of getting more parks because there is no more land. And truly, the land has been developed. We are asking you not to put in a treetop walk, not to condone a treetop walk. I realize that is not the topic today, but that would be the position of the BCCA. We do not want intervention of any kind to interrupt the well-being of those trees. We are asking you to allow the community to be part of the decision-making for the design of the park, and on that I end my comments, because we want to keep it a community park, not a destination park, a city park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputy? No, seeing none. Thank you so much. Terry Hawks of the Annex Residents Association. Terry, are you here? Anyone from the ARA here?
Yes.
Ah, hello.
Here I was hiding, and I'm not too tall. Good day, Mayor Chow, councilors, staff, residents. I'm Terry Hawks, an Annex Residents Association board member and co-founder of the Dalton Road Residents Group and Art for Youth. I'm deeply engaged in grassroots community service, proudly live and work in Ward 11, and I'm here today representing the Annex Residents Association and its Planning and Development Committee. Having collectively attended all of the Queen's Park North public meetings, we stand with all the other residents' associations and this exceptionally knowledgeable group of debutantes in requesting that the Executive Committee accept the generous financial gift of the Weston Foundation, for which we are extremely grateful, and require that both the concept and the final design for Queen's Park North be considered and approved by meetings, plural, of the Infrastructure and Environmental Committee only after the final consultation on the design has been fully assessed and has incorporated public input through satisfactory community engagement. We believe that numerous public meetings have revealed a dissonance between the general public's wishes and the well-intentioned staff priorities. The primary concerns of the residents include the health of the rare old-growth grove and mature tree canopy, and honoring the heritage significance of this unique park in ways that differentiate between treasured local parks and unique local treasures, like Queen's Park North, which Hillary Weston defined as one of the city's most historic natural spaces. So how should we honor that natural space? By honoring nature, rather than exalting structures, food service, and built tree walks in a small and fragile ecosystem. It is nature that supports our mental health in a challenging urban environment. And we honor that natural space by honoring community. Community members who breathe deeply just walking through this restorative passage, and also community that gathers naturally already for respite in nature, like this last sunny Sunday when I blissfully shared coffee with a friend in Queen's Park North from one of a dozen nearby cafes, I might add, where we marveled together at a young woman who was completely transfixed, looking up at this oak tree. I'm sure she was there for the whole time we were there. She just kept looking up into the branches, into the sky. And I thought to myself, this is the jewel of the crown of Queen's Park North. We kind of wiggled while we watched a group of students dancing on the lawn, and we admired an elderly couple peacefully chatting on a bench, and enjoyed the children playing hide and seek on the natural and historical grounds without play structure equipment. Nature and community. It's a simple recipe, yet it's magical. And yet, the staff design seems not to trust the value of these natural elements. In the consultations, it seems as though community was heard, but not listened to. Councillor Sachs earlier today referred to a year of consultations. 4 months prior to the first public consultation of last summer came the city's press release in March 2025. It states, quote, "Renewal of Queen's Park North will provide opportunities for Indigenous placekeeping, winter activation, arts and cultural programming, environmental education, and year-round amenities such as food and washrooms while protecting the existing tree canopy," end quote. The current design, despite extraordinary community objection, remains eerily the same as that press release of a year ago. So let us not squander the voices of our community here today. These knowledgeable residents and experts, let us include them in a tangible way rather than having them bear witness to shoehorning a predetermined design into an ill-equipped city policy. Let us get this local treasure right. We request that the Executive Committee defer their decision until city staff recommendations can be modified with expert oversight and meaningful community consultation. Last spring, in North Toronto, where I lived for many years and enjoyed the ravines, which you don't have the luxury of in this ward, at a park naming for a respected late councillor, I heard the chair of this meeting speak eloquently of the healing power of nature. I appreciated your words then, Mayor Chow, and they remind me of the mental health benefits of nature in the local treasure that is Queen's Park North. Thank you. We hope that Mayor Chow and the Executive Committee will join the residents of Ward 11 in vowing to love and protect the People's Park and its natural treasures, a place of healing and restoration for community, the current and future residents of an increasingly densified Toronto. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Sachs?
Thank you, Terry. Just by the way, we do have ravines in this ward, and in particular, all the work that we're doing on the Vale of Avoca.
Okay.
So just so you know, we prize it. We're working very hard on it.
Thank you. I thought it was just outside the boundary, but I accept that. Thank you.
Big ward. I want to ask your reaction to the advice we've had from the foresters that the key things we need to do to protect the trees, first of all, are to gradually reduce the Norway maples. Do you support that?
I'm not equipped to answer that question, Councillor.
Fair.
That's not my background. That's why I value so much the expertise that we're hearing today. It's a good place for me to learn, as well as many of us, I'm sure.
Well, but you accept their advice?
I would like to not be put into a corner to accept one or two experts' pieces of advice. I think that a more comprehensive look with different experts, both the city planner experts, as well as University of Toronto experts, as well as outside experts, might be a way to go. And once again, I'm not equipped to answer that question directly.
That's fair. We're going to have a forestry committee. But also part of the point that both foresters made is that for the health of the trees, one of the key things we have to do is keep people off the roots. We can do it with fencing, we can do it with shrubbery, but we've got to give the roots a chance to recover. Again, is that something you'd support?
Councillor, I so appreciate your attention to detail. It's not the first time I've had conversations with you about detail, but I don't think it's fair for me to respond to that.
Okay,
I mean, I think those are very interesting comments. It makes sense to me. I'm not a forester. I'm not an arborist. I don't think I can answer that with authority.
No problem. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Linda Brett from Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. You're online, okay. We can hear you, maybe.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee, my name is Linda Brett and I'm Secretary of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, FONTRA, and I'm speaking to our letter attached to the agenda. FONTRA recognizes the importance of Queen's Park to all of Toronto, if not the province and Canada. I remember visiting from Alberta many years ago. As such, we submit that that any proposal for change, any proposal for change, including a redesign, deserves careful consideration and appropriate consultation and governance oversight. We're appreciative of the generous donation proposal from the Weston Foundation, while also recognizing the need for involvement of the community, their buy-in to the final design by meaningful dialogue with them. We also generally support the conditions set out in the letter from Councillor Sachs, which encompasses many of the concerns expressed to date. I would also like to acknowledge all of the work that Councillor Sachs has done on informing her constituents, including the town hall she held for residents associations, which I attended. Our letter makes two recommendations for further council oversight of the project through the Infrastructure and Environment Committee, which does not appear to be contemplated in the donor agreements. First is the reporting of the design after consideration of ongoing community feedback, comments from the design review panel, and further consultations with stakeholders before the detailed design. The second is similar reporting of the final detailed design prior to tendering the project. These conditions set out here and commented by others may require amendments to the donor agreement, and we encourage ongoing dialogue to ensure the end agreements meets these needs. We look forward to seeing this project evolve and encourage you to ensure proper governance is followed by passing the above requested motions. As a side, I have memories of such things as payouts which circumvented normal procedures and their outcomes. Once completed, the city cannot go back and provide appropriate governance or the appropriate model. My personal comments, what I have seen over the last few days and in hearing deputations of the lack of understanding of the overall objectives or goals of the revitalization, as well as what is before you today. Councillor Sachs's letter provides some of what would be contained in the first statement of a goal and/or visions, but needs to be addressed as to who it's to serve, active versus passive, and I believe some of the councillors have mentioned that as well. And Al Rosowski's letter addresses the issue of children, for example. What lenses do we want to place on this, or the council wants to place on this, as to what the end result should be? I don't think that's clarified as well as it should be, and I think you've heard that from many deputies today. If there's such a vision state, then it is clear it is not well understood, nor does it currently have a buy-in by the community, which is crucial for a successful projects. Another point, it's just a kind of aside, in listening to the deputations of questions of deputants, you may want to consider a review by Toronto Police Services of the appropriateness of the design elements for crime prevention with an acronym of DEFCP. They at one time had, and may still have, someone with specialized training to provide such a review. So I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on such an exciting and important initiative. We are not as intimately involved as many of your deputants have been, but we felt it was worthwhile sharing that this is something for everyone. And FONTRA is very supportive of what you're doing today. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time. Any questions, Councillor Sachs?
Linda, just one question, please. Is it your view that this park is to serve the people, just the people who live within a couple of blocks, or is to serve a larger community?
Well, I think it does serve a larger community. I mean, people come and visit Queen's Park from all over. I mean, I visited it back in 1967, quite frankly. And other people in Ontario and other cities come to visit Queen's Park, and also go over to see the north of Queen's Park area.
I'm wondering if I leave around 3:30 or 4, if you'll be okay for quorum?
Just 1 second. Keep going. I'm worried about losing quorum, but go ahead. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. I'm just going to speed things up a bit because we have many items in front of us. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Adam Wayne, Toronto East York Community Preservation Panel. Adam, are you here? Are you online? If you're online, turn on your mic.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? It took a moment for the clerks to unmute me.
Go ahead.
And thank you. I see I have screen share privilege now. I'll turn that on in a moment. Thank you, Mayor Chow, members of the Executive Committee. I'm the elected chair of the Toronto and East York Community Preservation Panel. I'm going to go through my materials quite quickly, as I know I only have 5 minutes to speak. I want to thank you for acknowledging the Indigenous elements of the site towards a push towards decolonization and truth and reconciliation. I note that the documents still omit all reference to Sand Hill. The area immediately east of Queen's Park North was a sacred Mississauga burial site. This site was used last in the War of 1812 to bury an Indigenous soldier that died defending the city of York, and many of the burials occurred prior to the contact of the British or the establishment of the colonial city in 1793. It's mentioned in legislation in 1797, and while many of the bodies were desecrated and ground up to use in building mortar materials for Yonge Street, Bay Street, and the surrounding Bay Clover Hill neighborhood, there are likely still sites with remains on them. And to date, the City of Toronto has refused to acknowledge Sand Hill in any formal capacity, whether it be the Archaeological Register or plans like these. I've been trying to get it onto those for over 6 years now. I first brought to my attention by when I was passed an envelope of Jane Beecroft's research briefly before her death with a request that I assist in identifying the sites marked there as Indigenous burial sites. Furthermore, on the west side of Queen's Park North, there's an orphaned piece of parkland that was originally part of Queen's Park North. The original Queen's Park was about 6 times larger than what we have now. It's been greatly reduced in size over the past 166 years. The orphaned piece of parkland extends between the Canadiana Gallery, the Vice-Regal Suites of the Lieutenant Governor, upwards to Wellesley Street. Within that site is Toronto's oldest freestanding monument in a severe state of disrepair, covered in animal feces and missing many components. It's called the Lime Ridge Memorial Canadian Volunteers Memorial. It was stabilized with emergency stabilization work in 2006, but has been identified as requiring emergency maintenance by the City of Toronto since at least 1929. Within that site as well is one of the last remnants of Tattle Creek's ravine. The accessibility of that monument has been flagged as a concern since 1869, with the monument being unveiled a year later in 1870. Adjacent to Queen's Park North on the west side, we also have the Zeebing Project, the Indigenous Landscape Project at the University of Toronto. There's a great opportunity here to bring that orphaned piece of parkland into the dialogue, connecting the Canadiana Gallery, connecting the Indigenous Landscape Project in Queen's Park as a whole, and better restore and protect the Toronto's oldest freestanding monument. We also, there's been great discussion today around better protection of trees in Queen's Park. I've noted that there's been a push for many years now for a heritage tree program to be established at the City of Toronto. This has been pushed by many people, including Edith George and Weston, and my understanding, former Mississauga Chief Carolyn King. To date, the City of Toronto does not have an active heritage tree program. These character trees in Queen's Park are noted by the Royal Ontario Museum and our speakers today as being historically significant, with on-site interpretation by the Royal Ontario Museum. I encourage the members of council here today and Mayor Chow to seriously establish a heritage tree program. The Ontario Heritage Act does allow for it under Section 29, and the Forest Council of Ontario only has a commemorative program with no actual legal protection for heritage trees. I also note that there's been discussion around restaurant elements and cafes. If I was a billionaire sitting in my boardroom, I would seriously look at the Art Deco skyscraper at the Whitney Block on the east side of Queen's Park as a restaurant site rather than the park itself. That beautiful 16-story Art Deco skyscraper, everything above the 6th floor has been empty since the 1960s. There's a great opportunity there to put a restaurant or better revitalize that space. You get your $1 million skyline view, you leave the park space alone. Or if you want to put one at ground level, look at the surface parking lot at the northeast corner of the Queen's Park buildings on Wellesley Street itself. That's been largely empty. 80% of the time would be a great spot for some intensification or better community use. I also note that Linda Brett and some other members have mentioned safety concerns. I seriously consider line of sight studies and activity studies of what's happening at Queen's Park after dark, just for general safety. I've been followed through Queen's Park at nighttime by way too many people who are soliciting for a number of illicit activities. It's really quite an alarming situation. So I strongly encourage that be examined as well. And I want to note the water feature. This is my final point. I see I'm running out of time here in a few seconds. The water feature in the park is significant. It was designed in the 1950s. I'm a bit baffled by the discussion in the documents of converting that to a garden and putting a new water feature in the park
Adam,
when it could be better revitalized, or revitalize the existing one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right, seeing none, I will go to our last and final speaker, John Ralston-Saul. Thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes to speak, and please start whenever you're ready, and I'll let you know when you're getting close to time.
Thank you. God, I'm sorry I don't have much of a voice today. Deputy Mayor, thank you very much. Councillors, great honor to be here. I live just north of Bloor in the Annex, and for 20 years, and before that, after a little break in Ottawa, I lived for 20 years on Hazelton Avenue in Yorkville, so 40 years, and whenever I walk downtown, which I do all the time, I walk through Queen's Park North. So it's one of the parks that I love the most and I'm very familiar with, and see all sorts of things that happen there. I think people have spoken today very beautifully about the importance of the land, of the trees, of the historic nature of this forest. I want to add to that another element, which may sound contradictory at first, but I don't think is, which is, you know, this is the legislature of the people of Ontario. It's the most important provincial legislature in Canada. And since it was built, it has always been a gathering place for citizens, not necessarily to protest the government of Ontario. They just gather there because, you know, just the way people gather on Parliament Hill in Ottawa, citizens need a place to gather. They either gather in front of City Hall or they gather around Queen's Park. And I remember very clearly in 1990 when Nelson Mandela came to Canada, because Canada had so supported him, that 30,000 Torontonians came together to hear him in front of Queen's Park. That would no longer be possible because that whole part of the south side of Queen's Park has been landscaped so that citizens cannot gather there. It's been all broken up. You can say it's pretty, it's nice. This is a place of citizens, and they cannot gather any longer in front of the legislature in large numbers. So it's still true that the other side, the side we're talking about, is a place where citizens can gather. And we have to keep that in mind. This is a place of democracy, of citizens, and they have to be allowed to gather. And anything that's done, like restaurants or what is it called, a canopy walk, are getting in the way of the ability of citizens to gather, quite apart from its effect on the forest and the nature of the place. What we're talking about is, on the one hand, a forest, and what could I add to what's been said, and a gathering place. This is two real functions. And then people like me and all of you walk through it, and we sit and we have our lunch and all the rest of it. Those are the functions of the place. Bringing in a restaurant with the attached toilets and the attached large garbage bins and the music which will come in spite of everything that the authorities can do to stop it in the middle of the park is a disastrous idea. It gets right at the center of this historic and important park and interferes with a really kind of cheapening of it. by putting in these things, which, as somebody mentioned, I can't remember how many cafes there are within close walking distance. There is no need of a cafe on these grounds. Zero need of a cafe on these grounds. As for toilets, I mean, put them somewhere in a corner, put them next to the subway. They don't need to be in the center. Let me just insert a tiny thing about the current statue of the important imperial figure. This is not a Canadian statue. This statue was made by a British imperial sculptor for India to celebrate the British in the Indian Raj. It's an Indian-British statue. It was taken out by the Indian government and put in a warehouse before being melted down, and mysteriously was then saved and brought to Toronto and put in the center of one of our most important parks. So I understand that the plan is to move it to a corner. I don't know why it would have a corner. It doesn't belong in Toronto. It has no historic significance at all in this city. It should just be taken away and auctioned off to whoever wants it. That's all. There's no purpose in it. So, and if we have the restaurant, well, we're looking at garbage bins, and we're looking at toilets, and we're looking at music, and looking at all the rest of it. So let me just finish by saying, I think that, and you've heard it today, we have to make this a center of perhaps of tree education. We have this wonderful forest, of forestry research. I was talking with people about this in the break. A wonderful amount of that money that's been given could be spent on great hardware to identify the trees and talk about the trees, so people will actually, what is the entertainment of this forest? The forest is the entertainment. The trees are the entertainment. And so the better job we do at describing it and making kids feel excited and parents feel excited, and I would bring my friends when they come to visit Toronto to see this and to read about it. That's what it's about. This should be a temple of trees. And people will love this, and they will come for this. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Whoa. Well said. Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you so much for clarifying the statue for me. As I've asked about that.
I can't resist it.
I'm glad you did. That was very clear. You do have a strong opinion. Probably one I appreciate. And in looking at, I just think that you've been very clear with us today, and I thank you. So for me, clarifying the concept of this park, clarifying the nature of this park, clarifying the historical elements and nature of the park and its relationship to the history of the residents and the governments seems to me to be the first thing that's missing. There's a lot of things that have been put in here that might not fit, or that if you haven't done those things, now you're picking from a list and putting things in there. Would you agree that that would be an important exercise, that's been missing?
Yeah, it feels as if, it feels to me, as I gradually understand better what's happened, it's sort of backwards. And I don't know how that happened. I'm not blaming anybody. The staff are fantastic. So I'm not blaming anyone. But, maybe it's when there's a vacuum that people start putting things in. Like, well, let's have a restaurant, let's have toilets at the center, let's have a skywalk or whatever. You really have to have an idea, well, what are we doing here? Well, what we're doing here is we have a fantastic forest, we have a fantastic history, we have a place people want to walk through. That's a lot already. This isn't that big. I mean, you don't need to distract people with restaurants, and there's just no need for any of that. It's like, bad painting doesn't get better if you just keep adding stuff. We'll put a blob here and a blob there,
So it really is, the nature of it currently, as I've said, is a respite and a restorative location.
And a gathering place.
And a gathering place, but there aren't too many places like this in this area.
No.
South of Blue or anywhere like University Avenue, you can't actually promenade along those parks along University, and they're quite pretty. But just the nature of that space, I think, could be clarified. And it would be design for the nature of the space. There's no agreement yet on what that nature of that space would be, irrespective of if it's this tree or that tree or Norway maple or a sugar maple. But to me, that's missing at this point.
Yeah, I think that Eric described very well, if he's still, yes, there he is, very well that, how you have to kind of look at what is the ground, what's the history, how did the trees come to be there, what are the trees? I mean, that's so exciting. I think we must be very careful, and I say this to elected people, you know better than us, one must never insult the public by saying they're too dumb to find this exciting. We have to give them toys to excite themselves. People will be excited by this park being celebrated as a park. And I think we have to go to the nth degree to celebrate it as a park and as trees.
There's no interpretive elements there at the moment.
Oh, there are little bits, but
not in a meaningful.
I think, a surprising amount of money could be spent on producing the finest interpretive things. And I don't mean big machines. I mean elements, the metals you're using, and the way you identify the trees and things. I think that could be a really interesting, what I would call high-quality project, which would then make Queen's Park the Park of Toronto. That everybody, when they say, well, what do you do about, this? What do you do about Norway maples? What do you do about, they say, well, what do they do in Queen's Park? It becomes the point of reference for the city. And I think, I love this city, and I walk around it all the time. During COVID, we just walked and walked and walked, my wife and I. And I think what the city needs, in a way, is a central reference for its parklands and its trees, because it's a great tree city. And yet we don't know how to talk about it, in a way. We don't know how to make sense of it. And I think the discussion about Norway maples is a really good discussion, I mean, we probably, I don't know, what do I know? I'd probably get rid of them, but I'm not a forester,
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much for your time. And that is our last speaker, folks. I think Councillor Sachs, you have the floor, and then I'm going to say a few words. And then I think Councillor Matlow has a motion. Before we do that, question to the staff first. Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much. So is Kim Statham here somewhere? There we are, hello. Okay, so Kim, first of all, do you agree that the mature trees, the valuable trees in this park need additional support and protection than what they're getting now?
Through the chair, I would agree with that.
Okay. And do you agree with Sandy that it's not possible to install the tree walk as proposed without damaging the distinctive trees?
So through the chair, the current conceptual design is built within the tree protection zones of several trees. And as Professor Smith pointed out, there would be some impact to that, to that installation.
Okay, so I think you're saying that you're agreeing with her that building the tree walk as proposed would harm the distinctive trees in this park?
Through the chair, I think that's an accurate statement.
Okay, thank you. Question to the park department. Is this a local park just for the people in the immediate vicinity?
Through the chair, the city's parkland strategy defines this as a city park, given its size and its connectivity across the city. Through the chair, the council-approved parkland strategy defines this as a city park, so not just a community-serving park, but a city park serving the entirety of the city.
Okay, and what is a city park supposed to have by way of features, amenities, characteristics?
So a city park should serve that local community, and we've heard today from many people how important this green space is among the few that are in the downtown, but it also should have amenities or reasons to bring people to the park, such as the forest elements that have been spoken to.
Okay. One of the concerns that was raised was about the procurement provision in your recommendation. Will the construction of anything to be built in this park go through the normal tendering process?
Thank you for the question. I'm glad we're able to clarify that. So there was a clause, a recommendation in the report that speaks to non-competitive procurement that is only for the city to take on board existing consultant contracts, but the actual construction contract would be tendered by the city following our policies as we do with other capital projects.
Okay, in the normal way. We also had a number of deputants suggest that the Weston's money should be used for other purposes, other parks, other public purposes. Did you discuss with the Westons whether they were willing to give these funds for other parks or other purposes?
That has been discussed with the donors. The donors are very specifically interested in improving the condition of this park over the long term, given their personal attachment to the park through their mother, Hillary Weston, as well as their investments elsewhere in the neighborhood. They do also support activities such as the Meadowway, Evergreen, and other public realm efforts elsewhere in the city through other donations.
All right, but is it open to us to take the $50 million and do other things with it?
Through the chair, I think it's open to the city to push the city's priorities and objectives in this partnership, understanding the donor would have an opinion as well where they want to see their money go.
Okay, but as it stands at the moment, is it open to us to take this money and use it for other purposes?
No.
No, it's not open as proposed here in the terms of reference you see in the report. It's for this park project specifically.
Okay, and you've seen my letter and the motion that's been developed from it. Do you support that motion?
Yes, we do, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay, others, question, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I heard today mentioned Grange Park and sharing the example of the agreement there. I would also raise the Bentway as an example of agreements like this at the City of Toronto. Can you share how this agreement or the way that it is looking to be shaped is similar or different from other agreements in the city that has an approach that shares park space and through private donations?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The approach here in terms of the proposed operating model outlined in the attachments to the report comes from a detailed study of different partnerships, different arrangements we have across the city, including the Bentway, Toronto Botanical Garden, Grange Park for sure. We have certainly learned lessons and discussed what is most appropriate. It's not really a cookie cutter approach, so we're considering what's most appropriate to Queen's Park North. In this case, for example, I'd highlight the intention of having funds dedicated to the maintenance and repair within the park, and not just the upfront capital investment, but also note, like with the Bentway meetings, having dedicated staff, as well as an advisory board approach.
So building on that, there has been quite a lot shared today. Thank you to all the speakers who, we heard from about public engagement and community consultation in the decision-making and the ultimate kind of design of the park. Can you share a little bit more about how public engagement and community consultation has been addressed and will be included on the ongoing work in this park?
So community engagement has been ongoing since middle of last year, and it's certainly not over. We're deep into another round of engagement, which kicked off with an open house last Thursday. We intend on meeting with the various focus groups we set up, having other activities through the months of March and April, and advancing discussions on the design, on operating model, on maintenance approaches, and all the topics discussed today.
Okay.
My time, yeah.
Yep. Any other questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Just that last comment, it just sounds to me like that is already determined. We're going to have a conversation about these elements. We're going to have a conversation about the operating model. Can you just clarify that this is just a concept plan?
That's correct,
It certainly
Councillor.
isn't ready for tender, correct?
That's definitely not ready for tender whatsoever. It's a concept plan for further feedback and analysis.
It sounded a bit more like something that's been completely decided on, which it may have been, but I think from today we're going to be making some directional suggestions. I guess the question about the money is, it's $50 million that's for this location, but it doesn't have to be used immediately. It can be developed, whatever's going to go there, and then a plan for over time for the maintenance of this space and anything else that happens. Would I be correct to think that?
You would be correct, Councillor. There's a generous
Okay.
offer, but it's up to the city to
It's
determine
not
how
spend
to...
the 50 million on everything that we're talking about at this very moment. Thank you.
Councillor, if I can clarify, it's 50 million for the capital investment and an additional 40 million or more for maintenance and repairs over
But
time.
is there a time frame? I'm going to ask the
20-year
partnership
term.
office for that donation. Does it say you must spend that $50 million within X time frame? Is that in your contribution agreement or not? I'm asking the partnership office because I don't think you did that agreement. Or maybe you did, but I think it's partnership
Parks and
office
Recreation
agreement.
are negotiating the agreement with advice from the partnership office as well as legal and other parties.
So something that comes in for a partnership, that then goes to Parks and Recreation, or it's dealt with at the partnership office? Where?
It's developed by the variety of divisions I named and presented to council for direction in terms
I'm
of
sorry,
further
who
negotiation.
has carriage of the partnership agreement? I'll ask the general manager. In your division.
Terry can jump in if
Did
she
you
wants.
hold that
Council
time?
directed us in March to, directed the general manager of Parks and Recreation to negotiate this next donation agreement, which we're presenting today.
So you're negotiate that on there, thank you. For a tree protection zone, I'm just going to remind everybody through Ms. Statham, when you build something, you have a tree protection zone. If you're going to rebuild your front or rebuild your home, that's the area around the tree, and it cannot be encroached upon, correct? Sorry, that right? So you said that some of that canopy walk would be within the tree protection zone in our own park. Did I hear that right? That that's the current plan?
That's correct.
So that isn't ideal, is it?
That's
Because
correct.
what we expect of the public, we should expect in our own parks. I just want to clarify this notion of a city park, because when I chaired the Parks and Environment Committee many years ago, we determined the designations for parks, the destination park, the district park. Do you not have those designations any longer?
We do, Councillor, and you're right that there's been different definitions over time. The 2019 Parkland Strategy defined this as a 5 to 8 hectare city park.
Okay, so maybe you'll bring all of that back so we can confirm that, because it's really clear. It sounds like it is a destination park. We have the island as a destination park. We have High Park as a destination park. There seems to be a difference of opinion as to what that would be and what the destination would be. And we're hearing a lot of thoughts about that today. I just want to ask, lastly, the concept, where was the concept first brought? Was it brought as a concept to the community? Who developed the concept of the canopy walk, the restaurant? Was that the donor? Was that the landscape architect? Was that city staff? Or was that from a public kind of concept meeting? You know, we have the meeting saying, here's this space, let's talk about what could go there. Which one of those four was it?
So a vision and principles were developed through engagement through last year with public participation. A concept in response to that vision has been brought forward through multiple rounds of engagement and refined over time,
So
developed by the project team.
Somebody says, let's have a restaurant, then that's why it's in there. Am I right?
It's in part responding to city council direction on including food and beverage in parks where appropriate.
In parks, but somebody's making that decision so what I'm hearing so far is there's a vision, here's everything everybody wants, and I think Mr. Saul said it properly, it's nobody's fault, but everybody had an idea, and now it seems like all the ideas are reflected somewhere in this park, but the concept of whether it's kind of an active park, and you've got music and restaurants and big washrooms and everything, or is it this restorative, relaxed glade? That concept, was that two differences brought to the public, or was it just a visioning exercise?
Through the chair, I believe that we are actually very aligned with what we've heard today from deputants in terms of the vision and expectations for this park. It's the manner in which it's delivered. We always talk about the trees first and last, and we want to make sure we have the appropriate plans in place to have the values of this park, or the qualities of this park endure over the long term.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Speaker, Councillor Sachs, and then,
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As everyone can tell, this is a matter of great interest to many people in my ward and across the city. It is incredibly generous of the Weston family to come forward offering the city a donation of what's really $100 million. $50 million, up to $50 million in capital works in this park, and $2.5 million a year for 20 years, which adds up, on my math, to another $50 million to maintain the park. What we know all across the city is that the city is cash-strapped. We don't have the money to provide the level of capital infrastructure we wish we did. We don't have the money to provide the level of maintenance that people demand and want to see. And as we intensify, the pressure on public infrastructure, public spaces, and public parks is multiplying and multiplying rapidly. I see that at a very high rate in my ward. I have more subway stations than anywhere else, and so with transit-oriented development, there's been an enormous pressure to intensify along the Bloor and Yonge spines, which is adding tens of thousands of people, most of them with no private outdoor space, and a ward that already outside Rosedale was one of the most park deficient in the city. So we have extraordinary demands being placed on every inch of parkland and not enough money to keep them in good enough condition to meet those needs. So it's in that context that the generous offer of the Weston family has to be considered and worked with and judged. I thank the staff for the work they've done. I thank the community members. I know that many people have put a large amount of time in this. I think we heard some really, really valuable contributions from the deputants today, and of course I've also heard them from my community outside today. And the one thing on which I think we have heard reasonable consensus is that the tree walk doesn't fit, right? Everyone agrees, I think, almost everyone agrees. Well, actually, people don't agree, all of them, about anything, but there is general agreement that the most important feature about this park is the trees. And I love John Ralston-Saul's description of this being a temple of trees. And in particular, there's a significant number of distinctive native trees, mature trees, including some of the last butternut in Toronto, some of the last butternut in Ontario, that need protection, that are in trouble right now because the soil is thin, it's compacted, too many people walk on the routes, it gets shaken from the subway, so the trees need help. And we heard some really good suggestions about how we do it. And we've also heard a lot of interest, reaffirmed by this council, places to eat, places to go to the bathroom in parks. We heard Al's comment about the need for facilities for children, the interest in gardens. So we do have needs in this park. We don't yet have consensus on what the concept plan should be. We don't have sign-off from the heritage planning. We don't have sign-off from urban forestry. We don't have sign-off from the university, which owns the land, and nothing can be done without their consent. So I'm grateful that my colleagues in the mayor's office have agreed that this needs to come back, and it will come back in May with an actual concept plan proposed and hopefully answers to these questions as to what best makes this a temple of trees, how do we improve its attractiveness for children, how do we make it more engaging for people? I've got my personal favorite of QR codes on. There's 300 odd trees in this park. Each one could have a QR code. You look, put your phone in that QR code and you hear a story told by someone about something, the ecological history, the cultural history, the human history, and the university's interest in extending that across east and west to their premises. So there could be, again, a knitting together of town and gown, which I've been trying to do for the last several years. So there's a lot of opportunities here. There definitely are some pitfalls we don't want to fall into. I thank everybody. I thank my colleague, Councillor Matlow, is going to make the motion that we've worked on. I appreciate that. I know this took a lot of time, everybody, today, but this is really important to a lot of people, and I appreciate your help getting to what I hope is going to be a really good result for the city.
Thank you. I'm going to just say a few words, and then Councillor Matlow, you have the motion ready. And Councillor Fletcher, yep. And Councillor Perks. Just 1 second. Well, thank you to all the deputants that been here since 9:30 this morning. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your patience and your participation in this process. Developing a vision that it's not easy. And number one, yes, there's very generous donation. It's historically the biggest donation the city have received. And also it's groundbreaking in that normally the city would receive capital, a donation of this kind just for capital. But this one actually has maintenance and operation attached to it. So it's a unique opportunity for us to do something spectacular. Number two, what I'm hearing is that protect what we have. What is most special about this? Okay, I heard about trees and forests. As someone that spent quite a bit of my time, when I do have time, in the wilderness, I do understand how wilderness or trees or anything green or water or the sky really lift us up and really situate us in this universe, and how important it is for any number of reasons, whether it's mental health, physical health, and etc. I hear that, yes, revitalize the park, but don't destroy what you have. That's came across really clearly. I think there are two questions we need to ask. Who is missing? Who are not in this park that should really enjoy this park even more? And how do we bring them there, or how do we attract them? And when they're there, what element of this park is so special? And we've heard some suggestions. And then how do we bring people together so that the vision that we have is compatible, that there's no huge conflict, right? There's always some differences, but as long as there's some established principle, then I think we can move forward. It requires a lot of listening, a lot of give and take. What I've heard is that you've gone to 3 meetings and there was a lot of listening, but there wasn't any giving, which doesn't help. And that's why we're here. So we are saying now that we have in March, yes, we could go and receive with a great deal of thanks. But before we approve the conceptual plan, let us work together, hear each other, make changes, find out we already know who is missing, and talk about how do we get there. And at the heart of it, how do we capture the beauty that I think the Weston family really wants? And I think there's some element of the Irish Canadian, their contribution to this city, given that there were 38,000 that came in 1987, at the time when the city only had 20,000 people, right? So that history is also a part of it. Where does that history situate? Should it situate? Should there be a piece of it, right? That element of it in a very light way, not to overwhelm, not to, because I'm hearing the overwhelming part should be nature and trees, right? But aside from it, what else are there? What other elements? Because I think Paul was very clear. Is it Paul? I think, yeah, Paul Farrell. So there's a lot that we can do together, and I think in the next few months there will be lots of opportunity to do so. And that's why I fully support what Councillor Matlow is going to be moving together with a whole team, Councillor and others, that we could work together. Okay, so thank you for the time, And Councillor Matlow is yours, and then Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am putting forward a motion that is based on a very helpful letter from the local councillor to address many of the issues and concerns that she's been hearing, along with contributions from my colleagues, including the mayor, who really put in writing what she's put in words, which is that the community is important as part of this discussion. And along with my contributions and the thoughts of others. This is local democracy at work. You are watching this happen in real time. And it's not just those who are at the horseshoe, it's those who we represent. I can also give credit to inspiring words from many of the residents, including Sue Dexter, who I just love hearing speak, along with Councillor Sita Ram-Kalawansing. You get to keep your honorific, I believe so, who is a remarkable advocate for her community, along with those of you here today who are making your voice heard. And, you know, Queen's Park North is, as has been said several times, a jewel for so many people across the province and across the city, and those of us who don't live nearby, including myself, value it and love it and appreciate the old growth oaks, the forest that is in the heart of our city. And you never get that back. And it's so important to be a steward, a collective steward of the nature that we have in our city. And as Olivia, as the mayor said, I'm another one who take great effort in this busy life to find places of nature, to find respite and to find joy and reflection and come back to myself. When it's right in the heart of our city, why would we ever want to see that lost? But I also recognize that, you know, there are many voices here that want to be part of this conversation. And while it's important to all of us, there are no people who actually appreciate it and know it better than those who live nearby. I might visit it, but the people who spoke today see it as this common space for the community. It's the place where they will go on a day-to-day basis if I go maybe every so often. And that's why their voices are so critical to this conversation. So what we're doing today is that we are putting their priorities into this motion. And again, the local councillor really did make effort to reflect those priorities in the letter, and she should be acknowledged for doing that work. It's a lot of work, it's difficult work, and I wanted to acknowledge that work. But together as a committee, you know, with the mayor as our chair, we recognize that this needs to be done in stages in a way that we don't go ahead of the community, we do it with the community. And that's why this will not be a done deal today. Yes, we are accepting the money. Why wouldn't we? And I think most people who spoke today acknowledge that. We want to do something good with it. We want the park to be remarkable. The question is, what does remarkable really look like? So let's have that conversation over the next few weeks. And that conversation will happen. There will be another report brought back to the Infrastructure Committee in May. Nothing will be set in stone. Nothing will move rapidly forward before that. And then no shovels can go in the ground. No changes can be made without council approval. And this motion assures the community of that too. And that was a contribution I want to acknowledge the mayor put in because of her commitment to that genuine consultation approach. So I'm very proud of this collective effort. I think this is the right approach. And then hopefully through that collaborative approach that will be done through the leadership of the local councillor and the leadership of the community, I'm hoping that, and then of course all the experts that need to be there to inform the decision, I'm hoping that we have something to be proud of in May that we can support. And if we don't, then we'll have to make a different decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mayor. This really is a wonderful opportunity to get such a generous gift for such a precious part of the city. And we should thank the Weston family for their interest and commitment to this. And I'm sure they're listening and understand that this is a special place and must remain a very special place for the city. I don't think there's a deadline. I've just asked the deputy city, there's no deadline. You must have that concept by X day. There must be a shovel in the ground by X time. This is 5 to 8 hectares. It's a 16, 17, maybe 20. It's a big place. So I think we should disabuse ourselves of, on May, we have to have exactly what's going to happen. I don't believe that. I think this is a process we're entering into now with many voices, and it's important to get it right. If you don't get it right at the beginning, it's never going to be right. That's the first thing. I want to thank the deputants. These are real community leaders. We don't often get these deputants in such numbers on an issue here at the city with their levels of expertise and different their experience. It's reminded me almost that they would all be here to talk about the Spadina Expressway, and now they're all here to talk about this particular beautiful park. And we have to listen, because you don't often come together in this configuration as a community to speak to City Hall. So when you're here, I'm listening. That's what I want to let you know. I do believe that here, and I think Mr. Saul said that the best way, John Ralston Saul, that it does seem to be a little backwards. And when I asked staff that, didn't seem to judge it in the same way, but this notion of the concept. What is the concept of this 5 to 8 hectares of city space in the middle of downtown, behind the seat of government for the province of Ontario? What's the concept? It did have a concept. It does have a relationship to the community. Is it a tree temple? Is it a glade? We can't have a tree canopy walk proposed that imposes on the tree protection zone that we're imposing on every developer in the city of Toronto. I don't think that's right. So already just hearing that, I know we have some fixing to do here today. I want to just note that Leslie Spit, there's always been a lot of pressure. Put this on the Leslie Spit. Why don't you do that? Why can't I drive right out in my van to the end of the Leslie Spit? No, you can't. You can't drive through the Leslie Spit. Here's the nature of the spit. When we developed Bedosagay, here's the nature of that park. And believe me, it took a whole number of years for the concept and then the development. It is a sister to the Leslie Spit. There is some children's area, and then behind that, it is all naturalized area and the Don Greenway, which again, Mayor, I'll remind you and everybody that I always tried to finish all the projects that Jack Layton had, and that was one of them. I do think we should clarify the concept, clarify the nature. I'll say that as the chair of Parks and Environment, which I was, which set up all of those designations. There weren't any until the Ryerson Group did that for the City of Toronto. I want to make sure we have that nested in the right way, that this is going to come to infrastructure and environment. I will not have 20 deputants there opposing or saying no. I'm letting you know that now, Councillor Sachs. I will be involved to bring a product there. Is it May? Is it June? Whatever date that it's coming, it has the consensus. It is what is a beautiful concept. It's how we're going to spend the money. And that is what I am saying I will do today. So for this motion, I'll support it, but I think it needs some fixing, which I will do between now and council to make it clearer what the aims are, what the goal is, what the deadlines are, what the process is, who does an advisory group. I'm still unclear who chooses them, how that happens. Councillor Sachs, you're going to have a very big role in this park changes or how it's going to be enhanced. I don't want to say changed. There's an enhancement coming. What is it going to be? But we will not have everybody here saying you didn't get that right in May or June or whatever date that is. That's all I'm going to say for this moment. Not happening, people. We're going to get this right to start with. You're going to be happy. You're going to write your letters. Please don't all come if it's good, because we have a lot of deputations. Just tell us, tell us that we did a good job.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I love this place. I just love this place. So for about 20 years, I sat in those chairs as a community activist on environmental issues, and would watch the committee change its mind in real time. And now for almost 20 years, I've sat on this side, and I've changed my mind a lot of times. Not as often as some, but yeah. But the thing that's amazing about this place is how utterly priceless this process is. There's no other government in North America of our size where we have conversations like this, where, Sue can come and remind us about how community is built in a neighborhood, and Paul can tell us about what a planner sees, and John can teach us a whole lot about statuary that we didn't know. And Sue, I had about 100 questions about the bugs and the kinds of bugs that can't live in non-native trees and their contribution to the ecosystem, and I'm going to phone you and you're going to tell me all about it, okay? But when you add up that advice, when you add up that creativity, you get a suddenly very different idea of who's being generous and what's valuable. What we heard today in so many ways is worth more than $50 million. And I want to thank everyone who took the time to come and very generously grant us the gifts of their wisdom, experience, and knowledge. You've made a change here today, and that change will continue. I can't think of two people that will be more relentless than Councillor Sachs and Councillor Fletcher in driving what we've heard today home. So, in closing, I really love this place. It works.
Thank you. Democracy in action. Any other speaker? If not, Councillor Councillor Matlow, you have a motion on behalf of Tata. Here we are. Folks have taken a look previously. Thank you for pulling it all together. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. I think it's unanimous. Thank you so very, very much. And the item itself, all those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time. Now we have 10 other things we have to do. Because of Ramadan, sunsets will be soon, so let us get through this agenda because we have a few more items we have to do. I think our next one is about litter bins. We have two speakers, Daniel Tate and Brooke Coatsworth. Daniel Tate, are you still here? Thank you. And we will.
I feel like an expert on trees now.
We learned a whole lot about trees.
I'm better off for
Go
it.
for it.
Okay.
We're ready.
Okay, where are we here? Okay.
29.5, street furniture and little bin.
Okay, I want to bring up the elephant in the room, which is our garbage bins suck. They are terrible, they're decrepit, they're an absolute embarrassment. I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I've heard, this is not just my own experience, this is the experience of every citizen in the city. This is what tourists say, and we're absolutely the laughingstock of the Western world because our garbage bins are in utter pathetic state of a state of hardware. How did we get here? So in 2007, we signed a rotten deal with a media company. Why were we giving a media company operational control over a core essential service, your street furniture garbage bins? I don't know why we did that, but looking back, we can see that Councillor Carroll voted for it, Ainsley voted for it, Fletcher, Perks, Nunziata, and Peruzza. So there are people in this building who are directly responsible for this terrible deal. The design was terrible. The garbage bins were of inferior quality. There was problems with maintenance, and they're incredibly easy to break, which is the problem we're in right now. Anybody who is high on drugs or otherwise out of their mind can easily break into these garbage bins, which causes a tremendous amount of mess on our streets. And that is very demoralizing to tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who have to walk around as if it's like the third world. Just getting here today, I had to step over all sorts of litter, and I walked past 4 or 5 garbage bins that are in complete disrepair. Why did it take so long? I understand the Astral deal is expiring next year, so maybe that's why we're talking about it. But this city council got elected in 2022. This mayor was elected in 2023, and you had ample time to reopen that agreement and make the required amendments or just cancel it outright. I don't understand why we've left it to the last minute during an election year. And by the way, the 4 people who voted against the Astral deal in 2007 were Councillors Davis, Jenkins, Vaughan, and Ford. Rob Ford voted against it. So here we are. We're now dealing with the Great Toronto Garbage Plague, which is the state of affairs that we are in, and people all over the city are very disgusted with the amount of litter that's on our streets, and that's definitely part and parcel to the pathetic state of our garbage bins. Here's one example at Bloor and Sherbourne, Chris Moyse's ward. This bin is completely off its rocker. Like it's been removed. It's just hanging off a snowbank. Look at this one. The door is completely open, and it's just we can't claim to be a world-class city if we have garbage bins like this. It just makes us. Everybody in City Hall, it makes you all look bad. And that's a normal, rational point of view. So we are in a world of hurt here, and we have to understand that any new deal, and this I think is a unique moment where me and the mayor actually agree, we need to bring garbage back in-house. Okay, contracting this out to third parties, bad idea, especially contracting it to media companies, really bad idea. Just looking at the clock here, I want to give you an example of what's going on in New York. Let's see how Times Square does their bins.
He's going to give us a little lesson on how to properly do garbage bins. Look at these, pretty heavy duty. Even got the little step thingy. Pop it in, closed. Nice and sturdy. These doors are pretty tough, nice and clean, and advertising opportunity. There's even some down there with Michael Jackson on them. Look at that. MJ on the garbage bin. New York knows how to do it. Toronto, we got to get our act together.
Okay, so there's great examples of well-done garbage bins in other world-class cities like New York, where the hardware is excellent. We should have a very competitive RFP process where companies that specialize in this stuff can produce excellent street furniture bins for us. It's another revenue source. You can sell advertising. Also a great opportunity to showcase local artists. So thank you for hearing me and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you for showing us what New York is doing. Next speaker, Brooke Coatsworth. Are you here, Brooke? Online. You online? Can we hear you?
You can hear me. How are you?
I'm good. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep it short in honor of your time this afternoon. Members of the Executive Committee, thank you again for hearing me today. As the city considers decoupling litter bins from the street furniture contract, I would encourage you to think about how existing city staff can help support the program and clean up our city. Toronto has recently expanded its crossing guard workforce across the city. These guards already walk to major intersections where litter bins are located and presumably encounter significant litter on their way. A simple operational idea would be to equip them with 1 or 2 garbage bags during their route to their posts, and any litter collected could be left at a designated pickup spot for solid waste crews. It's a small step, but using an existing working force to collect litter along the routes could help prevent overflowing bins and improve street cleanliness being scheduled between collections. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief and to the point. Questions to the deputant? If not, on the item, Councillor Fletcher?
Well, I just wanted to clarify something with Mr. Kelleher, who's, I believe, here.
To staff?
Yep. No, sorry, Mr. Curtis, because right now there's two. I don't think we could have just canceled that contract. There would have been a significant penalty. Is that not right? I mean, we can't walk out of the 20-year contract. It's going to end. So now is the moment when we can make these changes, just to clarify.
Okay. To the chair, I'm just going to answer this for Mr. Curtis. Again, contracts are very complicated. No, you could not just walk away. There would be legal ramifications that would need to be discussed.
Thank you. So just to clarify for anybody that thought we could cancel, couldn't cancel. We'd be in court for a long time. Probably have the bins we have for a long time. Thank you. But I'm happy to move that a letter, Mayor.
Thank you.
Just say that we have this great opportunity to bring these in-house. As noted in our letter, the litter bins are generally no longer part of a street furniture contract. So even if we said we wanted somebody to do that in Vancouver, they did, and everybody said we're not doing that. So this is real life we're in now with a really great opportunity to get ahead of it. And I think it's probably a pretty exciting moment to change out some of the broken old pedestals and things that Mr. Tate was talking about, and I can't wait to get at it with you.
Thank you. Councillor?
I do have some questions with staff, Madam Mayor, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to save those for council if this item's going to advance there, and not coming to council. Okay, I will take my few moments. Sorry, Madam Mayor. If you could start my time, I just have a few quick questions for staff on this update. We've heard about potential separation from the street furniture program for the litter bin collection. How would responsibilities currently shared between Astral Media's solid waste management and the street furniture team change? What would look different if litter bins are separated from the street furniture program?
So through the chair, so Councillor, the anticipated end state would be that solid waste would be responsible for the installation, the maintenance, and the upkeep of the bins, which currently Astral does right now. And we right now collect from those bins, and we will continue to collect from that in the future state.
Great, thank you. If solid waste management assumes responsibility, which it sounds like for your answer, that's what the future state will be for the installation and maintenance of these bins, does the division currently have the tools and resources needed to take this role on?
No.
Can you give us a little bit more context and color what you anticipate additional resources might look like?
So through the mayor to committee, that's some work that we will have to put together over the next few months, working with transportation, getting some detailed information from Astral on their service standards, and align that with what work we would need to do to increase those service standards within the division. And then we would be bringing back a report back to council on the resources that we would need, and based on this letter, incorporate that into our working budget for next year.
Great. Is that work that's underway, or does that need to be moved as direction?
That's work that's currently being done right now.
Great. And the timeline that you anticipate that report back?
So we're looking at early next year to come back with a full report and direction on any RFPs that may be required at that time.
Great, thank you. Given solid waste management does already service litter bins, in some cases, how would separating bins from street furniture contract help reduce overflow specifically?
So, Councillor, we'd have more, dedicated eyes on those bins. So right now, when we look at the program as a whole, we are bringing in some of our litter vac work, and those litter vac operators will have the ability to report on those bins back to staff, back to their supervisors, versus reporting to Astral to take care of those bins. So we have a better line of sight through more active management of our in-house staff who are already deployed to get more intel back to supervisors and the team to dispatch crews to either address the cleanliness of the bins or to repair the bins and take any necessary measures that we need to do to enhance that service.
Great, that sounds good, and look forward to that report back on the service standards and how we might expedite, find more efficiencies within this future state. Just a last quick question on how the waste management strategy for FIFA World Cup identified litter hotspots and what criteria will determine the number and placement of additional bins during the tournament.
So, Councillor, we're just finalizing our waste management plan right now in collaboration with the FIFA Secretariat, Transportation Services, MLS, and a number of other divisions, and we'd be glad to walk you through that once it's fully done.
Great. Look forward to that opportunity. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for staff? Deputy Mayor Cole?
Yes, to Mr. Kelleher. I guess about 3 years ago, I raised the questions about these bins, and I asked whether or not we could examine the possibility of using the solar-powered compact bins that are used in Germany and Denmark and in Japan. Did we ever get a report on that?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, we updated Infrastructure Committee on that, and when we are looking at next steps, when solid waste is responsible for these bins, we are absolutely looking at those solar power compacting bins as a potential option moving forward in the overall program. Now that we will be responsible for all of the bins across the city, it's something that we can dig into a little bit more in terms of the viability of that versus having a few of the solar-powered bins kind of dispersed throughout the city. This will allow a more comprehensive analysis of the cost-benefit of that.
So this request here, the letter from the mayor and Councillor Fletcher, does not preclude you from looking at those alternatives that I asked for 3 years ago?
Absolutely not, Councillor. We're going to look at a number of different business models, operating models, and receive some direction from Council in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move this
Yep.
if anyone else doesn't have questions.
Pardon?
I'm happy to move the item if there are no more
Okay, all right.
questions.
Anyone else? Question? If not, motion. Oh, sorry. Councilor Matlow, to speak or question?
To speak after the move, yeah, like, just put me on the list. That's
Go for it.
No, well, but I'm not.
That's okay, I was just going to move the item. So
She's just moving the item.
Okay, well, then I'll wait for Councillor Morley to move the item, and I'll just say a few words. Or have you? Oh, that literally was your speech. Okay.
She's, yes, we're very polite. Let's
it was such an
go for it,
inspiring speech
Councilor
that I'm
Matlow.
convinced. Well done. No, I am so happy to see this here. As the mayor knows, I've advocated for this for many years, as have many of you. Councillor Cole reminded us today of his, I think, really wonderful contribution about looking at solar-powered bins as well, like the compacting bins. There's a lot that we can do if we want to do this right. But the Astral contract is just. It is the perfect example of the absurdity of contracting out basic services that people rely on every day, because it removed service and it removed accountability. It is an absurd model where just for the advertising money, we give up the ability to actually effectively manage a basic service on our streets. When residents call 311 about an overflowing or broken bin, then the city then needs to go and beg an external private company to go do something that they may or may not do, and in most cases don't. So what we have today as an outcome are bins on streets throughout our city that are broken, overflowing, doors missing. It is embarrassing. I mean, it is embarrassing. But even more than embarrassing, it affects our well-being, our quality of life. We should be able to walk down our city streets and admire where we live. The first thing all of us do when we move into a new home is we do things to make that home beautiful. We want it to be a place of pride, a place that we're happy in. Why should we be treating where we all live together any less? So I am so enthusiastically supportive and grateful for this effort now to remove us from leaving the responsibility and the management of basic street furniture like our bins to an external company, and to bring it in-house. And ultimately, what this will do is allows us to choose good quality product to put on our streets that can be well maintained and can fit into the aesthetics that we choose for a beautiful city. And that's what the whole Toward a Beautiful City initiative is all about. Moreover, sometimes things don't work. Sometimes mistakes are made. Sometimes things aren't done as quickly as possible. We all know that, if we're to be honest with ourselves. But then we take back the accountability. Then if there's a problem, we can go and deal with it. When something is broken, both literally and figuratively, we can go and fix it. When a resident has a problem, they know who to hold to account. That is better government, that is better service, and ultimately a better city. So thank you.
Thank you for your focus on beauty, right? We have a design TO that we were celebrating on how we can design things that are not only elegant, beautiful, but functionally very, very efficient. So if you look at some of the Nordic country, for example, small numbers in terms of population, but they're incredibly creative, the IKEAs of this world. And you can be functional and beautiful at the same time. So I look forward to people's participation on that. I can't tell you, I think one of these days, I don't know if anyone would put some kind of video cam beside any of these garbage bins, because it went from, if you looking at historical, the foot pedal broke, and then they try to stuff your coffee cup into a hole that's way too small, and then the slime that gets caught in that flap, ooh, and my God, and then the door won't close, and it flaps around. The wind is a hazard trying to walk by. Anyway, I can go on for at least an hour, which I won't, but thank you for the support of this motion. Councillor Braffel.
Yeah, I'm very pleased right now to support the mayor and her leadership to take control of this really important piece of asset that we have in our communities. And I'm really happy to be in this council now because the tide has so shifted. There was a time when consistently in city council debates, all of the discussions were about how much better the private sector did work. And now we know very well, as many of us would have argued at the time, that in fact, it's public services, publicly accountable and delivered, that provide the best value for money, that we know that when we call 311, we know who's responsible, and that all of the work and all of the discussions and all of the deliberations about improving service actually happen in the public. And under the sunlight, like we do here, with all of the public servants present, answering, and councillors able to ask questions, we are going to get better results. And I appreciate your leadership, Madam Mayor, and I cannot wait to vote for this.
Okay, let's go do it. Okay, all those in favor of the motion opposed, carry, thank you. And the next item, FIFA traffic management. Barut's online. You have 5 minutes. Are you turn on your mic so we could hear you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you there? If not, if,
there he is.
okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Sir, can you turn on your mic so we could hear you? You're in a car. Oh, maybe a room. But are you available? If not, I'm going to skip the item and come back to it.
No, I am available. I'm here.
Okay, just go ahead. We can't hear you.
Go ahead. We can't hear you. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. All right. First of all, good afternoon. It's been a very busy afternoon for everybody. I was listening the whole day, all the discussion that you had. My name is Berus Kemse. I'm with the taxi industry. I'm here today to talk about the events that are coming up in June and want to be part of it. And we already had a few meetings with the transportation, the organizer managing the World Cup FIFA that's coming in June. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As Toronto prepares to host matches during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, transportation will play a critical role in how visitors experience our city. Moving thousands of people efficiently, safely, and in an organized manner will be essential to the success of the events. Taxis have a major operational advantage during the large events because they can operate through organized taxi stands, vehicle lineup in one designated area, passengers approach the stand, and the first vehicle taxi departs immediately. This system avoids the confusion of the vehicle circulating around the venue trying to locate passengers. With rideshare services, drivers must identify a specific passenger through an app, which often leads to vehicle stopping, waiting, and creating congestion around the venue. During the event, where thousands of people leave at the same time, an organized taxi queue system can move passengers much faster and more efficiently. Another important advantage in safety, all licensed taxis in Toronto are regulated by the city and are equipped with the in-vehicle camera. These cameras provide an additional level of security for both passengers and drivers and can assist authorities if any incidents occurs. For a global event like the FIFA World Cup, where many visitors may be unfamiliar with the city, having a clearly identified, regulated, and monitored transportation option adds confidence and protection. Taxis are clearly marked, professionally licensed, and accountable under municipal regulation. Managing traffic around major venues like BMO Field will be extremely important. Organized taxi stands help prevent random stopping, double parking, and vehicles circulating unnecessarily. This helps keep traffic flowing and improves overall safety and for pedestrians and vehicles. As Toronto prepares to welcome the vote for the FIFA World Cup, I respectfully encourage the city to prioritize well-organized taxi stands, clear signage directing visitors to taxi, and coordination with the taxi industry. By using taxi as a structured transportation solution, Toronto can move people more efficiently, reduce congestion, and provide visitors with a safe and reliable way to travel. So, taxi stands create order, while random pickups create congestion. All Toronto taxis are regulated and equipped with a safety camera. A simple queue system can move thousands of passengers quickly after a match. When 40,000 people leave a stadium at the same time, the most efficient system is the simple one. Passengers walk to a taxi stand, get into the next available vehicle. This is what I wanted to share with you guys today. And I hope that we can do a great job and show our city to all the visitors that come into this city.
Thank you so much for your deputation and question to the deputants. If not, Councillor Matlow, you may have. Can you shut that?
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So through the city staff, given that a priority that we do know is that transit will be a core focus of trying to get people around during the games, will street parking continue to be permitted in all areas of downtown?
Through the chair, we will be limiting street parking, and we will be looking at coming forward with a plan to the FIFA subcommittee in March 30th that will provide details on exact restrictions for street parking. It will be limited in specific areas around Liberty Village, Fort York, again, in working with TTC to ensure we can provide the best movements and operations for transit.
Does our plan, is it limited to just the area around exhibition? Or, for example, there are going to be days where there are going to be games in other World Cup cities, but there'll still be large congregations of people on areas like College Street and other areas where masses will come out to cheer on the teams?
Through the chair, so the restrictions will be in place for the time from the beginning of the first match in Toronto until the end of the last match in Toronto.
There are key matches, including the final. It'll be started about an hour before a Blue Jays home game. Has there been any outreach to Major League Baseball or the Toronto Blue Jays to see if there's a way that these two major events might not conflict with each other?
Speaker, yes, there has. FIFA globally out of Miami worked with Major League Baseball. We have done some outreach locally. There's very little room for the clubs themselves to do much on that. The work done with Major League Baseball did not have an impact on the schedule. We are still working with the Jays, who did move the time of the one game, which was in conflict with the Canada match. We're working with them on the second conflict, which is a direct competition for the same time, a 7 p.m. start on, I believe, June the 23rd. So we're working as best we can locally, but the efforts of FIFA to work with Major League Baseball across North America didn't result in a shift.
And I say this genuinely respectfully because I don't know the answer to this, but it's just I'm cognizant of our timeline. Why is there not a very clearly articulated traffic plan to share with the public today, given that we are already getting through March and June is just around the corner? How long, why don't we have something ready yet?
Short answer is this is the time frame that all cities are working with FIFA on. So FIFA is looking at the plans, traffic plans across all the cities, and this is the time frame that that's occurring in. So we also have to work with FIFA to ensure that that not only do our plans work for Torontonians as first and foremost, but also it does match what FIFA's expectations are around it. So this work, as you heard, is coming in March. It will be ready very quickly for dissemination. And we've done things like looked at some of the high level pieces which have already come out about some of the major road closures, but we'll get much more granular within the next few weeks.
If I could just add, part of the timeline was in respect of when the teams that were playing in Toronto were announced, which happened in December. Once we worked back from that date, we had to kind of look at which teams. There was outreach with some of those local team organizations to try to understand when they would be arriving, how much travel contingent might be coming with them. So that does take some time working with police on what those plans would be, and that's why we're at the March 30th timeline that I mentioned.
With respect to parking closures and material changes to how we either move or park in the downtown core, I would imagine that there are a lot of people, whether it be, vendors, delivery trucks, et cetera, along with other residents, who would want to have sufficient heads up to change how they get around, where they go, how they do business. What work is being done to ensure that they have a reasonable heads up, that there's communication to the public, to ensure that we don't just say, hey, we've got some plan and then we drop it on them, but that there's sufficient and reasonable time to both ensure that there's that communication to businesses and residents, but also give our city enough time to recognize that sometimes the first draft of a plan isn't always perfect. And there might be significant changes based on feedback that we need to make. So that's why I pressed the point about the time frame, because again, June is really not that far away.
Yep, we hear you.
So what is the plan for all that, if I may?
What I would say through the chair is that we have done a significant amount of consultation with local communities, with local businesses. To your point about transportation demand management, we are working on that strategy as part of our plan that will look at how to communicate with businesses, with residents about what they can expect, how they may change their travel patterns on match day so that they minimize the impact for themselves. And that's sort of what we're bringing forward on March 30th.
Thank you. Thank you. On Council, Deputy Mayor Malik, please.
I'm going to speak. I don't have.
You just want to speak. Council Matlow, did you want to speak? Or you have motions? Deputy Mayor, did you want to start?
Thank you very much. I am moving a motion to refer this back to staff, and it's on the screen. And it states that we refer the item to the Executive Director, FIFA World Cup, Toronto Secretariat, to consider as part of the report on March 30th at that meeting of the FIFA World Cup 2026 Subcommittee on Transportation Planning for the FIFA World Cup in Toronto. As we heard here and as is anticipated, this report is imminent. I've been working with city staff for several months to ensure that the city is moving forward neighborhood-specific preparations, particularly in Liberty Village and Fort York, but of course we know our whole downtown is impacted. This is where the event is taking place, and we're taking that very, very seriously. As the city manager shared, we are moving this forward with the importance and the urgency. I'm hearing that from my communities, and FIFA has requirements that we have to continually check in with and align with. I know if this was in our hands alone, we would be putting this out much earlier and much sooner. And even given that, I have been working very closely to provide opportunities, dedicated and targeted public engagement in my communities, particularly Liberty Village and Fort York, to share the plans as they continue to be finalized, refined, and settled. I have been sharing, and as our planning has continued forward, and I will share it here again, that my priority is that our downtown communities, along with Torontonians from every corner of the city, can enjoy and benefit from this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to do that while safely and with as much information as possible, navigating their neighborhoods before, during, and after the games. I thank my colleagues for their interest and their support on this issue, and to continue to work together to make this a success for our communities.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you have a motion?
Yeah, it's
coming.
It's coming.
But that's okay. Why don't I step down this item and come back to it? I just want to do the landlord one.
Fair enough, yeah.
Is that okay, Deputy Mayor Cole? I just want to quickly get done on the cracking down on bad landlords, because we need to move on it, because it's situation is really desperate. I'll come right back onto your item, okay? The 2914. Miguel, are you here as a speaker? Waleed, are you here as a speaker?
I am.
Okay, I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor. Thanks so much for bringing.
Yep, thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I'm just conscious of losing quorum, but go ahead.
Yeah, I do support your motion to crack down on bad landlords, specifically the example of 500 Dobbs Road. is one chronic problem that the city has, and it's not the only landlord in the city of Toronto. Many of us, we have shared experiences with bad landlords, and also the city of Toronto is also the landlord as well, and with Toronto Community Housing. So I think it's important to bring to the attention that there has been a lot of evictions in the last couple of months. And my brother Wali Kogali and the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, we have brought to the attention of Toronto Housing the large number of evictions of tenants, predominantly Black and Indigenous peoples. So don't be a bad landlord. Don't evict people for unreasonable reasons. Instead, try to focus on how to invest in improving our housing stock. We have a state of good repair for the next 10 years that is not funded. So we hope the Mayor Chow, if you get reelected in next election, we hope you can make sure that we secure $21 billion to repair our and maintain our units who may be closing down, and we may become a bad landlord. Thank you.
Thank you for asking us to focus on T60. Another speaker, Walid is not here. Ryan. Online. Walid or Ryan, are you both online? Please open up your mic.
No longer online.
If you're online, please turn on your mic. Walid, are you online? Okay, he's not. Ryan, you're online. Can you please turn on your mic? Going once, going twice. Ryan, are you going to be on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi there. Sorry, I just jumped onto WebEx. I didn't really have a speech or anything prepared, but
that's okay.
I noticed the item I noticed the item this morning, and I just wanted to extend a thank you to Mayor Chow and her team, just for the tremendous amount of attention to detail that they've allocated to this issue. It's a long-standing issue, and it's not only affecting residents at 500 Dawes Road, but it's really a citywide issue. And as the years roll on, it's becoming increasingly visible. You know, we have a lot of purpose-built apartment buildings, you know, built during the post-war era, and a lot of them are coming apart. Some of them are being relatively well maintained, and some of them aren't. And just one thing that I really want to touch upon in the mayor's recommendations, which I think are phenomenal, would be really the interdivisional aspect of it. That's something that personally, in my own capacity, I've been advocating for. I'm a member of Toronto Acorn, and Acorn has been advocating for this. And I think that generally speaking, this is something that tenants across the city have been asking for. I can speak to my own personal experience. I've engaged RentSafe. I've engaged municipal licensing and standards. And one of the most difficult things and one of the most frustrating things that I've encountered is you'll go to RentSafe, which is ostensibly a one-stop shop for tenants to communicate their concerns, only to be told, well, that's an issue that relates to Toronto building, or this other issue over here, well, that has to do with Toronto Public Health. And as a result, there's that lack of cohesion, there's that lack of communication. Your issue is referred to another city division, might be city legal if things escalate, and it just kind of feels like it goes into the ether. So I think, you know, we need a process in place that ensures that every single actor within the enforcement system is trained on what enforcement actually is at every single stage. And that is not a discussion that is housed solely within municipal licensing and standards. It's Toronto building. It's also city legal, especially when um, violations persist and higher order enforcement tools need to be utilized. A lot of these issues necessarily involve conversations with city legal if a matter is going to be prosecuted or litigated, or if remedial action is something that's being contemplated. And I'm really very pleased. I don't know how much time I have left. I can't see the clock,
You
but
have
I don't.
1.5 minutes, but
One and
go
a half
ahead,
minutes.
yeah.
I'll keep it. Yeah, I'll try to keep it as short as possible. But um, really happy with the recommendations being put forth by the mayor. They have my personally, and I don't know if I can really speak on behalf of Acorn, but I think it has Acorn's full endorsement because this is something that's crucially needed. I've participated in the latest round of consultations with RentSafe, and one of my biggest concerns was, is there going to be that interdivisionality? And is the remedial action plan going to be good? Because a lot of that aspect of things, which I think is the most important, has been kept in the dark. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You can see my remarks in the communication that I submitted um, to the executive committee through email. And just on a last note, I will be present for the Planning and Housing Committee meeting, where I think some more things along rent safe and enforcement options are going to be discussed. And I look forward to being part of that process, and I look forward to submitting a bit more. A lot of this is just being said. um, a lot of this is just being said. I'm at work right now, so I'm just kind of speaking off the top of my head.
You're doing fine.
High level, my high level thoughts on the recommendations, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councillor Matlow to speak. Any question to staff? Seeing no question to staff, I'll just introduce the motion in front, the series of motions in front of you. Because I grew up in St. Jamestown, I know what it feels like dealing with, the landlord happens to be quite good, and but I understand the challenges of living in a building. If there's a pest infestation, for example, it's not easy to deal with, and if you have a landlord that are negligent or not doing it, if people have to put all their belongings into plastic bags to keep them away from whether it's bed bugs or cockroaches or the eggs, and it's just a horrific way to live. Or you can't step out on the balcony because the balcony is not safe. It's just, or everything is moldy or leaking. There's drywall is peeling off. And when I brought together the staff team, including the fire chief, the legal building department, the associate medical of health, MLS, all together, and we compare our notes. And each of that department has a list that is longer than my arm, each of them, about this building, for example. I'm just taking that one building, $500, and it's phenomenal that we have not been able to really, and so far the fine was, I think it was $30,000 or something, very, very low. And the fire chief reminded me that quite a few years ago, I think it's Councillor Perks that moved a motion that asked us to consolidate the reports of what is happening. Yes, and you now beginning to remember all the charges all the complaints that are filed to all the different departments into one place, one centralized place. And we didn't get that done at the time. I think it's because of cost or any number of reasons. And I had the opportunity to, on the International Women's Day, to speak to the fire chief and the police. Sorry, it was the police Association and the Firefighters Association, they said when they walk into a building, they would like to know what has happened in the building. And a police officer, if there's something happening in the balcony or the fire department, you need to know if that balcony is safe or not. Okay, and if you don't have that information, right now it's to stay in the dark. And so even for safety reason, because of different departments, we need to consolidate a lot of the problems we are receiving, that we're hearing from the tenants about each of these buildings. So consolidating the information, taking action. We've almost doubled the number of rent-safe officers. Councillor Matlow and I meet with the various tenants representative. They've had very good instruction. You've taken leadership, Councillor Matlow, on this file for quite a few years, and so have Councillor Fletcher, Perks. Any number of you have been at it for a long time. I remember Councillor Janet Davis was at this file all the time about this building. But it takes time. Yes, we consolidated all the charges, took them to court. The court have said that we won. And there's still some that are coming through. The appeal period has to be over, which is now over in some of those. Now we can move ahead and go in and do the repairs. And it's not easy to find contractors that quickly. And the QP 416, TCHC, there's other folks that we work with to say, we're willing to help you. We understand the situation. We'll provide a list that can be readily made available so we can go in and do the work. We have asked for a list of contractors last May. I have not seen the list. So we need to use contractors that are available, and let's get on with it. We have to send a message to these slumlords that we will not tolerate their behavior. And we have to act act now. So I hope we can get these motions passed. Thank you. It's good to get it off my chest, just at 5 minutes. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for, let me try that again. Excuse me.
You're having the same problem I do.
No, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. And this really is the result of some very active listening because, as you know well, and as was said before, this is about 500 Dawes Road, but it's not just about 500 Dawes Road. This is about representing roughly half of Torontonians who are renters. Some are fortunate enough to live in homes that have good landlords who recognize that their building isn't just a source of revenue, but they have responsibility for people's quality of life and health and safety. But unfortunately, we have some landlords in the city who are not good at what they do. They don't care enough about the people who live in their buildings. They're negligent, and they need to be held to account. And they cannot be relied on to address the basic needs of individuals and families who are feeling so ashamed of where they live, who don't want to invite family and friends over because of the state of disrepair that their building has been left in, that they are worried about the bug situation, they're worried about the pest situation. They don't have a home that they feel safe and healthy in. So we can't rely on them to do what needs to be done. And what the residents of 500 Dawes and many others in buildings across the city have been saying to this place for years is, you are the people who represent us. You are the people who should care about us. And if the landlord isn't willing to do the right thing, then get in there and get the work done and bill them after the fact. And I'm so grateful that there is now substantive work moving forward to get that done. And I really appreciate this, Mayor Chow and everyone who's been working on this, including your staff. This is substantive work. There's a lot of things that we debate and we discuss here that is either, less important, sometimes performative, sometimes political, often. But this is about touching people's lives. This is about genuinely changing people's lives. I've just heard too many stories for too many years where people just feel trapped. They feel absolutely trapped in their own home, and they don't feel safe in their own home. That's not acceptable. That's not a condition that we would want for anybody that we love or care about in our own lives. So why should anybody in our society, in our community, be treated that way? So I also see something that is really important. This is going to be under, the execution of this is going to be under the Housing Secretary. There's been a culture here, and we've heard this from tenants throughout the city. There's often been a culture here where when it comes to enforcement and inspection, the client has far too long been seen as the landlord. In other words, the landlord is who is addressed. The landlord is who is worked with. The landlord is who is given a second or third or fourth or fifth or 10th chance. And I think this is a recognition that the focus should be on the tenant, the focus should be on the housing, the focus should be on ensuring that the voices that are coming to us for help are genuinely heard. And I'm grateful for, I think, a structural change in how this is done is being reflected in this motion. So I'll sum it up by saying, I hope this now moves forward. I know that I want to acknowledge ACORN and FMTA and many other organizations that have been at the front lines for advocating for this for many years. And again, I'm both personally and professionally grateful to see this because I've heard so many stories from individuals and families who've just been desperate. $500, how many years have they been coming, making deputations, pleading for change? And now I see some real efforts to make change happen. So thank you very much.
Chair, on a point of privilege.
Oh, sorry?
On a point of privilege.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mentioned your motion that you had.
I have a point of privilege.
Yeah.
On a separate thing. All of us are passionate about this work to protect tenants, but I heard Councillor Matlow say that moving this to the Housing Secretariat overcomes a culture of treating the landlord as a client. The implication being that other divisions in the Toronto Public Service have not taken seriously the rights of tenants. And I think I would like Councillor Matlow to withdraw that. The Toronto Public Service in every branch uses the tools that are available to them to enforce regulations. The fundamental problem, of course, is that the provincial legislation limits what we have been able to do. And I profoundly resent any member of this council implying that members of the Toronto Public Service have not treated tenants with the respect they're due.
You do have a choice to file a integrity commissioner complaint.
Sorry, it doesn't, my memory is that the procedures bylaw actually has a clause in it because public servants can't stand up and defend themselves, that members of council may ask other members to withdraw remarks that impugn the motivations, reputation, and work of the Toronto Public Service. And on that basis, I'm asking Councillor Matlow, understanding that he's passionate about this, to withdraw that implication.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just weigh in? The notion that it's deliberate versus the notion that it's somehow not a council priority, I think that is what we're dealing with here. So if Councillor Matlow could clarify that, then that would be helpful, because I don't think anybody deliberately leaves anybody living in a difficult situation. I know that's not true. On the other hand, if it's not a priority, which it now has been clearly your priority in the many myriad of things that staff have to do, it might not be on the top shelf. So in that vein, I think Councillor Matlow could clarify what he meant.
If you want me to make a ruling I am not going to, because what is in front of us is, in fact, there are some changes in who has the best expertise to deal with remedial action, okay? Licensing are there to manage the licensing and do the inspection, and they do very good work in inspecting. But the coordination, because right now what we're seeing is the coordination is needed, and Councillor Perks had already raised that it's important to have a coordination of different departments. And having, because it is housing related, having a housing secretariat to bring a table together to coordinate the fire, the building, the MLS, the public health makes sense. And they have done, if you want me to actually go into it, they have also done the renovation bylaw, and they did the coordination, and it worked out really well. It's working. So having different bodies to do the coordination, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. We're not making judgment as to who is doing whatever kind of work. We're not impugning anyone. I hope, Councillor Matlow, that is not your intention. If you want to clarify, that would work. I think Councillor Perks might have interpreted that to think that people are not doing their job. I hope you're not saying that. So if you want to clarify it.
Happy to clarify.
And maybe someone could record it so that Councillor Perks can hear it. So yeah, go ahead.
Be happy to convey this to Councillor Perks. Perks. I respectfully, I think that was an extrapolation. We hear from tenants, the term sort of the landlord as a client is actually, I'm just repeating kind of what we've heard from deputation about how they feel about this place, right? It's a general feedback we hear, but it's not to point finger at any specific staff or anything like that. I think that just the change toward the focus on housing is I think gives them the message that that they're the priority, but it's not about sort of referencing anyone.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to speak on this item? If not?
No, I think that we're running out of time and quorum, so just to say what I said earlier, there's nobody who deliberately makes life difficult for anybody from staff. They're professionals. I work very well with MLS, and they're always at the ready to fix things. And thank you, Mr. Katz, for all your fixing of different things that go on and focus on enforcement for tenants and business friendly for businesses. We're getting to a good place. And I don't think this should be seen as we don't have faith, but there is, it is part of housing. So TCHC, all those, they're all in one place. Let's try it. If it's not working, can always move back.
Okay, thank you. Motion's in front of you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Let's get through the other items. Deputy, oh, sorry, there's a speaker. Daniel Tate and Frank Capuzzi. Two speaker. Daniel, are you still here? Okay, Frank Krupi, I think Krupi. Is Frank online? Going once, twice, seeing no speaker on this one. Deputy Mayor Ainsley, your motion.
Are we on number 12?
Yes, we had 12.
All right. So sorry, just to speak to it very quickly, Madam Mayor. I know we're on a timeline. So this motion is a very straightforward request, simply asking for the city manager and economic development staff to be in a conversation with MLSE, the NHL, and Rogers about the possibility of hosting an outdoor hockey game here in the city of Toronto. Just to be clear, there's no commitment, no financial approval, and we have no obligation attached to this. It's just, what I'm asking for is this first step in exploring this opportunity, if it's feasible, as we look ahead to the Toronto Maple Leafs 100th anniversary next year in 2027. This could be a major monument for our city, our residents, and our local businesses. So I'm asking for your support today to allow staff to start this conversation and report back. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion in front of you? Opposed, carry. Thank you for that initiative. Winter surge capacity, snow shufflers. Miguel, you want to say a few words about it?
He's online.
He's online. We
Yes, I
are
am.
all ears. Hello. You want to shovel snow, or you know people that wants to do some work?
Yes, very able people of our community. I want this job opportunity to go to the youth. We can do much better than the city of New York. But you have identified two barriers, liability and operational issues. My question is, how on board are the local unions who work on the city roads? Are they willing to accommodate more staffing? Perhaps this can become a seasonal job for our youth who are able-bodied people to work on the streets, shoveling the snow, especially for all residents in the city of Toronto. The other thing is, in 1999, this city became the last stop of the country when we called the army to clean up the snow of the streets. So, with Mayor Mandani leading this example, Toronto can do much better, can hire members of the community who are able bodies willing to help out with the snow clearing, which happens every 10 to 5 years. So if we're going to approve today, let's make sure that this is a seasonal, ongoing, year-by-year hiring process that will enable people to have jobs. And the other thing is, yeah, let's do it. Thank you.
Okay, let's do it. All right. The motion in front of you. Okay. Deputy Mayor Cole.
Just be very careful. Everybody's got a simple off-the-shelf solution. They're doing it in New York. We can do it. We've tried this before. It was a total disaster.
Oh.
And what happened is we had people that were supposed to shovel snow. They held up senior citizens for money. One senior citizen got knifed. How are you going to control these people that come off the street and say they're going to now represent the city and shovel the snow? How are you going to do a background check on them and to see whether they've got a criminal record, what's their work record, what kind of people they are? So the vast majority of them may be fine. But believe me, anything that happens, they're going to say, the city had this person come and shovel my snow, and he broke into my house. We've done this before. We stopped it right away because it was a nightmare. So just be very careful with these simplistic New York solutions to trying to deal with Canadian snowstorms, okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Good point. Thank you for, that's why institutional knowledge is priceless. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want this to pass without somehow the city sending out a big thank you, a big shout out to all those people that shoveled their neighbors' snow, that did all the sidewalks, that did the street. There were so many Torontonians that did that. And up on Leroy or somebody did the whole street. They've got a snow blower, they do that. That's the Toronto spirit. So I don't want people to think that we don't appreciate every single flake of snow that they shoveled off because they're a good neighbor.
I think same can be said about the 600 plus volunteers that are city staff that have stepped up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they said, I'm a good public servant, I will help out, right? And over again, not only are they doing the snow, they're actually helping us with the potholes. So these are really dedicated civil servants.
Above and beyond, it's
Yep,
recognized.
absolutely. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Ainsley, you had a point.
I have an amendment.
Go ahead.
Yep, so it's on the screen. So I know we mentioned New York City in the initial motion. I just wanted to add on Minneapolis and Montreal for implementation of best practices through their experience. I've done a lot of research on this, Madam Mayor, and I think we have something that we can learn from all three cities. They do a lot of this paid snow shoveling or have volunteers. What I can say quite clearly is no peer city relies on volunteers enforcement strictly anymore, and the most successful models pay people, limit the scope, and deliver through trusted intermediaries. So I think there's something we can learn from all three of those cities, and so that's why I'm making this amendment.
Thank you. All those in favor of the amendments in front of you, opposed, carry, and the motion as is. Pardon me?
That's the item we don't have to take.
Yeah, okay. Carried. I think this item is done. We're coming down. Last one. Back to FIFA. No, there was a deferral, and Deputy Mayor, you want to speak on this, and you had a motion. Is your motion ready?
Yes.
Oh, let's hear the motion and go for it.
So my motion is essentially a collection of the questions that I asked that I'd like as part of the report that will lend to the deferral motion from Deputy Mayor Malik. To say it very simply, this is about just ensuring that we are ready to address a variety of concerns that have been raised, and to ensure that people can get around us, both who are visiting, both of us, and both those of us who work and live here.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole, you want to speak on this?
Yeah, listen, I just want to put something into perspective here. We've had city staff working on issues related to FIFA for the last year and a half. Hours and hours of meetings, and they've been dealing with all these complex issues, traffic, etc. I don't think people appreciate.
Quorum. Hang on.
Quorum?
Can we? Okay, just finish, and then we have one more item, and we're ready.
Okay.
Councillor Fletcher's there.
She's here.
Yeah, I can sign that in my office.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So I just want to, for council's edification and for the public to understand, it's not as if staff haven't been putting hours, and this has been above and beyond their normal workday. The FIFA file is very demanding. FIFA expectations are, you wouldn't believe what their expectations are. And I'm not even going to talk about the cost of all this stuff. But so staff has been diligently, transportation, public health, fire, we've had everybody involved, provincial government, federal government. There's been maybe 300 meetings, So I just want to remind people, it's not as if this hasn't been looked at. And it's all right to raise questions about this. And, Councillor Malik herself has been involved in this from ground one, giving a lot of it's going to be impacting down in her ward. So she's at ground zero there. But I just want to say that let's make sure we don't overreact. We had over 1.5 million people on St. Clair in 1982 when Italy won the World Cup. There was no committees, no transportation plan. There was no media outrage and frenzy. It happened spontaneously. There was no crime. There was no, the world is falling from the press. It happened spontaneously. 1.5 million people came spontaneously to St. Clair. They did it again in 2006 on St. Clair and that whole area of Midtown Toronto. No crime, no end of the world. It happened. So let's not, be overly pessimistic about this. I think there's going to be challenges. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be challenges. It's not easy to host. And the time frame, remember, we don't know the schedule yet. We cannot determine where and what things are going to happen because there still are playoffs going on in March 26th. We won't know who the teams are till those games occur the end of March. So therefore, you can't say, well, we're going to prohibit traffic in Little Croatia. We can't do anything in Little Portugal because we don't know whether they're going to be in or not. So that's why the final details of traffic management is not going to take place until we find out who wins and gets into the World Cup. We don't know that yet. That's out of our control. And just remember, we did a great job, transportation and staff, very few thank yous. Taylor Swift, they said, oh, Taylor Swift is going to be the end of the world because Taylor Swift's coming to Toronto for 6 concerts, and there's going to be riots in the streets, and the teeny boppers and Swifties are going to cause all kinds of mayhem in Toronto. It didn't happen. It was a wonderful explosion of spontaneity. It happened. Nobody said, hey, that was good. Not one person on council ever has said, thank you. I think Councillor Malik said, yeah, she was involved on ground zero there. We did Taylor Swift. We did the World Series.
Okay, Mike, you've got 4
Okay, and I haven't spoken all day, okay? You've spoken a lot. I haven't spoken all day, okay? So therefore, we did the World Series. And it came across beautifully in Toronto, and we pulled it off, except for that damn guy on third base that didn't. Anyways, so just keep that in mind. Thank you. That's all I'll say.
Except for the wall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion? Thank you. Referral and then to the deferral. That's yours. Yep, that's yours. Yep. All those in favor of Deputy Mayor Malik, all those approved, carry. Thank you. No one opposed. Now, we have 2 items. Deputy Mayor Malik, can you just release the motion that you have on 8 and 10? FIFA World Cup.
9 and 10.
Sorry, 9 and 10, pardon me. It's community benefits. There's question. I'm sorry. Okay, both of you have questions. So it's just give me a second. Keeping Toronto Beautiful 2019 on 15. Are there any speaker on 15?
Yeah.
We can get it. We have Daniel Tate and Miguel. Are you here, Daniel Tate? No.
Miguel's online.
Miguel, online, can you quickly speak because we are teetering on losing quorum. On the litter cleanup, I am sure you want to see that happen. Would you like to say a few words about it?
Yes, Mayor Chow. Every year, I probably volunteer with members of my Region Park community in cleaning up our city streets, parks, ravines. And this year is going to be interesting because of the huge record snowfall that we had. So the litter out there is humongous. So I will encourage more participation of the community, more incentives, more business partners to come and make donations. So maybe provide with lunches. That will be an incentive for people to participate, also to have a good, for the youth, to have a letter to recommendation for the school for volunteer hours. That will be tremendous. And just want to end up by saying that Wally Kogali was on the line for item EX 2914. He had trouble getting online. I wonder if you can allow him to speak.
No,
Thank
we've
you.
already done that item. I'm sorry. I called his name. He wasn't there. My apology. Thank you so much for your volunteer effort in keeping Toronto clean. Thousands and thousands of residents do the same thing in April. We just need to get a head start. On that item, anyone want to speak to it? Question, Councillor Matlow.
Okay, so Toronto's share of The FIFA budget was 178, 170.
I'm just doing, keeping Toronto clean, moving the Blitz, the cleaning
No, I
bits
think it's
earlier.
wonderful to keep it clean.
Okay, yes. All those in favor, opposed, just we're going to start a bit earlier because of the weather have changed on us. If we can, we'll do it. All right, opposed, carry, thank you. Back to your, the question about, we're dealing with number 9, which is the update on community benefits plan, social procurement, et cetera, legacy initiatives. Councillor Matlow, you have questions? We are on 9 right now.
So,
I'm just trying to finish everything.
Rapid fire here. Our share of the cost, as we know today, is still around $178 to $79 million. And the report indicates that the full amount is covered under reserve funding, the increase to the municipal accommodation tax, and other funding, including commercial rights, sales, and rental fees. Does this revenue include the sweepstakes, the hospitality assets, host city allocated tickets, merchandising, and music royalty fees?
Through the chair, I can answer that question for you. The commercial rights include some of the hospitality and the ticket sales. Under other funding, we have put just a lump sum in for music royalties and merchandise, and those are, of course, guesstimates. And what is not included here is the sweepstakes. So we haven't developed a revenue line for the sweepstakes, as that came a little later in our planning. So it wasn't included in this document.
As we've mentioned several times, the federal and the provincial governments have more of an opportunity to make themselves whole, or at least nearly whole, or maybe more, I don't know, more than whole, because they have an HST, they have a revenue tool that grows with the economy, and we don't have a share of that. I would editorialize, we should, but we don't today. Are there any opportunities to not just make even, but also perhaps even recoup some of the large costs that we're putting toward these games that could have otherwise been put toward the many other competing priorities that we want to focus on?
Through the chair, I can say
$178 million.
Yeah, through the chair, I can say that, you know, the team daily, we are managing budget, and where we have costs, where we can have savings, and continuing to manage the budget on a daily basis, and anywhere that we can have savings, we are making sure that we allow for that.
And is there ongoing work? I mean, I've seen the report, but is there any ongoing work or any interest in doing more work to look for any other creative ideas, or working with, different groups, organizations, anyone in the city, frankly, to identify further ways to bring in revenue, to try to recoup the large cost of these games? Or has that ship sailed now? We know what we're doing, and we're moving on to just put it on the games.
Yeah, through the chair, I can say that we're fairly locked into the categories and opportunities that we have to raise funds. So there are minimal, as we've all known, in commercial operations and sales due to FIFA Global Partners and staying in our swim lanes on that regard. But, what we are doing now is trying to maximize those opportunities that we have, and our team continue to maximize the hospitality and ticket sales that we have access to. Certainly, we're working to make sure that we are promoting merchandise sales, all those things to maximize the revenue opportunities that we do have as a host city.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Shen?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Chow, just on the legacy initiatives, the second set that's being presented, is there a way to look at an equity analysis or even regional impact of those initiatives? Is that available somewhere? For example, what it looks like in terms of how those investments would support equity deserving communities or even Scarborough area?
Sure, through the chair, that was part of our criteria as we looked at legacy opportunities that were brought forward by the various program advisory bodies. So these ideas came forward from people working in the community in the various sectors of our legacy themes. And we use sort of a measurement criteria tool to determine which ideas and which projects we would go forward with, and certainly sort of reach the type of community that would be reached were two areas of criteria that were part of our selection.
So would it be possible to understand what that looks like for those initiatives? Is there some documentation that could be shared? In terms of equity on some of the intersectional identities, I see that by the names of these programs, looking at disability and different abilities, refugees and so on, and human rights. But I would like to see a little bit more understanding of, I would like to get a bit more understanding of how it spreads to other parts of the city outside the downtown core.
Sure. I think some of these items, it's definitely part of the work that we will do when we roll out the legacy item. For example, soccer community of practice is definitely one that's geared to underrepresented groups and bringing together the soccer community that aren't necessarily part of the broader Ontario soccer organization as it has today or as it stands today. You see there sort of blind soccer, refugee soccer. There are a number of initiatives here, in our human rights category, children's rights, accessibility, a number of areas across our legacy themes that all represent and will have an impact on underrepresented groups.
Yeah, I get that part from reading the descriptions. I'm just wondering if it's possible to get a regional understanding of how some of these, because some of the infrastructure for these work aren't easily available. And this, I'll go to my next question because that'll
Sure.
reinforce the point is that we look at the community grants for celebrations and a lot of BIAs have applied. And we know out of 80 plus BIA, I don't know what the number is, close to 90 BIA, we have 5 in Scarborough for 25% of the population. So existing structures that are easy to engage in this process sometimes is not available in the suburbs. So I went through the 63 grants that are, or 63 recipients, and I see very few in Scarborough as well. And so would it be possible to get that list as well to see ward by ward and what the allocations are, just to make sure that the impact of the legacy that we are talking about is received in communities that are often not beneficiaries of these projects?
Sure. Through the chair, I'm happy to get you the background details on the legacy work and the criteria that we use there, and I'll maybe let my colleague Pat respond.
Thank you.
To the chair, yes, we can get you that breakdown, Councillor.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yep.
I just wanted to ask about, in terms of legacy projects in the community, I saw some numbers around the total cost of FanFest for the 5 weeks, and I don't know if that's a public number yet, but I was quite surprised by the total. Is that the total value of what we're expecting to pay on FanFest, or is that what we've allotted?
There certainly is a budgeted amount for FanFest, and we're working with our vendor on delivering that event. And we're also looking at some other opportunities for additional revenue to support enhancement of some of the plans that we're looking at for Fan Festival. And we will be coming out with a fulsome plan around FanFest in the coming weeks. We're just refining some of the aspects of it, and we intend to do a full announcement on all aspects of Fan Festival.
Okay, and sorry, is that number public? I'm just being very careful right now, Sharon, I don't want to.
Yep.
Is that a public number? So what I'm looking at is total potential cost of the city, including option periods and applicable contingencies net of HST recoveries.
Sorry, through the chair, I can get back to you on the specific number and discuss with you sort of what we've allotted for the budget.
Okay, and is that the costs that are all allocated within that number? Is that
Yeah,
Is
I think,
is
sorry.
that part of our $60 million 1/3 that we're paying for FIFA?
Right. So I think you're, sorry, can I just clarify that you are looking at the confidential attachment with the procurement report, which is item 10?
I'm looking at a multicolored chart,
Okay.
and there's a green, dark green bars at the bottom.
Okay, because there are some details in the confidential attachment that's with item 10 as part of the procurement plan.
So for FanFest,
Yes.
that's part of our 1/3 cost. And we're responsible for that, for all of the monies that go into FanFest. Like, it's not shared by the provincial or federal government. That's all us.
No, there will be federal and provincial contributions to FanFest. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
1/3, 1/3, 1/3? The same as the overall numbers, or?
Actually, provincial contribution is probably the greatest of the three.
For FanFest?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Matlow?
I just want to use this opportunity once again to say that it is, well, when this agreement was signed, it should have never been done without council being told what share we would be receiving from the provincial and federal governments. And it was wrong, and it shouldn't have gone ahead. We are literally paying for it today. $178 million when there are so many competing priorities in our city that are unmet. These games are going to be fun. And they're going to be a source of pride. They're going to be communities that are going to just love seeing teams from countries that they love playing right here in the city that they chose. And their kids have grown up in. It's going to be a great celebration for so many people. But it's coming at a cost, and a cost that council was not made aware of when this moved forward. And the reason that it is so critical to do everything we can to make this city whole and make taxpayers whole as to the best of our ability in every creative way possible to bring in revenue is because we don't have what the province and the federal government have. We don't have a revenue tool that grows with the economy. We should have, and we should continue to advocate for, a share of the HST. 80% of Canadians live in urban areas. Local governments matter. Local governments are where so many priorities to residents are delivered, and we need the means to be able to do so. But we don't today. So I want to thank staff for their work on finding new and creative ways to bring in revenue to support these huge costs that have been committed to FIFA. I hope that work will continue, frankly. I don't want to see the end of it. Even as we continue organizing for, like, actually producing the games, I want to see every effort made to bring in every possible dollar to offset the $179 million that was dedicated to this at a time when every single budget cycle, I mean, you just went through this, Mayor, yourself, along with your team, there's a struggle to even figure out how to put the puzzle together to even just like keep the roads paved and the parks maintained and helping people who need shelter and all the different priorities that we have in our city. And I hope this is a lesson. I mean, we're not going to turn back the clock, but I hope this is a lesson for us that any new shiny ball, any exciting project, any big initiative that looks incredible, and some are incredible and some are not, they're just sold as such. We have to understand what we're walking into before we open that door. And frankly, even the estimates, I think the early estimates from staff to council was that the whole thing was going to be, what, $40, $50 million? It was never real. It was never realistic. And now we're trying to recoup the costs. So I want to thank staff for doing your effort to do so. I want to continue the creativity and ultimately let this be a lesson that we never ever do anything like this again without knowing exactly how much we'd have to pay.
Yep, thank you. To speak Anyone else? Deputy Mayor, you had a motion?
I have it on the next item.
On the item, okay. On this item, all those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will be quick, but just building on the previous item and speaking to this one, I do want to just recognize, and especially as a councillor who was not here when the decision was made to host FIFA, but have been working very hard to make sure it's good. And as the Auditor General had also recognized, Mayor Chow's leadership in cleaning up the governance and the accountability on this, and to be very focused on making sure that we deliver an excellent games. I do have a motion, and it's on the screen. This motion is related to our procurement targets and making sure that we are getting the numbers from FIFA Canada on its own local procurement in order to ensure that we have all of the information about what those benefits to our communities look like.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Any questions to the mover? If not, any speaker? If not, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. And that item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. I think that is the last item. Thank you, everyone. And Councillor Matlow, move adjournment.
I move adjournment.
Thank you so much.